I'm Sophie, and today we embark on a tranquil journey through the captivating history of Rome. Let the soothing whispers of ancient tales and the gentle rustle of historical narratives guide you through the corridors of time. Join me as we explore the timeless allure of the Eternal City, where whispers of emperors and echoes of gladiators intertwine to paint a portrait of Rome's rich and vibrant past. Relax, unwind, and immerse yourself in the whispers of history with me, Sophie, on the ASMR History Channel. Rome was a chaotic entity, both literally and figuratively. The messiness of living in Rome, managing its intricacies, and even discussing its vast history reflects its complex nature. This complexity, however, is part of its allure. There is no singular history of Rome, but rather a tapestry of narratives from different eras, provinces, social strata, and external viewpoints. Today, my objective is to provide a comprehensive history of Rome as a Mediterranean civilization state. This will involve looking beyond the typical focal points of warfare, literature, politics, and architecture, though each of these areas is fascinating in its own right. Instead, we will explore the very essence of Rome, the collective consciousness embodied by the Senatus, Populusque Romanus, or the Senate and people of Rome. The acronym SPQR was not merely a label, it was a shared promise that endured through centuries of transformation. This enduring commitment gives Rome its unique character. Appreciating Rome requires recognizing not only its ultimate achievements, but also the meticulous and deliberate efforts invested in its cultivation and preservation. As we will soon see, early Roman history unfolds gradually, with each generation contributing to a grand vision they would never see completed. This dedication is truly remarkable. So, as we journey from Rome's earliest beginnings through 2 millennia of glory, triumphs, and comical misadventures, let's dive into the rich and multifaceted history of Rome. The construction of Rome was not an overnight feat, but a product of intentional and deliberate effort. Roman civilization, as we understand it today, was shaped by countless individuals, men and women, young and old, the weak and the powerful, who worked over millennia to create something extraordinary. While we can easily observe their monumental achievements across 3 continents, the cultural foundation underpinning the grand idea of Rome is less obvious. To uncover this foundation, we must delve into the origins of Roman history and examine what pivotal events led to its rise. Unfortunately, the earliest records of Roman history were obliterated when the city was sacked and burned by a tribe of Gauls in 390 BC, leaving us with Roman legends, which are often more myth than fact and heavily propagandistic. Despite this significant challenge, we can still piece together insights because later, Romans, equally uncertain about their origins, were driven by a fervent curiosity to uncover their past. In the absence of concrete evidence, they constructed a narrative from fragmented myths and historical glimpses, better understand the foundational roots of Rome and appreciate the profound legacy it left behind. If we believe the Roman version of their origins, it goes like this. Around 1100 BC, as Troy was burning, a fortunate prince named Aeneas managed to escape. He eventually arrived in Italy, albeit with several detours, and claimed kingship over the plain of Latium. However, this wasn't yet the beginning of Rome. Aeneas's descendants ruled in Alba Longa, located a short distance south of the Tiber River, for about 4 centuries. This dynasty continued until King Numitor was overthrown by his brother Amulius, who then forced Numitor's daughter Rhea Silvia to become a Vestal virgin, intending to end their bloodline. However, this plan failed spectacularly when the god Mars intervened, fathering twin sons with her, Romulus and Remus. Amulius ordered the twins to be drowned in the Tiber River, but they were saved and nurtured by a she-wolf. Later, shepherds took them in, giving them a unique set of parents, one divine father, 2 mothers, 1 human, and a wolf. The twins grew up, overthrew the treacherous Amulius, and decided to establish a new settlement along the Tiber. A quarrel between them turned deadly, with Romulus killing Remus in what would be the first of many instances of Roman infighting. This event marked the founding of Rome in 753 BC, named after Romulus. With his rule secured and the city established, Romulus set about populating his new town. He welcomed criminals, exiles, and other outcasts, and orchestrated the mass abduction of the Sabine women to ensure future generations for Rome. Following the example set by Mars, the Romans learned to be aggressive and strategic. Romulus also established several fundamental aspects of Roman society, including the tribal system, the division into patrician and plebeian classes, marriage laws, the patron-client relationship, and even the Senate. Following Romulus, 6 more kings ruled Rome, with the last 3 from the Etruscan Tarquini clan. The final king, Tarquinius Superbus, or Tarq Superbus, was particularly despised for his tyranny. His continuous arrogance led to Rome's first coup d'etat in 509 BC, marking the end of the monarchy and the beginning of the Roman Republic. From there, Rome's military prowess and robust civic institutions set the stage for domination of the Italian peninsula and eventually the entire Mediterranean. This origin story is neat, dignified, somewhat self-serving, and most importantly, convenient. Let's dissect this narrative and critique its plausibility. Firstly, the founding date of Rome in 753 BC is an approximation proposed in the 1st century BC to coincide with the earliest Greek Olympics. The tale of Aeneas's journey to Italy, which resembles an Odyssean adventure, first appeared in Greek sources during the Roman Republic. The timeline places Aeneas in the Bronze Age, which is significantly earlier than 753 BC. The 4-century gap between Aeneas and Romulus remained unexplained until Dionysius of Halicarnassus seemingly fabricated the entire lineage of Alban kings in his Roman Antiquities in the 1st century BC. These kings have scant characterization, and some names seem derived from local Latin geography, suggesting Dionysius might have named hills and places after these so-called ancient kings to lend credibility to his narrative. The story becomes active again with Numitor and Amulius, who are central to the legend of Romulus and Remus. The twins' tale is overtly mythical. Even the historian Livy questioned the divine aspects of Mars and the she-wolf. However, an even more dubious claim is that 7 kings ruled Rome for a total of 244 years, averaging reigns of 35 years each. Such longevity was rare, matched by only 2 emperors before the fall of Western Rome. This part of the story appears designed to bridge significant chronological gaps between the well-documented establishment of the Republic in 509 BC, the approximate founding of the city in the mid-700 SBC, and the mythic Trojan origins of Aeneas in the Bronze Age. Everything else seems to be narrative embellishment to tidy up a complex history. In the Republican era, Romans grappled with reconciling their dual founders within the same tradition. It wasn't until the Augustan period that they managed to harmonise the narratives, with Aeneas founding the dynasty and Romulus establishing the city. Unlike other classical states, such as Athens, which embraced multiple founder heroes, the Romans in the 1st century BC sought to unify their diverse stories into a single, continuous historical narrative. This wasn't about being factual in the modern sense, it was about creating a coherent story. Thus, the Alban kings were retroactively inserted to fill chronological gaps. But Aeneas and Romulus remain the pivotal figures. This mythological framework only needed to resonate with Romans, especially given the lack of records predating Rome's first sack in 390 BC. As pure history, it leaves us wanting more substance, but as a cultural artifact, it reveals what Romans valued and wanted others to know: their divine ancestry from Venus and Mars, their ancient lineage comparable to the Greeks, their diverse origins, their inherent civil strife, their fascination with wolves, and their opposition to tyranny. This origin myth encapsulates Roman identity, while the rest, as written by Livy, is just narrative embellishment. Although Romulus's legendary deeds seem ancient, they reflect later Roman values. His first act as king, welcoming outlaws and dispossessed individuals as citizens, may appear unheroic, but it highlights Rome's unique trait, its openness to diverse cultures and peoples. Rome considered itself the pinnacle of civilization, but was willing to adopt good ideas from others and integrate foreigners who embraced Roman customs and learned Latin. Unlike the Greeks, Rome readily granted citizenship to freed slaves, making it possible for individuals from any background to become Roman. This inclusive ethos underpinned Rome's expansive civilization. However, Rome's internal conflicts are also foreshadowed in the Romulus story, with its fratricidal origins hinting at the civil wars that would plague Rome for centuries. This tale, rather than justifying murder, serves as a sort of original sin, Rome's foundational crime that it would repeatedly confront. These narratives, solidified in the works of Livy and Virgil 7 centuries after Rome's founding, are our primary sources until archaeological discoveries shed more light on early Rome. As we move forward in time, Rome's historical image becomes clearer, particularly with the ousting of King Tarquin, the establishment of the Republic, and the development of civic institutions. However, their origin story grows more significant as it reflects Rome's evolving identity. The roots of Rome may not tell us much about the earliest Romans or their actual practices, but they reveal the qualities the Romans valued: cunning, adaptability, and resilience. Over the next 2 millennia, the Romans would indeed prove to be crafty bastards. Rome's expansion wasn't driven by an initial grand plan of conquest. Instead, after freeing themselves from Etruscan control and enduring the Gauls' invasion in 390 BC under Brennus, the Romans sought to secure their territory by neutralizing frontier threats. This process of expanding defense continued indefinitely. Individuals had personal or political motives, but collectively, this doctrine propelled Rome to conquer Etruria, Samnium, Magna Graecia, Carthage, Macedonia, Gaul, Syria, Egypt, Germania, and Parthia. There was always a new enemy to face, but to understand this gradual expansion, we need to examine Rome's enemies one at a time, just as the Romans did. In its early history, Rome experienced a turbulent relationship with its neighbours: the Etruscans to the north, the Samnites to the south, and later the Greek colonies of Magna Graecia further south. This spear-righted rivalry, quite literally involving spears, saw frequent clashes and conflicts. Amidst this turmoil, Rome was gradually developing its infrastructure and institutions, constructing walls, streets, a sewer system, stone temples, buildings, a governmental system inspired by the Greek polis, and a religious system akin to the Greek pantheon. Greek influence permeated early Roman institutions significantly. By the time the Romans expelled Tarquin and vowed never to have a king again, many of the Republic's structures were already established, including the Senate, the patrician nobility, and the citizen assembly. The shift to a republic was more a reorganization of power than a dramatic political revolution. The goal was to make the government more public and participatory, reflecting the term republic, derived from the Latin res publica, meaning public thing. The government was led by 2 annually elected consuls, praetors, who oversaw the justice system, and quaestors, who managed state finances. Aediles were responsible for city maintenance, handling food, games, infrastructure, and other civic matters. The Senate, while not directly legislating, issued policy opinions that were promptly implemented by respective officials. Most magistrates and senators in the early republic were patricians, leaving the plebeians, the common folk, feeling excluded from this so-called res publica. Unsurprisingly, the plebeians sought political and social rights and were determined to achieve them. During various military campaigns, plebeians, who made up the bulk of the army, would strike by sitting on a hill until the Senate granted their demands, such as the right to marry patricians, hold governmental positions in a special assembly, elect their representatives, or even serve as consul. By 287 BC, plebeians and patricians were essentially equal in all but name. This inclusive political evolution demonstrated the Roman Republic's unique blend of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. According to the historian Polybius, this mixed constitution and governance flexibility were among Rome's greatest strengths, providing a robust backbone for over 2,000 years, supporting the civilization's longevity. Shifting focus back to Rome's military history, the early Republican period progressed slowly. The struggle for plebeian rights spanned over 2 centuries, and the conquest of the Italian peninsula was equally gradual. Rome adopted a cautious approach, advancing in small steps and taking its time. This deliberate pace contrasted sharply with the rapid expansion of the Macedonian conquests to the east, which often led to fragmentation. Throughout the 4th and early 3rd centuries, Rome fought various neighbours and gradually extended its influence to the Bay of Naples, a modest advance given the time taken. Rome's military strategy centred on the doctrine of expanding defence, avoiding aggressive expansion, but engaging preemptively if an attack seemed imminent. Rome's wars were framed as just and pious, securing divine favour and ensuring a defensive posture, albeit with a readiness to strike first when necessary. That's how Rome managed to conquer the world, albeit defensively. By 280 BC, Rome had successfully taken control of Samnium and then set its sights on Magna Graecia in southern Italy. Magna Graecia, eager to retain its land, sought help from Greece, bringing in the formidable Hellenistic king, Pyrrhus of Epirus. Pyrrhus fought 2 battles against the Romans, emerging victorious, but with such heavy losses that he abandoned the campaign. After a detour to Sicily, he fought the Romans again, lost, and finally retreated to Greece. His costly victories gave rise to the term Pyrrhic victory, symbolising a win that comes at such a great expense that it is scarcely better than defeat. With no one left to defend Magna Graecia, Rome moved in, colonising the region. Unlike some conquerors who destroyed everything, Rome often preserved existing systems, maintaining stability. However, a notable exception in Roman history is the Punic Wars against Carthage. The First Punic War can be traced to a conflict involving some Sicilian pirates. Despite the inevitability of conflict between Rome and Carthage, their first war started when both were called to Sicily to settle a dispute between Syracuse and pirates. Lacking a navy, Rome quickly needed to adapt. Demonstrating their resourcefulness, the Romans reverse engineered a fleet of ships from wrecked Carthaginian vessels. Despite initial setbacks, Rome won significant battles, including the monumental Battle of Cape Ecnomus. Ultimately, Rome emerged victorious, claiming Sicily and imposing hefty reparations on Carthage. Rome also seized Corsica and Sardinia, further humiliating Carthage. In the following decades, Carthage, under General Hamilcar Barca, colonised parts of Spain to mine silver for reparations. Hamilcar and his son Hannibal harboured deep resentment towards Rome. By 219 BC, Hannibal's attack on the Roman ally Saguntum in Spain prompted Rome to declare war. Hannibal famously led his army, including 37 elephants, across the Alps into Italy. Although most of the elephants perished, their presence struck fear into the Romans. In Italy, Hannibal's tactical genius shone through with victories in northern Italy, despite being deep in enemy territory with limited supplies. For 16 years, he wreaked havoc across the peninsula, burning farms and hoping to force Rome into submission. In 216 BC, at the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal delivered Rome's most crushing defeat. Using a clever tactical manoeuvre, he encircled and annihilated a vast Roman army, leaving Rome devastated. However, Despite losing 50,000 soldiers, they refused to concede, showcasing the tenacity and determination that characterized their rise to power. This unwavering spirit allowed Rome to eventually outlast Hannibal and maintain their dominance. In 211 BCE, the young Publius Cornelius Scipio accepted a generalship for the Spanish campaign, widely considered a suicide mission. Surprisingly, he spent the next 5 years successfully driving the Carthaginians out of Spain. After his campaign, he devised a brilliant strategy to bring the fight back to Carthage. However, the Senate, believing this to be another doomed endeavour, allowed him to proceed but refused to fund his armies. Undeterred, Scipio raised a couple of legions in Italy and Sicily and made his way to North Africa. Predictably, he faced no other outcome. While Hannibal was an undeniably brilliant general, known for his audacious feats like crossing the Alps, campaigning in Italy for 16 years, and annihilating a Roman army, Scipio's genius lay in his distinctly Roman ability to adopt and adapt. The Romans excelled at recognizing and incorporating good ideas, and rarely repeated the same mistake. Scipio studied the Battle of Cannae and knew how to defeat Carthage. Recognizing the importance of the Numidian cavalry to the Carthaginian forces, Scipio exploited a Numidian civil war to secure some of their cavalry for himself. By doing so, he significantly weakened Carthage on his own turf and nearly forced their surrender when, surprise, Hannibal returned. History enthusiasts everywhere anticipated an epic showdown. On the eve of the Battle of Zama, Hannibal and Scipio allegedly met, as detailed in Livy's History of Rome, Book 30, chapters 30 and 31. It's worth reading. They began by admiring each other. Then Hannibal philosophized about fortune, offered Scipio life advice, and requested peace. Scipio responded, "I was considering peace, but now that you've brought an army, I can't back down." Hannibal, "I respect you, but you've left me no choice. I have to defeat you." The next day, the Battle of Zama saw decisive action. Scipio's Numidian cavalry routed the Carthaginian cavalry. The infantry battle was close until the Roman cavalry returned from behind the Carthaginian lines to secure victory. It was a hard-fought and intense battle, but the Second Punic War was won. Half a century later, amid Cato the Elder's persistent cause of Carthago delenda est, Rome returned to raze Carthage to the ground. Later tales embellished this victory with stories of salting the earth to prevent Carthage's resurgence. Literally, this is false, since Rome later built its own Carthage on the same site. However, the tale reflects how thoroughly they obliterated the Carthaginian state. This fable is a crucial part of Roman tradition, illustrating their extreme bitterness. There's regular bitterness, there's 90% dark chocolate bitterness, and then there's Rome's level of hatred, so intense they erase your empire forever. The moral is clear: Rome doesn't mess around, so don't mess with Rome. Salt or not, that much is true. With Spain and North Africa now thoroughly Romanized, the focus moved eastward as Rome proceeded to clean up the bickering and decaying Hellenistic kingdoms left in the wake of Alexander the Short-Sighted's campaigns. The Macedonians had aided Carthage in the Punic Wars, giving Rome ample reason for military action. And military action, or bespearment, as I whimsically call stance on conquest. It was crucial that Italy be unified through diplomacy and generosity, because it was Italy. However, these new territories were explicitly deemed provinces of Rome. Despite Rome still being a republic without an emperor, it undeniably had an empire by this time. After conquering Greece and acquiring the kingdom of Pergamum through a will, Rome was clearly the dominant force in the Mediterranean, but there was one thing their expansion defence could not guard against: themselves. By the mid-100 SBC, Rome had become skilled at exporting violence. In 146, they concluded the Punic War trilogy by burning Carthage to the ground, and in the same year, the Roman army looted, destroyed, and enslaved the inhabitants of Corinth, finalising their conquest of Greece. This was a great year for Roman cartographers, who happily shaded Greece and North Africa red, but a mixed blessing for the new subjects, not citizens living there. Violence was a core component of Roman statecraft abroad, and with the close relationship between the military and political establishments, it was only a matter of time before this approach influenced local politics. Oh no! With that ominous introduction, let's meet the Gracchi brothers. Members of the lower plebeian class, these brothers were the sons of a consul and general, and the maternal grandsons of the renowned general Scipio Africanus. During his political career, the elder brother Tiberius worked to reform land rights to be more equitable. The plan was that no one could own more than half a square mile of public land acquired by the state during wars. A notable amount of public land had been recently acquired by the state during wars. His idea was to divide this land into small lots for poorer citizens, so that all, well, not all, but the citizens had a farm and livelihood of their own. The thing is, a version of this law had existed since 367 BC, but it was unenforced, allowing wealthy Romans and generals to accumulate vast amounts of public land during recent conquests. Naturally, the reason this law was ignored was the same reason Tiberius struggled to reinstate it. Rome's wealthiest citizens, often senators, had much to lose from a law that capped a major source of their family wealth. However, Tiberius himself was not a senator. In 133 BC, he held the office of tribune, traditionally the only office available to the lower plebeian class. Over generations, reforms and classic bullying eroded the barriers between patricians and plebeians, and the tribune had significant power, including the authority to veto many government actions and upper magistrates. Tiberius's father used this veto to save Scipio Africanus from a sham bribery trial in the 180 SBC, which supposedly led to Scipio's daughter being quickly betrothed into the Gracchi family. This sidebar aside, the relevant point is how Rome's weaponized gridlock pressured the Senate to act in the plebeians' interest. But this time, as Tiberius pushed his legislation through the plebeian assembly, the senators persuaded an aristocratic-leaning tribune to veto it. This action was legal but unprecedented, and despite Tiberius's entreaties, neither the Senate nor the other tribune would relent. Consequently, Tiberius took an equally novel approach by deposing his fellow tribune, nullifying the veto, and finally pushing through the reforms, with himself ensuing conflict escalated, and without any weapons, they used what was at hand, ultimately beating Tiberius to death with clubs and chairs. Later on, stabbing Caesar with knives was one thing, but using chairs, that's a full body workout, requiring intent and persistence. This marked the first time Roman political violence turned inward, spilling into republican politics. With that bloody threshold crossed so dramatically, it certainly wouldn't be the last. The senators were already too deeply involved to retreat, so they proceeded to kill another 300 of Crassus's supporters, thus introducing political martyrdom and removing any hesitation about the efficacy of assassination. Now, regarding Tiberius's brother, Gaius, his story is equally intriguing. Unfazed by his brother's gruesome fate, Gaius embarked on even more radical reforms when he became tribune in 123. These new policies included overhauling the provincial tax system, so income returned to Rome instead of the governors, using the new revenue to offer low-cost wheat to the Roman people. Additionally, he curbed bribery in the courts and stopped the Senate from favouring certain consuls. Gaius's consistent strategy was to prevent senatorial corruption by elevating the equestrian class to advisory and oversight roles in the Republic. Far more ambitious than Tiberius's land laws, this comprehensive set of reforms touched nearly every level of government, from revenue to public programs, courts to consuls, requiring significant support to pass. Gaius allied with the equestrians, offering them new authority and prestige in exchange for passing laws to help the poor and improve the Republic's functioning. While this all seemed noble, remember that Gaius's brother was assassinated, so he understandably held a grudge. To address this, he limited the Senate's power to prosecute without the Assembly's consent, and forbade anyone deposed by the Assembly from holding any other office. On paper, this was a power grab for the Assembly, but those were also reasonable laws. Despite the Senate's animosity, he remained extremely popular with the Roman people, securing a second consecutive term as tribune in 122. However, Gaius misstepped by raising the issue of citizenship. Essentially, Rome was Rome, and proper Romans were citizens, but outside Rome, the Latin-speaking population weren't citizens, and other Italians in the peninsula had even fewer rights than the Latins. Gaius sensed widespread discontent among these allied non-citizens, and thought he could win them over by granting Latin rights to free Italians and making Latins full citizens. One could imagine how such a grateful new voting bloc would gladly elect Gaius to anything forever. But while this solution was clever, it was intensely unpopular with every class of Roman citizen, causing the measure to fail completely, his popularity to plummet despite his remarkable reforms, and he lost his next election for tribune handily. Wait, hold on. This isn't an assassination, it's just realpolitik. Damn it. Wait, there's another page. Oh yeah, here we go. So one of Gaius's favourite policies was establishing new colonies for Roman citizens in Carthage and Italy, giving proper Romans places to live in these freshly conquered provinces they fought so hard to obtain. But the new tribune wanted to dissolve these colonies, prompting Gaius to instigate illegal protests against it, and during the resulting skirmishes, one of Gaius's supporters was killed. The Senate, alarmed by classic Gracchi brothers' power move, so they enacted the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, an ultimate decree labelling Gaius and his allies as enemies of the state and giving themselves the power to strategically eliminate them. Consequently, the senators went into action. Gaius and his followers fortified themselves atop the Aventine Hill, so the consul raised a mob and brought soldiers into the city to fight their way up. Sources vary on the specifics as usual, but Gaius likely fell on his own sword before the Senate found him. So, technically, he wasn't actually assassinated. However, 3,000 of his supporters were definitively killed during and after the riot, and that purge created a blueprint for targeted political violence that future Romans would eagerly follow. In the years that followed, nearly all of Gaius's laws were repealed, but his impact lingered throughout the last century of the Republic. His significant reforms remained highly controversial, and the political violence of his era became alarmingly common. Decades later, the issue of citizenship sparked the social war in 91 BC, which ended with all Italians receiving full citizenship, but nearly toppled the Roman state in the process. Meanwhile, the equestrian class greatly benefited from Gaius's reforms, gaining vast new powers without the checks or traditions that kept the Senate somewhat restrained. The Roman Republic didn't collapse overnight, and the worst of its civil wars were yet to come, multiple times over. But the reforms, political struggles, and violent deaths of the Gracchi brothers made corruption easier, and that was a temptation the Romans absolutely did not need, because nobody could harm Rome like Rome. Okay, Rome, hold up. You had no political violence for 400 years. Things were going really well. Please don't mess this up. Oh, wow. Yeah, they really messed this one up, didn't they? Jeez, yikes, where do we start? Well, crises like the Gracchi derive partly from the Roman patron-client system, where a wealthy and influential Roman provided for his clients, who in turn supported him politically. This worked fine on a small scale, but became problematic when people tried to buy public support in large amounts. On top of that, there were 3 mass slave revolts in Sicily and Italy. Then there was the Social War, where most of Italy revolted against Rome, resulting in all Italians being granted full citizenship. And let's not forget the Catiline conspiracy to overthrow the consulship of Cicero. All those civil wars were resolved, but still, that's a lot of internal conflict in just 50 years. However, the worst by far were the factional civil wars between the populist populares and the aristocratic optimates. These included the 2 civil wars between Marius and Sulla. Gaius Marius, a 7-time consul and general who conquered parts of North Africa and resolved the social war, led the populares. The optimates, led by Lucius Sulla, another successful general, were the ones who had assassinated the Gracchi brothers. Satisfied with their past actions, when Sulla returned from a campaign in Anatolia, he marched his army into Rome, declared himself dictator, and massacred his rival populares twice. He did all of that twice. That's significant. In 50 years, we went from no Romans being killed over politics to armies marching on Rome and carrying out prescribed hit lists of political enemies. Things were really, really bad in the 1st century. For now, let's recap. Rome began as a small, inconsequential city and expanded very gradually through deliberate strategies. First, First, it conquered Italy, then the islands, then Spain, and soon after, Greece, North Africa, and Anatolia. What amazes me is that a typical Roman would only witness a small part of this expansion. Whether by design or not, the Romans were patient. Their blend of intelligence, skills, and strategic restraint allowed them to build something greater than themselves. As Rome grew, it seemed to be creating a world far more substantial and stable than the chaotic conquests of a young Greek on a horse. But, as we'll see, this stability only lasted as long as Rome exercised restraint, which wasn't guaranteed. The Roman Republic, perhaps the ancient world's most brilliant form of government. It had a tough time in its later years, but with the right leaders, I believe it could continue for centuries, like this guy right here, Julius Caesar, who I'm sure will do everything possible to preserve the Republic. We've seen that as Roman politics became increasingly factional and Roman territory expanded, the frequency of civil wars rose dramatically, with barely a decade passing between 135 and 30 BC without some form of internal conflict. It's honestly a minor miracle that Rome didn't permanently split before we even got to Caesar. So, as we move forward in history and discuss our old friend Julius, I want to consider whether the Roman Republic, not Rome itself, but specifically its republican system of government, was doomed to fail, or if it had any chance of survival. Because answering that question is crucial when we evaluate figures like Caesar and Augustus and their actions. But since I'm impatient, I'll give you my answer now. I believe the Republic had almost no chance of surviving on its own. 0. You saw what happened in the first century. You know the state Rome was in. Individual motives were irreversibly misaligned with the state's welfare. I love the Roman Republic. It's one of my favourite systems of government ever, but it was doomed. So, with our frail republic on its last legs, let's meet the man who put it out of its misery, Julius Caesar. To illustrate what kind of person Caesar really was, I'll tell you a story about some Cilician pirates. When Caesar was in his early 20s, he was captured by a band of pirates who intended to ransom him for 20 talents of silver. There's no agreed upon conversion between talents and US dollars, but for our purposes, let's say 1 talent is about $1 million. When Caesar heard this amount, he laughed and demanded they ask for a more respectable 50 talents instead. The pirates, charmed by Caesar's overwhelming confidence and sharp cheekbones, I might add, were happy to keep him around for the sheer entertainment. He played games with them, told stories, and even wrote poems and speeches for them. Sometimes they'd joke about how bad his speeches were, and Caesar would respond by saying that when he got free, he'd come back and crucify every last one of them, which the pirates found hilarious. Eventually, the pirates got their 50 talents and let Caesar go. But about 5 seconds later, Caesar returned with a fleet, arrested all of them, and casually reclaimed his 50 talents. He brought the pirates to the provincial governor, but since the governor didn't seem to care much, Caesar took matters into his own hands and kept his promise by crucifying all of them. Fun. The moral of the story is that Caesar cared a lot about his image, was incredibly charismatic, wasn't afraid to take matters into his own hands, and didn't mess around. Moving on to more historically significant topics, Gaius Julius Caesar was a wealthy nobleman from a distinguished family traced its lineage back to the epic hero Aeneas and his mother Venus. However, Caesar felt slighted because his father had never become consul. In Roman culture, the idea of nobilitas was based on the notion that one could inherit excellence but needed to prove it through commendable achievements in the present. Unlike the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, the Industrial Revolution, and the early modern period, one couldn't simply rely on family prestige. Action was required in ancient Rome. Caesar's father's lack of a consulship was a significant issue, so his main goal in life was to validate his nobilitas by becoming consul. To achieve this, he allied with two prominent Romans, Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, and Pompey, Rome's most accomplished general, forming an informal alliance known as the First Triumvirate. They were all close allies. Pompey married Caesar's daughter. Crassus financed Caesar's path to the consulship in 59 BC, and Caesar passed laws benefiting both Pompey and Crassus. It was an advantageous arrangement. While pushing through debt forgiveness and land redistribution legislation, Caesar likely, definitely, violated several procedural norms and engaged in illegal activities. However, as consul, he held imperium, the Roman equivalent of a gold Mario star, which protected him from prosecution while in office, regularly overriding his co-consul's vetoes on the principle of "because I said so," and filling the city with legionaries to intimidate political opponents were definite no-nos to the Roman elite, but no one could effectively oppose him. During Caesar's year in power, he was secure, but once his consulship and imperium ended, he became a significant target. He needed to maintain his imperium until he could run for consul again in 10 years. Conveniently, governors and generals also held imperium, so Caesar's next move was to secure a governorship of a province and command of a few legions to campaign with all the imperium he needed until he could run for consul again. Some senators, fearing Caesar would do exactly that, tried to downgrade his guarantee for governor of a province to, essentially, governor of the Italian woods. However, Pompey and Crassus, once again, had enough influence to overturn that. Wealth and military might tend to get you a lot in life. This situation highlighted the Republic's fragility. Anyone with enough connections and resources could disrupt the normal flow of government and steer it for personal gain. As a result, Caesar secured 4 legions and a favourable governorship in southern Gaul, with a significant amount of military imperium to keep him safe, and began campaigning in Gaul for the next 10 years. It's remarkable how much we know about these campaigns, largely because Caesar wrote extensive commentaries on them. This was crucial as he justified his continued campaign in Gaul year after year by showcasing his prowess and success, building support among the Roman people. Plus, we gained a historical record from it, so it was a win-win situation. Caesar's writings might be notoriously dull to read, but we can overlook that for now. Let's cover Caesar's campaign in enough detail to be thorough, yet concise enough to not overstay our welcome. In 58 BC, Caesar launched an attack on the crossing the English Channel. His initial invasion of Britain was a failure, so the next year he returned with a massive fleet, pushing as far north as the Thames. After his previous year's humiliating scramble on British beaches, Caesar needed to demonstrate Rome's might to his enemies, to himself, and to the Romans back home. Oh, and he also lost an entire legion to a winter ambush. Whoops! In 53 BC, he revisited Germany, leaving half his bridge intact as a "don't make me come back" warning. The following year marked the peak of the campaign, as King Vercingetorix unified the remaining Gallic tribes against Rome. After some back and forth skirmishes, Vercingetorix fortified himself in the hill city of Alesia. Caesar needed to besiege the city while also guarding against potential attacks on his own forces, so he built a 10-mile-long wall facing inward and a 14-mile-long wall facing outward. That's 24 miles of fortification, showcasing Caesar's determination to capture Alesia. Then, a massive Gallic force approached to relieve the city. Caesar cunningly sent a cavalry detachment to attack, which the Gauls mistook for the first wave of a larger Roman reinforcement, causing them to panic and flee. Consequently, Caesar took the city, effectively securing all of Gaul under his control. That's how you conduct a campaign. The next 2 years were spent mopping up the remaining resistance, as Caesar still had a few years before he could legally buy his way to the consulship again. Complicating matters, Crassus died in Parthia, and Pompey, feeling emboldened, persuaded the Senate to rescind Caesar's governorship of Gaul. Even the triumvirate, supposedly immune to factionalism, fell victim to it. This was not a good sign. Realizing that returning to Rome alone was a near certain death sentence, Caesar, feeling confident, decided to cross the Rubicon River with the 13th Legion, famously declaring, "Alea jacta est," the die is cast. Pompey and most of the Senate promptly fled to Greece. Caesar, rallying the people's support, was proclaimed temporary dictator with the aim of restoring peace, despite having instigated the civil war. Against all odds, he crushed Pompey's forces in Greece at the Battle of Pharsalus. He then pursued Pompey to the ends of the earth, or rather, to Egypt. Seeking refuge with the boy King Ptolemy, Pompey was shockingly beheaded instead. A truly terrible way to begin a vacation. Caesar was utterly appalled to see Pompey's head, because first and foremost, it was revolting, but also because Pompey was a fellow Roman citizen, and Caesar had planned to pardon him rather than execute him. This serves as a reminder of how effective communication can prevent disasters. Caesar was quite known for his clemency, which was his hallmark, excluding the pirates he crucified. Besides some minor pardons during the Gallic campaign, Caesar pardoned nearly all of Pompey's army and his supporters who fled to Greece. In my view, this is one of the most crucial aspects of Caesar's character. He was undoubtedly a controversial figure, arguably even a menace, but it's vital to balance the positive with the negative, because neither exists in isolation. He violated numerous laws and compromised his integrity just to become consul, yet he introduced moderate reforms that benefited the populace. He caused massive casualties among Gauls and Romans in the wars after his consulship, but he offered clemency more generously than any other Roman might have. Though he essentially made himself a king present a comprehensive perspective, helping you understand the dilemmas faced by people like Brutus when plotting to assassinate him. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Or rather, ahead of myself. Awkward. While in Egypt contemplating what to do with poor Pompey's head, Caesar was manoeuvring both politically and romantically with Queen Cleopatra, supporting her in her civil war against her brother. This arrangement was mutually beneficial. Cleopatra could rely on Caesar's Rome to support, rather than annex Egypt, and Caesar could count on Cleopatra's Egypt as a steady source of food, aiding his generous public food programs. Additionally, Cleopatra was reportedly an utterly captivating conversationalist, making the alliance even more advantageous. After Caesar returned to Rome, his term as dictator was extended to 10 years. During his dictatorship, Caesar implemented numerous reforms promoting public welfare, governmental efficiency, and general stability. He limited the political and military power of provincial governors, primarily to prevent others from doing to him what he did to Pompey and the Senate. He reformed the cumbersome old Roman calendar so effectively that a version of it is still in use today. He also conducted a census, initiated several building projects, unified the Roman provinces more closely with Italy, and overall proved to be a remarkably competent leader. Did he engage in numerous illegal activities to reach this point? Absolutely. But did he enact significantly beneficial reforms that the people cherished? Absolutely. After a lengthy career of disrupting the system, Caesar's first and ultimate mistake was assuming no one could do to him what he did to the Republic. In March 44 BC, Caesar was named dictator for life, causing many senators to become very uneasy because he was essentially a king, and Rome still had a strong aversion to kings. Thus, on the Ides of March, Brutus, Cassius, and about 60 other senators surrounded and killed Caesar in Pompey's theatre. Ironically, Caesar's final moments are highly debated, but I believe that upon seeing Brutus, his friend whom he had pardoned after Pharsalus, among the conspirators, he accepted his fate and fell, covering his face with his toga. I don't think Caesar had the eloquence for grand last words while being stabbed 23 times. No one does. The assassins fancied themselves as liberators and restorers of the Republic, but failed to recognize that the Romans genuinely liked Caesar because he was a generous and effective leader. While I disapprove of Caesar's motives and methods, I detest his assassins. He granted them clemency, and they killed him. Dante places Brutus and Cassius in the lowest circle of hell for betraying their benefactor, and I agree with Dante on this one. So, that's Caesar, stabbed 23 times and left to die on the floor of the Curia. Brutus and Cassius, sensing the public's mood, fled to Greece to gather an army. In my opinion, Caesar effectively dismantled the Republic long before he officially became dictator. He demonstrated how fragile the system was. Let's break it down. He bribed his way into power, forced legislation through the Senate illegally, intimidated his opponents with threats of violence, avoided any repercussions through technicalities, used Roman resources for his own gain, marched a legion into Rome, and initiated a civil war for his personal benefit. The bulk of Caesar's political career was either blatantly unrepublican or outright illegal. Remember, only after all this did the Senate first name Caesar as dictator. By the time he was named Dictator Perpetuo and essentially became a monarch, he had already shown that the Republic was fundamentally flawed. For much of the Republic's history, its strength came from exceptional Roman collaboration, but its downfall was due to the selfishness of powerful individuals. People realized how fragile and exploitable the Republic's institutions were when stretched across the Mediterranean. Thus, Rome faced two possible outcomes: continuous civil wars tearing it apart, or a governmental shift to reduce the chances of such conflicts. Without a complete overhaul of the Republic's core mechanisms, it was monarchy or bust to stop the chaos. While Augustus becoming emperor was not guaranteed, Rome's shift from a republic to a monarchy was inevitable for its survival. It's paradoxical, but Caesar saved Rome by destroying the unstable and unworkable republic. He exploited its institutions, but in doing so demonstrated the effectiveness of a strong central government, laying the foundation for Rome's future achievements. Today, Caesar destroys the republic. Next time, Augustus builds an empire. With Caesar dead, where do we go from here? Let's dive into history and find out. If you were one of the senators who had just assassinated your dictator, your first move would be to flee. The assassins thought they were about to restore the Republic's former glory, but didn't expect Caesar's immense popularity among the people. They didn't receive the applause they anticipated, so Brutus, Cassius, and others fled to Greece to gather an army. Back in Rome, Caesar's body lay on the Senate floor. Part of the Senate was absent, and those present mostly disliked Caesar. A power vacuum emerged. Consul Marcus Antonius, Caesar's ally, attempted to position himself as Caesar's avenger, to rally popular support and fill the void. He managed to compromise, granting the assassins amnesty if Caesar's reforms remained. However, like Caesar, Antony found that while the people liked him, the Senate, particularly Cicero, did not. After his consulship, Antony left to govern Cisalpine Gaul. With Rome in chaos, let's turn to Augustus, then known as Gaius Octavianus after his father. Historians call the pre-imperial Augustus Octavian for clarity. Octavian, Caesar's great-nephew, was fairly close to him. At the time of the assassination, he was studying in Epirus, and upon learning of Caesar's death, rushed to Rome. In Italy, he read Caesar's will and received the most valuable thing Caesar could give him: his name. From that day, Gaius Octavianus was known as Gaius Julius Caesar, the adopted heir to Caesar himself. That was monumental. Now, Gaius, Little Caesar, Octavian, and Mark, I'll drink and seduce anything, Antony, were both vying to avenge Caesar against the assassins. This was crucial for both of them, because that position would bring not only glory, but also a ton of power. Essentially, Octavian succeeded in this because he was a masterful manipulator of iconography and cultural symbolism, even persuading all of Rome that Caesar had ascended to godhood. The next series of political maneuvers are honestly overly complicated, but the main point is that most people just wanted to be on the victorious side, no matter which side that was, leading to constantly shifting alliances. Octavian was likely the one pushing Cicero to deliver those scathing speeches against Antony, and after Antony fled Caesar's veterans that he could pay them if they remained loyal to him. So Octavian, interestingly, allied with the Senate to fight Antony, which, on paper, seems illogical because, the whole Caesar's Avenger thing. In reality, however, Octavian was very pragmatic, and if aiding the anti-Caesar Senate against the pro-Caesar Antony seemed politically advantageous, he'd do it without hesitation. As such, Octavian and the 2 consuls that year marched up to Mutina against Antony. Octavian's senatorial army won, but both consuls were killed in the battle. When the Senate asked Octavian to disband his army, he replied, "Ha ha, that's a good one, no," and joined forces with Mark Antony to march on Rome with 8 legions and politely demand that the Senate declare him consul or else. And they did. With the Senate's reluctant agreement, Mark Antony went to Spain to meet up with his Caesarian political ally, Marcus Licinius. Meanwhile, remember Pompey? First triumvirate, fought a civil war with Caesar, beheaded on an Egyptian beach. Yeah, that guy. So the Senate granted Pompey's son Sextus command of the Republic's entire navy and Sicily as a base. Also, Brutus and Cassius were happily serving as governors of Macedonia and Syria, respectively, just doing their thing, building up their armies, all that jazz. The Senate got a really great deal out of that amnesty agreement. Following the misunderstanding at Mutina, Octavian allied with Mark Antony and his friend Lepidus to form the Triumviri Republicae Constituente, in English, the triumvirate for the reconstitution of the Republic, and in simpler terms, the 3 guys for making Rome avoid another civil war team. Unlike the first triumvirate, which was an informal political alliance between Pompey, Crassus, and Caesar, this second triumvirate, created by plebiscite, was a legally recognised entity that gave each triumvir full dictatorial power, so everything they said or did was law. Now, what exactly reconstituting the Republic meant was up for debate, but as far as the triumvirate was concerned, the most pressing matter was dealing with Brutus and Cassius in the east, and financing the armies needed for that would have been quite costly. The Senate would likely have opposed this because, in their view, the formation of the triumvirate was nothing more than the plebeian assembly handing over Rome to a few Caesar followers playing dictator. So, the triumvirate had to contend not only with the distant threat of the assassins, but also with local hostility in the Senate. To resolve this issue, they split the difference and killed all of them. The triumvirate took a page out of Sulla's book and drew up a hit list of Rome's enemies, which conveniently included about 300 wealthy anti-Caesarian senators and around 2,000 landowners in Rome. The kicker is that everyone's assets were seized upon their death, so the triumvirate conveniently amassed insane amounts of money by eliminating their political enemies. The proscriptions began with that initial 2,000, some odd people, but quickly expanded to double that number. They wiped out over a third of the Senate. This was obviously pretty brutal. I mean, it worked, but wow. They killed Cicero and displayed his head in the forum. There's no way the triumvirate comes out of this not looking like murderous tyrants. Civil war is one thing, but this was domestic slaughter. The next next major event for the triumvirs was to use their unlawfully acquired wealth to fund a campaign against the assassins. Antony and Octavian marched their forces into Greece and faced Brutus and Cassius at Philippi. Antony defeated Cassius, who then committed suicide, while Brutus overran Octavian's camp. But conveniently, Octavian survived because for some reason he wasn't present. Suspicious. After that, Antony returned to Octavian's camp and defeated Brutus, who also took his own life. So the triumvirs emerged victorious, but Antony did all the heavy lifting, and there's a possibility that Octavian may have completely avoided the battle. Forget the prescriptions. To the Romans, Philippi was the biggest blot on Octavian's record, and you can see him trying to compensate by using calculated military imagery for decades afterward. After Philippi, the Republic was somewhat slightly restored, and following a reconquered East and a decimated Senate, the triumvirs became the most powerful figures in the Roman world. They divided it into East, West, and South, with Octavian taking Italy, Spain, Gaul, and Illyria, Antony taking Greece, Anatolia, Cyrenaica, and Syria, and poor Lepidus getting Carthage and a small part of the African coast. If you sense that Lepidus was irrelevant, you're right. He was. Poor Lepidus. On paper, things appeared peaceful and stable, but late Republican Rome, it really wasn't. I mean, 3 people, 2 people, each controlling a third, half of the Roman world, each of whom was aiming to emulate Caesar's model of solo ruling Rome. That's fine, right? Yeah, I'm sure they'll be just totally perfectly fine. No stress. After Caesar's assassination, Roman politics got even stranger than they were in the previous century, which, given the frequent and pervasive civil wars, is really saying something. After the military success of the triumvirate, the collective Roman citizenry hoped desperately that it wouldn't immediately lead to another war. Well, bad news, folks. The Roman Republic had been living on borrowed time for over a century by this point, so realistically, we're looking at 4, maybe 5 minutes, tops, before it all collapses. Fun times, right? The period of peace following the defeat of the assassins and the decimation of the anti-Caesarian senators in the notorious prescriptions was uneasy, to say the least. Memories of numerous battles fought, Italian fields burned and soaked in Roman blood, and family members killed were fresh in everyone's minds. So many people doubted that they were looking at a long-term solution. In poetry, this era is called the Great Fear, when everyone was extremely anxious about civil wars, fearful, you might say, and 100% certain that there would be more of them. Rome's greatest poets of the time, Horace and Virgil, poignantly capture the constant fear felt by the populace. And, as it happens, the poets were pretty much right about the looming threat of civil war. In the East, Antony was consolidating his power by forming alliances with nearby monarchs to gather money and military strength for his planned campaign to Parthia. But perhaps wife, Fulvia, led a revolt against Octavian and briefly captured Rome. Octavian then drove them out to Gaul and crushed the uprising, after which he sacrificed 300 of the conspirators, not imprisoned, not merely executed, sacrificed. Octavian conducted human sacrifices of fellow Romans on the altar of the deified Julius Caesar. The ancient world was accustomed to animal sacrifices, but when it came to people, Romans did not practice that. So, I'm just going to add this next to mass murder of wealthy Romans on the list of Octavian's deeply disturbing personality traits. Now, the golden rule of late Republican Rome is that anyone named Pompey is bound to be a colossal nuisance for anyone named Caesar, and that's definitely the case here. Sextus Pompey, son of Pompey the Headless, had been causing trouble in the Mediterranean for the better part of 8 years following Caesar's assassination. Rome was a mess, and I mean that on every level. Living in Rome was chaotic. Dealing with Rome was chaotic. And in our case, talking about Rome is chaotic. Admittedly, that's like 80% of the fun with them, because there is no single history of Rome. The perspective of every era, every province, every social class, and every outsider is completely different. Instead, my aim today is to narrate a comprehensive history of Rome as a Mediterranean civilization state, not just focusing on warfare, nor literature, nor politics, nor architecture. Man, I wish, and certainly not imperial tabloid scandal, but a history of the idea of Rome, the collective consciousness that defines the Senatus, Populusque Romanus, the Senate and people of Rome. Those 4 letters, SPQR, weren't just a moniker the Romans called themselves. It was a communal promise that remained true throughout centuries of evolution and change. And qualities like that make Rome feel really special. There's honestly nothing like it. And I think it's important to appreciate not just what Rome became, but how much slow, careful, calculated effort was put into its cultivation and preservation. As we'll see in a minute, early Roman history is a notoriously slow burn, as generation after generation dedicated themselves to something they'd never see the end of. And I just think that's really cool. So, as we start from the very beginning of the Roman story and weave our way through 2 millennia of glory, triumph, and deeply hilarious disasters, let's dive into history. Rome was not built in a day, but it was built, consciously and with intentionality. Roman civilization, as we understand it, is the product of millions of people, men and women, young and old, weak and powerful, working over millennia to make their culture something spectacular. We can see that they built and accomplished amazing things across 3 continents, but what's less obvious is what they built on. Not literally, mind you, that's usually just brick or stone, but what cultural foundation sustained so huge an idea as Rome? That's the kind of question that takes us to the very beginnings of their history, as we try to figure out what inciting incident led to all of this. However, any records from the earliest Roman chronicles are agonizingly absent, as the city was sacked and burned in 390 by a tribe of Gauls, so we are instead left at the mercy of Roman legend, completely ahistorical and highly propagandistic. But despite this rather considerable setback in understanding the earliest roots centuries of Roman history, we can work with this, because later Romans also didn't know where exactly they came from, and were voraciously curious to fix that. So, lacking a verifiable answer, they instead devised one, consciously and intentionally compiling a narrative out of half-remembered myths and historical foreshadowing of the later Rome they knew. This web of folk tales, retold and refined by centuries of storytellers until their codification around the turn of the millennium, is our best source of cultural intent and ambition for the Rome that was to be. So, let's untangle this Roman creation myth to better understand the underlying roots of Rome. If we take the Romans at their word, their origins goeth thusly: 1100 something or other BC, Troy's on fire, and one lucky prince, Aeneas, escaped. He made his way to Italy with interruptions and won kingship of the plain of Latium, but it's not Rome time quite yet. His descendants ruled in Alba Longa, a short way south of the Tiber River, for 4 centuries, until the Alban king Numitor got deposed by his brother Amulius, who made Numitor's daughter, Rhea Silvia, a Vestal virgin to ensure the bloodline ends with her. This was always a failing strategy when Olympians were afoot, and sure enough, the war god Mars slid in to give her twin sons, Romulus and Remus. Amulius demanded they be killed river style, but they were saved at the banks of the Tiber by a she-wolf, who then nursed them through early childhood before they were taken in by shepherds, bringing the twins' parent count to 1 dad, 2 moms, 1 god, and a wolf. They grew up and deposed that nasty, awful Amulius, and later set about founding a new settlement along the Tiber. A brotherly quarrel escalated as they were plotting out the course of their new wars, and Romulus killed Remus in the first, but distinctly not last, Roman on Roman violence. So, kids, that's the reason it's called Rome, and not Remi. With his reign secured and the city established in 753 BC, Romulus set about populating his new city by inviting bandits, exiles, and various outcasts, and then seizing the Sabine women en masse to ensure Rome's future generations. Unlike Rhea Silvia, not everyone can claim to have been struck by the god of war, but the Romans definitely took notes from his example. Romulus also introduced several foundational elements of Roman society: the tribes, the patrician and plebeian classes, marriage laws, the patron-client system, and even the Senate, which seemed to spring into existence, fully formed from Romulus' mind. Following him, 6 more kings ruled Rome, the last 3 of whom were from the Etruscan Tarquini clan, with the final ruler being Tarquinius Superbus, also known as Tarq Superbus, who was an absolute tyrant. His continuous tyranny incited the Romans to stage their very first coup d'etat, an exciting event that led to the ousting of Tarquin and the establishment of the Roman Republic in 509 BC. From there, the Italian peninsula was destined to eventually come under the might of Rome's military prowess and effective civic institutions, and it was only a matter of time before the entire Mediterranean followed suit. This origin story is dignified, orderly, somewhat self-indulgent, but above all, convenient. So, let's delve into it and, dissect it thoroughly. To begin with, Rome's founding date of 753 BC is an estimate proposed in the 1st century BC to roughly align with the documented by Greek sources during the Republic, Aeneas lived during the Bronze Age, well before 753 BC, leaving a substantial 4-century gap between Aeneas and Romulus that was largely unaccounted for until Dionysius of Halicarnassus seemingly invented the concept of the Alban kings in his Roman Antiquities from the 1st century BC. The kings of Alba Longa have minimal characterization, and some can be linked to nearby Latian place names, making it plausible that Dionysius fabricated connections, insisting that specific hills were named after these ancient kings. It's only when we reach the twins' backstory that the Alban kings, Numitor and Amulius, play any significant role. The tale of Romulus and Remus is overtly mythical, and even Livy questions the involvement of Mars and the she-wolf. However, what might be more incredible than divine parentage is the idea that 7 kings ruled Rome for a combined 244 years, averaging 35 years each, a feat matched by only 2 emperors before the fall of Western Rome. This part of the story appears meticulously retrofitted to align a messy chronology between key events. The well-documented establishment of the Republic in 509 BC, the vaguely dated foundation of the city in the mid-700s, and the mythologized Trojan origins of Aeneas in the Bronze Age. Everything else is merely narrative scaffolding. During the Republican era, Romans pondered how their history could accommodate 2 founders within the same tradition, and it wasn't until the Augustan period that they reconciled this by having Aeneas establish the Roman dynasty and Romulus build the city. Other classical states didn't struggle as much with conflicting narratives. Athens didn't mind having multiple founder heroes, including Theseus, but in the 1st century BC, Rome took a naturally evolving storytelling tradition and forced all those disparate elements into a coherent historical narrative. It didn't need to be factual by modern standards, it just needed to fit. Consequently, the Alban kings were retroactively added to tidy up the timeline, while Aeneas and Romulus are the only 2 figures of real narrative importance. Rome's legendary origins needed to make sense primarily to the Romans themselves, and in the absence of records predating Rome's first sack in 390 BC, this narrative is the closest thing we have to a primary source. As pure history, it inevitably leaves us wanting more substantive evidence. But, as a cultural artifact, this origin story reveals everything the Romans needed to know about themselves and wanted others to understand. Their heroes are divine descendants of Venus and Mars. Their heritage stretches back to Greek antiquity. They come from diverse backgrounds. Civil strife is in their blood. They certainly have a fascination with wolves, and they overthrow tyrants. That's Rome. Everything else is Livy's additional content. For an allegedly ancient story, 2 of Romulus's actions hint strongly at the future of Roman history, highlighting what later Romans believed to be fundamental to their identity. Romulus's initial act as king was to accept Italy's dispossessed and outlaws as Rome's citizens. Although this might seem unheroic at first glance, it reflects Rome's unique characteristic, its openness to various cultures and peoples. Rome, confident in its superiority and not shy about expressing it, embraced good ideas from anywhere and was willing to allow any outsider to become Roman as long as they adopted Roman customs and learned Latin. started as outsiders, whether they were exiles from across Italy or refugees from distant Troy, as the legend goes. Furthermore, Rome was notably progressive in granting citizenship to freed slaves, a quality that set it apart from the Greeks. This seemingly humble story actually enshrines the idea that, regardless of social class or cultural boundaries, anyone could become a Roman, a concept essential for creating a pan-Mediterranean civilization. However, alongside Rome's lofty aspirations, its deepest anxiety is also embedded in the Romulus story. The origins of its ruinously blood-soaked civil wars, starting with the fratricidal act of its founder. This aspect of the story seems less like a justification for future violence, as if the Romans needed one, and more like an original sin, a foundational crime that Rome would be doomed to repeat endlessly over more than 2,000 years. These tales took their most enduring forms 7 centuries after the supposed founding of the city, in Livy's History of Rome and Virgil's Aeneid. As we await potential archaeological discoveries to shed light on the earliest settlements nearer the Tiber, these narratives are all we have. The picture becomes historically clearer as we move past the deposition of King Tarquin, the establishment of the Republic, and the gradual process of building Rome's civic institutions and asserting control over central Italy. Yet, the further we delve into the timeline, the more significant and relevant their origin story becomes. The roots of Rome ultimately tell us little about the earliest Romans. Whether they even called themselves Romans, came from Troy, had kings, or did any of the things their myths assume. However, this narrative reveals a great deal about the civilization they would become, and the kind of people the Romans would eventually be, resourceful and cunning. Over the next 2,000 years, they would repeatedly demonstrate these traits. It's crucial to remember, as we begin adding more and more red paint to this beautiful marble map, that Rome did not start with a grand conquest plan. Instead, after shaking off Etruscan dominance and enduring their first major incursion by the Gauls in 390 BC under Brennus, the Romans needed to secure their territory by neutralizing threats at their borders. This process began and never truly ended. Individuals had personal or political motives for participating, but on a larger scale, this doctrine of expanding defence kept growing. Rome didn't have a detailed step-by-step plan for Mediterranean domination imposed from above. Instead, it had a set of priorities that successive generations inherited and pursued. This defensively expansionist military philosophy cut through Etruria, Samnium, Magna Graecia, Carthage, Macedonia, Gaul, Syria, Egypt, Germania, and Parthia. There was always another enemy to fear. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Rome tackled its enemies one at a time, and so will we. Much of Rome's early history consisted of a vigorous back and forth conflict with its neighbours, the Etruscans to the north, the Samnites to the south, and later the Greek colonies of Magna Graecia even further south. By vigorous, I mean they were literally engaged in spear-wielding battles. During all this neighbourly bloodshed, Rome was simultaneously developing both physically and institutionally. The city constructed walls, streets, a sewer system, stone temples and buildings, a governmental system reminiscent of the Greek polis system, and a religious system similar to the Greek pantheon. Greek influence really Broadly speaking, the aim was to make the government's power public, allowing the people to participate. The word republic comes from the Latin res publica, meaning public thing. Structurally, the government was managed by two annually elected consuls. The praetors oversaw the justice system, and the quaestors, a name that sounds quite comical, managed state finances. The aediles were in charge of the city's maintenance, handling food, games, infrastructure, and related matters. The Senate, although it didn't directly legislate, issued policy opinions that were often promptly enacted by the respective officials. In the early Republic, almost all these magistrates and senators belonged to the patrician nobility. If you were one of Rome's many plebeians, you might have felt quite excluded from this supposed res publica. Unsurprisingly, the plebeians sought political and social rights and were determined to obtain them. During any given campaign against Rome's troublesome neighbours, the plebeians, who made up the majority of the army, would simply go on strike. They'd sit on a hill and wait until the Senate granted them rights, such as marrying patricians, holding government positions in a special assembly, electing their own members to that assembly, or serving as consul. By 287 BC, plebeians and patricians were equal in everything but name. Good for them. The government of the Roman Republic had elements of a monarchy, an aristocracy, and a democracy. This mixed constitution and its flexible governance, which historian Polybius praised, was one of Rome's greatest strengths, and I agree. Rome's institutions served as its backbone for over 2,000 years, a necessary support for an entire civilization. Now, enough about politics, back to the combat. Early Roman Republican history is famously slow-paced. The plebeian struggle for rights took over 2 centuries, and the conquest of the Italian peninsula progressed just as slowly. Rome was cautious, advancing in small, deliberate steps. Compare this to the rapid aftermath of the Macedonian conquests to the east. Overextension often leads to fragmentation. Throughout the 4th and early 3rd centuries, Rome spent most of its time battling various neighbours and gradually expanding down to the Bay of Naples. That's a relatively short distance, covered in such a lengthy period. Call it cautious, call it the best pace a small state like Rome could manage. But either way, it was effective. Central to Rome's military strategy was the doctrine of expanding defence. Essentially, Rome would never be so reckless as to initiate an attack on someone. Heavens no. Rome had the decency to only engage in battles for self-defence, believing that their gods would grant them victory only in just and pious wars. However, if Rome suspected an impending attack, they would certainly strike first. Defensively, of course. A preemptive retaliatory action, if you will. And that is how you conquer the entire world defensively. By 280 BC, Rome had successfully annexed all of Samnium, and then set its sights on Magna Graecia in southern Italy. The Greek colonies of Magna Graecia, not being the biggest fans of the Romans and wanting to retain their land, called for assistance from Greece proper, bringing in heavy reinforcements. Specifically, they enlisted the Hellenistic king Pyrrhus of Epirus. Pyrrhus fought 2 battles against the Romans, and although he won both, his losses were so severe that he abandoned the campaign. After a diversion to Sicily, he fought the Romans again, lost, and returned home permanently. Pyrrhus's knack for winning battles while incurring massive losses is what gives us the term Pyrrhic victory. So, good for Pyrrhus, for forever associating his name with the military equivalent of pulling 5 consecutive all-nighters to cram for a test. Yeah, it's a win, but was it worth it? With almost no one left to defend Magna Graecia, Rome proceeded to sweep in and colonise extensively. Unlike those who use the torch it and start over method of conquest, the Romans had political incentives to be somewhat kind to conquered peoples, maintaining existing systems and not causing too much disruption. Except for this next example, from a rather contentious chapter in Roman history, the Punic Wars against Carthage. The first war can be roughly attributed to a misunderstanding involving some Sicilian pirates. While Carthage and Rome might have been fated to clash eventually, they ultimately went to war, because both were called to Sicily to resolve a conflict between the city of Syracuse and some unruly pirates. Rome and Carthage essentially stumbled into war, spending most of the 23-year-long conflict not directly fighting each other. The problem was that Carthage had been a dominant naval power in the Mediterranean for a long time, but Rome had no navy to speak of. So Rome urgently needed a navy. This is another example of Rome's remarkable ability to adapt to circumstances. Say what you will about Rome, and there's plenty to say. They were incredibly clever and had a great knack for adopting good ideas, methods, technologies, and techniques from other cultures and using them effectively. In this case, the Romans found a few stranded and sunken Carthaginian triremes and quinqueremes and proceeded to reverse engineer an entire fleet of ships. You know, just casually, as one does. Rome's initial naval ventures weren't very successful, but in battles like Cape Ecnomus, arguably one of the largest naval battles in history, Rome secured victories. Ultimately, Rome won the war, claiming Sicily for itself and imposing heavy reparations on Carthage. They also decided to take Corsica and Sardinia because, screw you Carthage, these are ours now. In the subsequent decades, the Carthaginians, under the leadership of General Hamilcar Barca, embarked on a colonization effort along the coastal regions of Hispania, now known as Spain. Their primary objective was to mine silver to fulfill their reparations to Rome. Unbeknownst to Rome, Hamilcar, his son Hannibal, and other Carthaginian leaders in Spain harboured a deep resentment over their loss of Sicily, Corsica, and Sardinia. For nearly 2 decades, they had been discreetly plotting to obliterate Rome. In 219 BC, Hannibal attacked the Roman ally Saguntum in Spain, prompting Rome to declare war in defence. Hannibal, undeterred, famously led a daring march across the Alps with over 40,000 soldiers and 37 elephants. While elephants might not seem particularly frightening to us today, to an ancient Roman who had never encountered one, these creatures appeared as massive, 4-legged giants, wielding 2 spears and a snake-like appendage from their faces. To the Romans, they were nothing short of monsters, although many of Hannibal's elephants perished during the treacherous crossing. The presence of even a few on the battlefield was enough to instill terror. The mere mention of Hannibal's name would have struck fear into the hearts of Romans. Upon reaching Italy, Hannibal's tactical genius quickly became evident advanced in a U-shaped formation with 40,000 infantry forming the front line and 10,000 cavalry positioned on the wings. Despite having nearly twice the number of troops, the Romans felt confident in their chances. As the fighting ensued, the centre of the Carthaginian line began to fall back, enticing the Romans to press forward in hopes of breaking the retreating line. At this critical juncture, the Carthaginians' African infantry and renowned Numidian cavalry advanced on the flanks, effectively enveloping the entire Roman army. The ensuing carnage was immense, with estimates varying, but it is widely accepted that the majority of the 80,000 strong Roman force was either killed outright or captured. This battle marked the most devastating defeat in Roman history. Hannibal anticipated that the demoralised and shattered Rome, having lost 16 legions and the entire southern region of Italy, would capitulate. Rome's response, however, was a resolute "see you next year," as they spent the winter raising new armies for the next summer's campaign. For the following years, the Roman strategy shifted to one of persistent harassment, shadowing Hannibal across the Italian countryside. Although he remained a nuisance and an unwelcome presence, he no longer posed an immediate threat to the city of Rome. Reflecting on this period, one cannot help but marvel at the quintessential Roman fortitude it took to suffer a loss of over 50,000 soldiers and then boldly challenge the victor to another round. Such defiance required immense courage, bordering on the suicidal. In 211 BC, the young Publius Cornelius Scipio was given command for the Spanish campaign, an endeavour many deemed a suicide mission. Defying expectations, he spent the next 5 years expelling Carthaginian forces from Spain. Following his victories, Scipio devised a bold strategy to strike Carthage directly. However, the Roman Senate, perceiving this plan as another doomed venture, allowed him to proceed, but refused to finance his army. Undeterred, Scipio raised legions in Italy and Sicily and embarked for North Africa. Predictably, nothing else could have happened. While Hannibal was a renowned general, celebrated for his audacious feats like crossing the Alps and maintaining a lengthy campaign in Italy, Scipio's genius lay in his Roman ability to adopt and adapt. The Romans were exceptional at recognizing good ideas and avoiding repeated mistakes. Scipio studied the Battle of Cannae and knew how to overcome Carthage. Recognizing the importance of Numidian cavalry to the Carthaginian army, Scipio exploited a Numidian civil war to secure their cavalry for himself. This maneuver significantly weakened Carthage on its own soil, nearly forcing their surrender until the unexpected return of Hannibal. This turn of events excited history enthusiasts everywhere, as the ensuing conflict promised to be spectacular. On the eve of the Battle of Zama, Hannibal and Scipio supposedly met, as detailed in Livy's History of Rome, Book 30, chapters 30 and 31. This meeting, if true, was remarkable. Initially, they expressed mutual admiration. Hannibal then philosophized about fortune, offered Scipio life advice, and sought peace. Scipio replied, "I intended to make peace, but your presence with an army changes everything. I respect you greatly, Hannibal, but you've left me no choice but to defeat you." The next day, the battle advanced. Scipio's Numidian cavalry routed the Carthaginian cavalry. The infantry battle was closely contested until the Roman cavalry returned, striking from behind and securing victory. This tense and hard-fought battle marked the end of the Second Punic War. Half a century later, after Cato the Elder's persistent calls for Carthage destruction, Rome returned to obliterate Carthage. Later accounts exaggerated this triumph with tales of salting the earth to prevent Carthage's resurgence. While this was false, as Rome eventually rebuilt Carthage, it underscored the thoroughness of their conquest. This legend became a core aspect of Roman identity. There is bitterness, extreme bitterness, and then there is Rome's vindictive bitterness, which erases empires. The lesson was clear. Do not antagonize Rome, for their retribution was absolute. With Spain and North Africa securely under Roman control, attention shifted eastward. Rome began addressing the disordered Hellenistic kingdoms left in the wake of Alexander the Great's campaigns. The Macedonians had supported Carthage during the Punic Wars, giving Rome ample justification for invasion. The term bespearment, which I coined, aptly describes being pierced by a spear, a fate many faced. In this conflict, the Seleucid Greeks aided the Macedonians, further provoking Rome. Although Rome's expansion paused at Greece for nearly a century, they continued to weaken the eastern Mediterranean powers, ensuring they posed no immediate threat. This period signalled a markedly more aggressive stance in Roman expansion. Unifying Italy through diplomacy and generosity was crucial since it was their homeland. However, new territories were distinctly viewed as provinces under Roman control. Despite Rome still being a republic and without an emperor, it had undeniably become an empire. Following the conquest of Greece and the unexpected inheritance of the Kingdom of Pergamum, Rome emerged as the dominant Mediterranean power. Yet, no amount of expanding defence could shield Rome from internal strife. By the mid-100 SBC, Rome had honed its ability to export violence. In 146 BC, the conclusion of the Punic Wars saw Carthage reduced to ashes. That same year, the Roman army plundered, ravaged, and obliterated Corinth, enslaving its population to finalise their Greek conquest. It was a remarkable year for Roman cartographers, who gleefully coloured Greece and North Africa in red. For the new subjects, not citizens, it was a grim development. Violence became a fundamental aspect of Roman statecraft abroad. Given the thin divide between military and political spheres, it was inevitable that this violent approach would eventually permeate local politics. With that ominous prelude, let's introduce the Gracchi brothers. Although from the lower plebeian class, these brothers were sons of a consul and general and maternal grandsons of the illustrious general Scipio Africanus. The elder brother, Tiberius, pursued a political career focused on equitable land reforms. He proposed that no one could own more than half a square mile of public land acquired during wars. This was particularly relevant as Rome had recently annexed substantial public lands. Tiberius aimed to distribute these lands in small lots to poorer citizens, ensuring that many, though not all, had a farm and livelihood. A similar law had existed since 360 167 BC, but had never been enforced, allowing wealthy Romans and generals to amass large tracts of public land during recent conquests. The law's neglect was rooted in the same reason Tiberius faced resistance. Rome's wealthiest citizens were often senators who stood to lose significant wealth if the law was enforced. However, Tiberius was not a senator. In 133 BC, he was a tribune, an office historically reserved for the lower plebeian class. Over time, reforms and persistent social pressure had blurred the distinctions between patricians and plebeians. As a tribune, Tiberius wielded considerable power, including the authority to veto government actions and upper magistrates. His father had used this veto power to save Scipio Africanus from a bogus bribery trial in the 180 SBC, which allegedly led to Scipio's daughter marrying into the Gracchi family. While that side story remains unexamined, the key point is that Rome's entrenched political gridlock forced the Senate to consider plebeian interests. However, as Tiberius advanced his land reform legislation through the plebeian assembly, senators pressured a tribune sympathetic to the aristocracy to veto it. This action was technically legal, but had never been done before. Despite Tiberius's appeals, neither the Senate nor the other tribune relented. Consequently, Tiberius took an equally unprecedented step by deposing the other tribune, nullifying his veto, and finally passing the reforms, placing himself and his family in charge of distributing land to the landless citizens. Even among Romans who supported these reforms, this move seemed dubious. An unwarranted veto is one thing, but deposing a tribune and passing a law with clear conflicts of interest made Tiberius appear dangerous. In this way, Rome's early socialist hero became controversial. The political maneuvers here are a fascinating example of how Romans began undermining constitutional customs before eventually dismantling the Republic entirely. However, let's stay focused. There's a body count to discuss. Fearing prosecution once out of office, Tiberius sought a second consecutive term as tribune, a move seen by his opponents as a tyrannical power grab and a threat to their wealth. Despite their fears, land reform was popular, and Tiberius's enemies in the Senate knew he would likely win re-election. In response, the Pontifex Maximus and several senators went to the assembly intending to disrupt the vote counting. The ensuing brawl escalated, and without weapons at hand, they used whatever was available, ultimately beating Tiberius to death with clubs and chairs. Unlike the stabbing of Caesar, this brutal act required a great deal of effort and persistence. This marked the first time Roman political violence had turned inward, setting a dangerous precedent. Realizing they were already implicated, the senators proceeded to kill another 300 of Tiberius's supporters, thus introducing political martyrdom and normalizing assassination as a political tool. Tiberius had a brother named Gaius, whose story is equally compelling. Undeterred by his brother's violent end, Gaius pursued even more ambitious reforms when he became tribune in 123 BC. His policies included overhauling the provincial tax system to funnel income back to Rome instead of the governors, using the new revenue to provide low-cost wheat to the Roman populace. He also tackled court bribery and prevented the Senate from favouring certain consuls. Gaius's overarching strategy was to curtail senatorial corruption by empowering the equestrian class with advisory and oversight roles in the Republic. His comprehensive slate of reforms, far more extensive than Tiberius's land laws, affected nearly every government level, from revenue and public programs to courts and consuls. To pass these reforms, Gaius allied with the equestrians, offering them new authority in exchange for their support in passing laws to aid the poor and streamline the Republic's operations. While his reforms appeared noble, Gaius harboured a justifiable grudge given his brother's assassination. He enacted laws limiting the Senate's power to prosecute without the Assembly's consent, and barring anyone deposed by the Assembly from holding future office. On paper, these were power shifts towards the Assembly, but they were also reasonable measures. Despite the Senate's animosity, Gaius remained highly popular with the Roman people, securing a second consecutive term as tribune in 122 BC. Gaius made a critical error by raising the issue of citizenship. In Rome, true Romans were citizens, but beyond Rome, Latin speakers lacked citizenship, and the other Italians had even fewer rights than the Latins. Observing widespread dissatisfaction among these allied non-citizens, Gaius thought he could win their favour by granting Latin rights to free Italians and elevating Latins to full citizenship status. He likely envisioned this grateful new voting bloc supporting him indefinitely. Although the idea was ingenious, it was extremely unpopular among every class of Roman citizen. Consequently, the proposal failed spectacularly. His popularity plummeted despite his impressive reforms, and he lost his subsequent bid for tribune decisively. This wasn't an assassination, but a case of realpolitik gone wrong. But wait, there's more to the story. One of Gaius's significant policies involved establishing new colonies of Roman citizens in Carthage and Italy, offering Romans places to live in the newly acquired territories. However, a new tribune sought to dissolve these colonies. In response, Gaius organised illegal protests, and during the ensuing clashes, one of his supporters was killed. Alarmed by the unrest, the Senate, fearing another power grab reminiscent of the Gracchi brothers, passed the Senatus Consultum Ultimum. This ultimate decree labelled Gaius and his allies as state enemies, authorising their elimination. As tensions escalated, Gaius and his followers fortified themselves on the Aventine Hill. The consul then raised a mob and brought soldiers into the city to quash the resistance. While sources differ on the specifics, it's believed that Gaius had taken his own life by the time the Senate reached him. Technically, he wasn't assassinated, but around 3,000 of his supporters were killed during and after the conflict. This brutal purge set a precedent for targeted political violence that future Romans would eagerly adopt. In the aftermath, most of Gaius's laws were repealed, but his influence lingered throughout the final century of the Republic. His reforms remained highly controversial, and the political violence of his era became disturbingly common. The issue of citizenship, unresolved in his time, eventually led to the Social War in 91 BC, which granted full citizenship to all Italians, but nearly destroyed the Roman state. Meanwhile, the equestrian class, empowered by Gaius's reforms, gained significant authority without the traditional checks and balances that restrained the Senate. The Roman Republic didn't collapse overnight, but the reforms, political struggles, patron-client system, where wealthy Romans provided for their clients in exchange for political support, began to create issues when exploited on a larger scale. This problem was compounded by three major slave revolts in Sicily and Italy, and the Social War, where most of Italy revolted against Rome. Following this, all Italians were granted full citizenship. Additionally, there was the Catiline conspiracy, an attempt to overthrow Cicero's consulship. Although these civil wars were eventually resolved, the sheer number of conflicts within a short half-century period signals significant instability. Undoubtedly, the most catastrophic conflicts were the factional civil wars between the populist populares and the aristocratic optimates, notably the two wars between Marius and Sulla. Gaius Marius, a 7-time consul and a victorious general who conquered parts of North Africa and resolved the Social War, led the populares. In contrast, Lucius Sulla, another distinguished general, headed the optimates. To provide context, the optimates were responsible for assassinating the Gracchi brothers. Their satisfaction with this act was evident when Sulla returned from a campaign in Anatolia. He marched his army into Rome, declared himself dictator, and conducted mass executions of his rival populares. Remarkably, he did this twice. In just 50 years, Rome went from no political killings to armies invading Rome and executing lists of political enemies. The first century was indeed a tumultuous period. To summarise, Rome began as a small, insignificant city and gradually expanded through calculated strategies. First, they conquered Italy, then the islands, followed by Spain, and soon after, Greece, North Africa, and Anatolia. It's astonishing to realise that a typical Roman would witness only a fraction of this expansion. Whether by design or not, the Romans exhibited patience, utilising their intelligence, skills, and strategic restraint to build something greater than themselves. As Rome grew, it seemed to be creating a world far more stable than the erratic conquests of a young Greek on a horse. However, this stability only lasted as long as Rome exercised restraint, which was not always a certainty. The Roman Republic, arguably the ancient world's most ingenious form of government. Although it faced significant challenges in its later years, with the right leadership, it had the potential to endure for centuries. Take Julius Caesar, for instance, who seemed determined to preserve the Republic. As Roman politics became increasingly factional and the empire expanded, civil wars became frequent, occurring almost every decade between 135 and 30 BC. It's a minor miracle that Rome didn't permanently split before Caesar's time. As we progress through history and examine Julius Caesar, it's essential to consider whether the Roman Republic system of government was doomed to fail, or if it had any chance of survival. This question is crucial when evaluating figures like Caesar and Augustus and their actions. However, I'll give you my answer up front. I believe the Republic had virtually no chance of surviving independently. The events of the first century illustrate the chaos Rome was in, with individual motives diverging irreversibly from the state's best interests. Despite my admiration for the Roman Republic, one of my favourite systems of government, it was undoubtedly doomed. With the Republic on its last legs, let's introduce the man who decisively ended it, Julius Caesar. To understand Caesar's character, one talent to be about $1 million. When Caesar heard the ransom amount, he laughed and insisted they demand a more respectable 50 talents instead. The pirates, charmed by Caesar's audacity and his strikingly sharp cheekbones, agreed, keeping him around for entertainment. He entertained them with games, told engaging stories, and even composed poems and speeches for their amusement. Sometimes, when they mocked his speeches for being subpar, Caesar would wittily retort that once freed, he would return and crucify every last one of them, a threat the pirates found uproariously funny. Ultimately, the pirates received their 50 talents and released Caesar. However, almost immediately, Caesar returned with a fleet of ships, recaptured the pirates, and reclaimed his 50 talents. He handed the pirates over to the provincial governor, who seemed indifferent. So Caesar took justice into his own hands and fulfilled his earlier promise by crucifying all of them. The moral here is that Caesar was deeply concerned about his image, possessed incredible charisma, took decisive action when necessary, and did not mess around. Moving on to more significant historical events, Gaius Julius Caesar hailed from a wealthy noble family that claimed descent from the epic hero Aeneas and his mother Venus. However, Caesar harboured resentment because his father had never been consul. In Roman culture, the concept of nobilitas was based on the idea that excellence could be inherited, but had to be proven through present achievements. Unlike later periods such as the Middle Ages, Renaissance, Enlightenment, Industrial Revolution, and early modern era, where familial prestige alone could suffice, in ancient Rome one had to actively accomplish something. His father's lack of a consulship was a significant issue, so Caesar's primary life goal was to confirm his nobilitas by becoming consul. To achieve this, he formed a pact with two other influential Romans, Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, and Pompey, Rome's most accomplished general. Together, they created an informal alliance known as the First Triumvirate. Their partnership was strong, with Pompey marrying Caesar's daughter and Crassus funding Caesar's campaign for the consulship in 59 BC. Caesar, in turn, passed legislation that favoured Pompey and Crassus. This included debt forgiveness and land redistribution, during which Caesar broke several procedural norms and committed outright illegal acts. However, as consul, Caesar had imperium, the political equivalent of a golden Mario star, granting him immunity from prosecution while in office, despite frequently overriding his co-consul's vetoes on the principle of "because I said so," and filling the city with soldiers to intimidate his opponents. No one could legally challenge him. For the duration of his consulship, Caesar was untouchable, but once his term ended and his imperium expired, he faced considerable risk and needed a strategy to retain his imperium until he could run for consul again in 10 years. Conveniently, governors and generals also held imperium. Therefore, Caesar's next move was to secure a governorship and command of a few legions, allowing him to campaign with full authority until he could seek the consulship once more. Some senators, wary of Caesar's ambitions, tried to reduce his governorship to a minor role overseeing the Italian woods. However, Pompey and Crassus wielded enough influence to overturn this attempt, ensuring Caesar's continued power and protection. Money and weapons operations and manipulate it for personal gain. Caesar secured 4 legions and a comfortable governorship in southern Gaul, along with substantial military imperium to protect himself. He then embarked on a decade-long campaign in Gaul. The detailed knowledge we have of these campaigns is due to Caesar's own extensive commentaries. These writings were crucial as they allowed Caesar to justify his prolonged campaign by showcasing his achievements, simultaneously gaining support from the Roman people. Although his works are notoriously dull to read, they are invaluable to history. To summarise briefly yet thoroughly, Caesar's campaign unfolded as follows. In 58 BC, he attacked the Helvetii tribe, claiming they were threatening a Roman ally. Remember, Rome would never attack without provocation. After each campaigning season, Caesar left his armies in Gaul and spent the winters in northern Italy. The following year, he headed north, won a battle, and got ambushed once. In 56 BC, he accused the Veneti tribe of revolting against Rome, despite their location in Finisterre, and conquered them. By this time, Caesar essentially considered all of Gaul as Roman territory. He viewed Britain and Germany as threats to Gaul, and thus to Rome. Consequently, he bridged the Rhine and attacked the Germans, then sailed across the English Channel. The invasion of Britain was a failure, so the next year he returned with a massive fleet, advancing as far as the Thames. After his humiliating retreat from the British beaches the previous year, Caesar needed to demonstrate Rome's strength to his enemies, himself, and the Romans back home. Unfortunately, he lost an entire legion to an ambush in the dead of winter. In 53 BC, he returned to Germany and left part of his bridge intact as a warning, saying, "Don't make me come back." The next year was pivotal, as King Vercingetorix united the remaining Gallic tribes against Rome. After several battles, Vercingetorix fortified himself in the hill city of Alesia. Caesar needed to besiege the city, but also protect himself from external attacks. His army constructed a 10-mile-long wall to surround the city, and a 14-mile-long wall facing outward. This 24-mile fortification was built because Caesar was determined to take Alesia. However, a large Gallic force then attacked Caesar. Caesar brilliantly deceived them by sending out a cavalry detachment, which the Gauls mistook for the vanguard of a massive Roman reinforcement. They panicked and fled, allowing Caesar to capture the city. Thus, all of Gaul essentially fell under Caesar's control. That's how you execute a campaign. The subsequent 2 years were devoted to quelling the remaining pockets of resistance. Caesar, in the interim, had to bide his time before he could once again vie for the consulship. Adding to the complexity, Crassus met his end during a campaign in Parthia, while Pompey, emboldened by his ambitions, persuaded the Senate to revoke Caesar's governorship of Gaul. The once formidable triumvirate, supposedly immune to internal strife, succumbed to factionalism, a bad omen indeed. Receiving Pompey's decree, Caesar, understanding the peril of returning to Rome alone, made a bold move. He famously declared, "Alea iacta est," the die is cast, and led the 13th Legion across the Rubicon River into Italy. In response, Pompey and the majority of the Senate fled to Greece. Caesar, rallying the people's support, was declared temporary he demonstrated throughout his career, though his treatment of pirates he crucified is an exception. Beyond minor pardons during the Gallic campaigns, he forgave nearly all of Pompey's army and supporters who had fled to Greece. This leniency is a crucial aspect of Caesar's character. Caesar was undeniably controversial and arguably a disruptive force, but it's essential to balance his positive deeds with his notorious actions. He violated numerous laws and made significant sacrifices to secure the consulship. Yet, he implemented moderate reforms that benefited the populace, while he caused immense suffering among Gauls and Romans post-consulship. He also displayed unprecedented clemency. He positioned himself almost as a monarch after being appointed dictator for life, yet he was beloved by the people and used his power to stabilize Rome. Ultimately, while he accomplished significant good for Rome, his methods were often politically dubious and driven by a hunger for power. Understanding this duality helps appreciate the dilemma faced by figures like Brutus when contemplating Caesar's assassination. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Pun intended. While in Egypt, contemplating Pompey's fate, Caesar formed an alliance and a romantic relationship with Cleopatra, supporting her in her civil war against her brother. This partnership was mutually advantageous. Cleopatra ensured Egypt's support rather than its annexation by Rome, and Caesar secured a steady food supply for Rome's public food programs. Cleopatra, known for her captivating conversation, made the alliance even more appealing. Upon Caesar's return to Rome, his dictatorship was extended to 10 years. During this period, he enacted numerous reforms promoting public welfare, governmental efficiency, and stability. Notably, he curtailed the political and military power of provincial governors, primarily to prevent others from replicating his own rise to power. Caesar reformed the chaotic Roman calendar so effectively that its modern version is still in use. He also conducted a census, initiated numerous building projects, strengthened the ties between the Roman provinces and Italy, and overall proved to be an excellent leader. Did he engage in a myriad of highly illegal maneuvers to reach this point? Absolutely, but did his substantial reforms win the people's favour? Without a doubt. After a lengthy career of subverting the system, Caesar's first and ultimate blunder was his belief that no one could turn the tables on him as he had done to the Republic. In March of 44 BC, being named dictator for life made many senators uneasy, as he had essentially become a king, a concept Rome vehemently opposed. On the Ides of March, Brutus, Cassius, and around 60 other senators surrounded and assassinated Caesar in the theatre of Pompey. An irony indeed. While Caesar's final moments are debated, I believe that upon seeing his friend Brutus, whom he had pardoned after Pharsalus, among the conspirators, he accepted his fate, falling to the ground and covering his face with his toga. It's hard to imagine anyone crafting eloquent last words while being stabbed 23 times. The assassins viewed themselves as liberators of the Republic, but they failed to recognize that many Romans admired Caesar for his generosity and effective leadership. Although I disapprove of Caesar's methods and motives, I detest his assassins. He spared their lives, and they repaid him with betrayal. Dante places Brutus and Cassius in the lowest circle of hell for betraying their protector and Caesar's end, stabbed 23 times, and left to bleed out on the Curia floor. Brutus and Cassius, sensing they were unwelcome, fled to Greece to muster an army. In my view, Caesar dismantled the Republic long before his dictatorship. He exposed the system's vulnerabilities. Let's recount. He bribed his way into office, forcefully pushed legislation through the Senate, intimidated opponents with threats, evaded consequences on technicalities, used Roman resources for personal gain, marched a legion into Rome, and waged war against a fellow Roman for his own benefit. Caesar's political career was either anti-republican or outright illegal. Only after all this did the Senate name him dictator. By the time Caesar was appointed dictator perpetuo, effectively a monarch, he had already demonstrated the Republic's fragility. Throughout much of its history, the Republic thrived on exceptional Roman cooperation, but its downfall stemmed from the selfishness of powerful individuals. The Roman populace saw how fragile and exploitable the Republic's institutions were across the Mediterranean. Thus, Rome faced two possible outcomes. Either continual civil wars would tear it apart, or governmental changes would render it less vulnerable to such conflicts. Apart from a complete overhaul of the Republic's fundamental systems, a shift to monarchy seemed inevitable for Rome to stabilise. The path to Augustus becoming emperor wasn't certain, but the transformation from a republic to a monarchy was essential for Rome's survival. Paradoxically, Caesar preserved Rome by dismantling the then unstable and inefficient republic. He exploited its institutions to the extreme, yet in doing so, he demonstrated the effectiveness of a robust and stable central government. This laid the groundwork for Rome's subsequent achievements over the centuries. Today, Caesar dismantles the Republic. Tomorrow, Augustus establishes an empire. With Caesar gone, the question arises, what's next? Let's delve into history to find out. If you were among the senators who just assassinated the dictator, your first instinct would be to flee immediately. The assassins believed they were restoring Rome to its republican glory, but they underestimated Caesar's immense popularity among the Roman populace. Consequently, their expectations of a warm reception and accolades fell flat. Brutus, Cassius, and their cohorts fled to Greece, emulating Pompey, to muster an army. Meanwhile, in Rome, Caesar's body lay lifeless in the Curia. The Senate was partially deserted, and those remaining harboured animosity towards Caesar. Thus, a power vacuum emerged. Marcus Antonius, the current consul and a close ally of Caesar, sought to position himself as the avenger of Caesar, rallying the populace to his side and attempting to fill the power void. As consul, he negotiated a compromise granting the assassins general amnesty on the condition that Caesar's reforms remained intact. However, Antony faced a similar problem as Caesar. Although popular with the people, he was despised by the Senate, particularly Cicero. Consequently, after his consulship, Antony departed to govern Cisalpine Gaul. Rome was a battleground of chaos and treachery, so let's turn our attention to Augustus, then known as Gaius Octavianus, after his father. Historians refer to him as Octavian before his imperial reign for clarity. Octavian was Julius Caesar's great-nephew, and they shared a close bond. At the time of Caesar's assassination, Octavian was studying astronomy in Epirus. Upon hearing of Caesar's death, Octavian hurried back to Rome. Upon reaching Italy, he read Caesar's will and inherited the most valuable gift Caesar could offer, his name. From that moment, Gaius Octavianus became Gaius Julius Caesar, the officially adopted heir of Caesar. This inheritance was monumental. Thus, Gaius Little Caesar, Octavian, and Mark all indulge in anything and everything. Antony vied for the role of Caesar's avenger against the assassins. This role was crucial for both, promising immense glory and power. Ultimately, Octavian succeeded due to his shrewd manipulation of iconography and cultural symbolism, even convincing Rome that Caesar had ascended to godhood. The ensuing political manoeuvres were unnecessarily complex, but the essence was that most people aimed to align with the winning side, leading to ever-shifting alliances. Octavian likely spurred Cicero into delivering those fiery speeches against Antony. When Antony fled north, he faced the challenge of seizing the governorship from another of Caesar's assassins. The Senate, staunchly anti-Caesar, supported the incumbent governor and declared Antony an enemy of the state. Although the Senate wished to dispatch legions to confront Antony, they lacked an army. Octavian, on the other hand, had secured the loyalty of Caesar's veterans by promising them payment. Thus, Octavian allied with the Senate to combat Antony. This alliance seemed illogical given his role as Caesar's avenger, but Octavian was pragmatic. If aiding the anti-Caesar Senate against the pro-Caesar Antony served his political interests, he would seize the opportunity. Consequently, Octavian, along with the consuls of that year, marched to Mutina to face Antony. They emerged victorious, but both consuls perished in battle. When the Senate demanded Octavian relinquish his army, he mockingly refused, then allied with Antony to march on Rome with 8 legions, compelling the Senate to declare him consul. The Senate, reluctantly compliant, acquiesced. Antony then moved to Spain to join his Caesarian ally Marcus Lepidus. Meanwhile, Pompey's legacy resurfaced. Remember Pompey from the first triumvirate, who waged a civil war against Caesar and met his end on an Egyptian beach. The Senate granted his son, Sextus Pompey, command of the Republic's navy and control of Sicily. Brutus and Cassius, now governors of Macedonia and Syria, respectively, were amassing their armies. The Senate had indeed secured a favourable outcome from the amnesty agreement. After the Mutina incident, Octavian allied with Mark Antony and Lepidus, forming the Triumviri Rei Publicae Constituendae, translated as the Triumvirate for the Reconstitution of the Republic, or simply the 3 men to prevent another civil war team. Unlike the first triumvirate, an informal political alliance among Pompey, Crassus, and Caesar, this second triumvirate, established by plebiscite, was a legally recognised entity granting each member dictatorial power, making their decrees law. The interpretation of reconstituting the Republic was broad, but the triumvirate prioritised dealing with Brutus and Cassius in the east. Financing the armies for this endeavour was a significant expense. The Senate likely viewed the formation of the triumvirate as nothing more than the plebeian assembly handing control of Rome over to a few ambitious men playing dictator. Therefore, the triumvirate faced not only the distant threat of Caesar's assassins, but also significant local promoted Cicero and displayed his head in the forum. The triumvirate emerged from this bloodbath looking like tyrannical murderers. Civil war was one matter, but this domestic slaughter was something else entirely. With their newfound wealth, the next major endeavour for the triumvirs was financing a campaign against Caesar's assassins. Antony and Octavian led their forces into Greece, confronting Brutus and Cassius at Philippi. Antony defeated Cassius, who subsequently took his own life. Brutus managed to overrun Octavian's camp, but Octavian was mysteriously absent, raising suspicions. Antony then returned to defeat Brutus, who also committed suicide. Thus the triumvirs emerged victorious, though Antony had done most of the heavy lifting, while Octavian might have avoided the battle altogether. Despite the victory, Philippi marked a significant disgrace in Octavian's career, prompting him to rely on military imagery to rehabilitate his reputation in the following decades. After Philippi, the Republic was nominally reconstituted, and with the East reconquered and the Senate decimated, the triumvirs became the dominant powers in the Roman world. They divided the empire among themselves. Octavian took Italy, Spain, Gaul, and Illyria. Antony claimed Greece, Anatolia, Cyrenaica, and Syria, and Lepidus was left with Carthage and a small portion of the African coast. Poor Lepidus was indeed the least significant of the trio. On the surface things appeared peaceful and stable, but this was late Republican Rome, where appearances were often deceiving. The reality was far from stable. Three powerful men each controlled a significant portion of the Roman world, all aiming to emulate Caesar's unilateral rule. This precarious balance was unlikely to last. In the chaotic aftermath of Caesar's assassination, Roman politics became even more convoluted and volatile than in the preceding century, which had already been marred by civil wars. Following the military success of the triumvirate, the Roman populace desperately hoped to avoid another immediate conflict. Unfortunately, the Republic had been teetering on the edge for over a century, and it was only a matter of time before it all came crashing down. The countdown to another collapse was ticking fast, with mere moments left before the next upheaval. Fun times indeed. The period of uneasy peace that followed the defeat of the assassins and the ruthless elimination of anti-Caesarian members of the Senate through the notorious proscriptions was anything but tranquil. The memories of numerous battles, Italian fields set ablaze and soaked in Roman blood, and the loss of family members haunted everyone. Many doubted that this was a sustainable solution. In poetry, this era is referred to as the Great Fear, marked by widespread anxiety over civil wars and a certainty that more conflicts were inevitable. Rome's greatest poets of the time, Horace and Virgil, poignantly captured this pervasive fear in their works. The poets' apprehensions were well founded. In the East, Antony was consolidating his power by forming alliances with nearby monarchs to gather resources and military strength for his planned campaign against Parthia. However, his most significant move was aligning with Cleopatra in Egypt, reminiscent of Caesar's actions. Meanwhile, in the West, Octavian faced numerous challenges. sacrificed 300 conspirators, not merely executed, but sacrificed, on the altar of the deified Julius Caesar. Human sacrifices were almost unheard of in Rome, making this act a disturbing addition to Octavian's list of alarming behaviours. A key rule of late Republican Rome was that anyone named Pompey was bound to be a significant thorn in the side of anyone named Caesar, and this was certainly true in this instance. Sextus Pompey, the son of Pompey the Great, had been causing trouble in the Mediterranean for nearly 8 years following Caesar's assassination. Meanwhile, the Lombards crossed the Alps, and by the century's end, they had seized 2/3 of Italy. In Constantinople, the situation ranged from mediocre to dire. Emperor Maurice was overthrown by the army in favour of the utterly incompetent Phocas. This prompted the Persian king, Khosrau II, who was indebted to Maurice for his help in a previous civil war, to seek revenge. He declared war, pushed into Anatolia, and then diverted south to capture the Levant and Egypt. The situation was dire, and could have spelled the end if not for the timely intervention of Heraclius, the son of North Africa's governor. He arrived, ousted Phocas, and took control of the empire. By merging civil and military authority, Heraclius created a more adaptable government, capable of effectively countering the Persian threat. Unlike previous Roman armies that relied on sheer numbers, Heraclius had to make do with the forces at his disposal. This necessity forced Byzantine armies to be more strategic and efficient. After a protracted and financially draining campaign, Heraclius impressively advanced into Persia, negotiating a peace that restored the pre-war status quo. Both empires emerged severely weakened. The long-term consequences soon became apparent with the rapid expansion of the Muslim Caliphate from Arabia. Neither Persia nor Byzantium could resist. In just 8 years, the Rashidun Caliphate conquered the entire Levant, and within another decade, they had taken Egypt and Persia. Constantinople faced an Arab siege, but managed to hold out thanks to the use of a weapon similar to napalm. This marked a dramatic shift from the millennium-long status quo maintained by Rome and Persia. The Byzantines even aided the Sasanians against the Caliphate. By the century's end, the Byzantine Empire was excluded from the southern Mediterranean. Meanwhile, Slavic forces pushed into the Peloponnese, dividing Greece and leaving the empire fractured. The Roman tradition of dramatic territorial loss was evidently still in effect. This period is often seen as the beginning of the Dark Ages, or, as we might call it, the Ouch Times. Despite this bleak outlook, the empire had over 700 years left, and its greatest achievements still lay ahead. Amidst the territorial losses, it is easy to overlook the changes and continuities. By 300, the empire was pagan, bilingual in Greek and Latin, and spanned the Mediterranean. Although the core laws and governmental structure remained, the Christianized empire was now more Greek in culture and geography. They continued to call themselves Romans, which they were, but their identity had evolved to reflect Greek traits. The empire's borders now mirrored the classical Greek world. Greek became the primary language, and their most significant literary legacy was the preservation and continuation of ancient Greek scholarship. Approximately Approximately 2/3 of the ancient Greek texts we possess today were preserved by the Byzantines. The famed library of Alexandria pales in comparison to the contributions of the library of Constantinople. While some historians argue that the Byzantine Empire was not authentically Roman due to its Greek and Christian characteristics, the Byzantines demonstrated a distinctly Roman ability to adapt and survive. Literally and figuratively, the Byzantine Golden Age was approaching, characterized by an abundance of gold mosaics that were truly extraordinary. The Byzantine Empire has always managed a unique equilibrium of flourishing brilliance and looming catastrophe. Typically, this would seem contradictory, but the Byzantines embrace their identity as the Golden Disaster Empire. Over the next 500 years, the Ouch times brought about significant reforms, while the Golden Age faced severe setbacks. Yet, in true Roman fashion, the Byzantines persevered, solidifying their status as one of history's most enduring empires. Let's explore how the Byzantines navigated the Middle Ages and achieved their golden reputation. When we last left our purple-clad friends, the southern half of the empire had been swiftly overtaken by the burgeoning Muslim Caliphate. Within a century, these new neighbours had twice besieged Constantinople, only to be repelled by the fearsome Greek fire, a secret weapon that could incinerate incoming ships from mast to waterline. Beyond their fiery defences, the Byzantines had learned valuable lessons from the fall of Rome. Their impenetrable Theodosian walls, an extensive network of underground cisterns, ensured a fortified water supply, making Constantinople the most well-defended city on earth. However, the same could not be said for the Byzantine provinces, which were overrun by Muslim armies all the way into Anatolia. It was not until 740 that Emperor Leo III secured the eastern front, and his son Constantine V managed to push back the Slavic peoples in the west, achieving a solid recovery after a century and a half of struggle. However, another reason some historians refer to this age as dark relates to the controversy over icons. The Byzantines, known for their artistry, adorned their churches and homes with images of Jesus, Mary, and the saints. To Emperor Leo III and like-minded individuals, this practice bordered on idolatry, where images were revered more than God. His solution was straightforward: destroy all religious images. Beginning in 726, Leo and his iconoclast supporters demolished every mosaic, fresco, statue, and doodle they could find. Constantine took this a step further by persecuting the clergy who promoted what he saw as idolatry. Meanwhile, across the Adriatic, the Pope in Rome was appalled, and the Byzantine province of Ravenna seized the moment to declare independence, which is why their mosaics survived this iconoclastic purge. After Constantine V's death, his wife Irene convened a council to abolish iconoclasm, but Emperor Leo V later reinstated it. Finally, Empress Theodora definitively ended it in 843, ruling that statues were forbidden, but 2D art was acceptable. The Byzantines then resumed creating stunning frescoes and mosaics. Greek art thereafter favoured stylized figures with lavish gold, a style that endures in Eastern Orthodox art today. While I mourn the loss of original art due to iconoclasm and the Ottoman conquests, the dreaded double whammy, I find solace in the continuity of the Byzantine artistic tradition spanning over 1500 years. Despite the damage inflicted on art by the iconoclasts, they introduced significant reforms to the Byzantine military and government by effectively merging the two. In classical times, Roman provinces lacked innate defences, relying on legions stationed elsewhere to respond to threats. This outdated model no longer sufficed, prompting the Byzantines to restructure their provinces and armies. During the 600s and 700s, provinces were gradually reorganised into themata. In this system, the governor also served as a strategos, responsible for both civil and military administration within his thema. Each thema maintained its own army, composed of local citizens and funded by land grants, ensuring that every soldier had a personal investment in the state's well-being. Although the empire shrank to half its size between the 600s and 800s, the previously chaotic Eastern Front transformed into a fortress thanks to the thema reforms, making the Byzantines stronger and safer than ever. Meanwhile, scholars and historians in Byzantine libraries were diligently working to protect the empire by writing and revising military manuals. Texts like the Strategicon provided comprehensive strategies and precise tactics for generals in the field. The days of expansionist glory, when the empire could engage in large decisive battles and raise fresh armies annually, were long gone. With potential enemies on every frontier ready to exploit any sign of weakness, every victory had to be carefully calculated. Success relied on strategic planning and effective intelligence operations. This necessitated a game of restraint and flexibility, prompting the Byzantines to eagerly adopt outside ideas. These broad strategic shifts were complemented by tactical and structural upgrades in the Byzantine army, which traded raw manpower for peak efficiency. While infantry remained essential, the Byzantines modernised the old Roman legionary into the more advanced scutatoi. The scutatoi replaced the scutum with the more effective kite shield, hence their name, which means shield bearers. Supporting the scutatoi were the toxotai archers, but the most formidable unit in the Byzantine army was the cataphractos. Essentially, these were heavily armoured cavalry, with both rider and steed clad in scale armour. While cataphractos technically translates to fully armoured, a more evocative translation would be full metal cavalry. Originating in the Parthian Wars of the late Republic, the cataphracts gained prominence as a counter to Arabic cavalry. Initially, the Arabs outmaneuvered the scutatoi, but the cataphracts eventually became the core of the Byzantine army and a symbol of Byzantine power. The strategy involved using infantry and archers to weaken enemy lines, followed by the cataphractoi delivering a decisive blow to break enemy formations. Saying cataphracts in English is impressive, but the original Greek term cataphractos truly conveys the sense of Byzantine might. Do you feel that power? No? Well, that's fine too. As an empire with about 75% of its territory along coastlines, the Byzantines had numerous ports to safeguard on all sides, in the Aegean Sea, along the Mediterranean, and bordering the Black Sea. To manage This ship, known as the Dromon, was enhanced with a lateen sail and heavily armed with catapults, ballistae, and the infamous Greek fire siphons. Rather than merely ramming enemy ships like ancient Athenians, the Dromons were equipped with spurs designed to break enemy oars, immobilizing them for easier boarding and burning. Despite these advancements, the Navy couldn't completely repel repeated Muslim invasions into Crete, Sicily, and Sardinia, but it effectively protected the mainland coasts, the Aegean Islands, and vital trade routes passing through Constantinople via the Bosphorus Strait. Following the end of iconoclasm and the empire's stabilization, the Byzantines entered a period of prosperity and relative peace that spanned 2 centuries. This era began with Basildur, often whimsically imagined as a leaf, who initiated a line of Macedonian emperors that led the empire through its golden age. This period marked the height of Byzantine imperial prestige and cultural influence abroad, with Muslim forces to the east and south somewhat contained. The Byzantines focused on the Bulgarians, employing a shrewd mix of religious diplomacy to convert them to Christianity. They replicated this strategy with Prince Volodymyr of the Kievan Rus, establishing Eastern Europe with a quasi-Greek Cyrillic alphabet and a Byzantine-leaning form of Orthodox Christianity. In return, Volodymyr provided the Byzantines with the Varangian Guard, a legendary band of Scandinavian mercenaries who served as the emperor's elite bodyguards for centuries, although this was not a Pax Romana. The Byzantines still faced battles on all fronts, and the Bulgarians seized northern Greece in the 900s, later reclaimed by Basil II a century later. The empire was flourishing compared to its earlier struggles. Meanwhile, Constantinople thrived like never before. By the year 1000, it boasted a population of 500,000, making it the largest, most fortified, and most magnificent city in the world. The Hagia Sophia, along with countless other churches, received stunning new decorations post-iconoclasm. Despite changing times, Constantinople remained a breathtaking glimpse into the classical world, with Roman-style churches, an enormous chariot stadium, and vast expanses of marble and porphyry. But Constantinople was more than just a Roman capital. It was the central hub of the Mediterranean, a cosmopolitan city where people from all over could come to trade, work, and live. The city featured Catholic churches in the Italian quarters and a mosque for its Muslim residents and diplomatic visitors, showcasing a blend of cultures through its architecture. Across the empire, Byzantine architects were busy constructing beautiful urban cathedrals and cliffside monasteries. Interestingly, some of the best examples of peak Byzantine art are found not just within the empire, but among its rivals. In the west, Venice and the Normans, despite often clashing with Byzantium, eagerly adopted the Byzantine style. Notable examples include St. Mark's Basilica and the Palatine Chapel in Italy, which are prime locations to view Golden Age Byzantine art. To the north, the St. Sophia Cathedral in Kiev remains a testament to Ukraine's Byzantine Orthodox heritage and pride. Culturally, the Byzantine Empire was thriving, but politically, underlying issues were becoming evident. The Byzantines had been gradually reasserting their presence in the Balkans and Anatolia, absorbed in their administrative tasks. Each faction blamed the other for the empire's problems, yet neither took steps to address the issues. The emperor exacerbated the situation by favouring the tagma, a standing army intended for campaigning over the Thermata. This left the Byzantines overstretched and ill-prepared to face new threats, like attempting to fight with a limp spaghetti. In the west, the Normans captured the last Byzantine strongholds in southern Italy, and in the east, the Seljuk Turks dealt a devastating blow to the Byzantines, effectively removing Anatolia from their control. The Byzantine army's desertion and a series of tactical blunders led to their defeat at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071, a loss that was less about the battle itself and more about the subsequent surrender of territory. By 1075, the empire was at its smallest and weakest. Despite their long history, the Byzantines seem to have forgotten the perils of hubris. Compounding their troubles, the 1000s further strained the already tenuous relationship between the churches in Constantinople and Rome. Justinian's vision of one church and one empire dissolved as Byzantine authority in Rome became nominal, especially after the Papal States' official split in 754. Communication difficulties were exacerbated by language barriers, with few Byzantines speaking Latin and few Italians speaking Greek. Disputes such as the iconoclasm controversy intensified disagreements over the Pope's spiritual authority versus the Byzantines' right to self-govern. These fundamental differences culminated in a dramatic confrontation when a Roman delegate excommunicated the entire Byzantine Church during a service in Hagia Sophia. The Greeks retaliated with their own excommunications, leading to the Great Schism. This schism marked the final separation between the Catholic Church in Rome and the Eastern Orthodox Church, a division whose full implications were not immediately recognised. However, one Byzantine emperor saw an opportunity amidst the chaos. Alexios I, who ended nearly a decade of civil war to take the throne in 1081, initiated the Komnenian dynasty, which oversaw a remarkable revival of Byzantine fortunes in the 1100s. Alexios stabilised the empire for nearly 4 decades, forged new trade agreements with the Venetians, and devised a plan to reclaim Anatolia. He approached Pope Urban with a proposal to recognise papal supremacy in exchange for military aid in the Byzantine reconquest. However, Pope Urban misinterpreted this request, sending multiple armies of European adventurers intent on retaking the Holy Land. This was not part of Alexios' plan, but he adapted by directing the Crusaders towards Jerusalem to prevent them from causing chaos within his empire. Although the Crusaders were more interested in carving out their own territories than restoring Byzantine lands, Alexios managed to benefit from their presence. Despite the entanglement in medieval European politics and increasing antagonism from the West, the Komnenian dynasty left the empire in a better state. They reclaimed coastal Anatolia, modernised the economy under Venetian supervision, and continued to produce magnificent art. During this time, Princess Anna Komneni wrote an epic account of her father Alexios' reign, becoming the first woman historian and a literary icon. This era encapsulates the Byzantine motto, out of difficult times through cleverness and perseverance. The thema system was a brilliant statecraft innovation that granted the Byzantines an entire golden age. Although they became complacent over time, they always managed to persevere and turn things around when the situation became critical. I don't just admire Byzantine history despite its setbacks. I love it because the Byzantines are the quintessential golden disaster empire. In life, it doesn't matter how many times you get knocked down, lose North Africa, Greece, or even Anatolia. What matters is that you keep trying, because golden ages can dawn when you least expect them. It's easy to forget just how long the Byzantine Empire lasted. While the Western Roman Empire was being decimated by the Goths in 476 AD, the eastern half, with its capital in Constantinople, was thriving in comparison. The Byzantine Empire evolved into a stunning blend of classical Greco-Roman and medieval Christian culture. However, magnificent mosaics and enormous domes couldn't shield them from the endless disasters that awaited them over the next millennium. Facing threats from Persians, Goths, Arabs, Turks, Normans, and frequent civil wars, the Byzantines could never catch a break. The latter medieval period saw this Promethean struggle continue, with the Byzantines enduring relentless challenges without succumbing to them. As we will soon see, the Golden Disaster Empire managed to survive and thrive despite the most dire circumstances. Let's explore how the Byzantine Empire procrastinated its own demise, even slipping past the deadline. The Romans were indeed crafty. We begin, paradoxically, with the fall of the empire, about 2 centuries before the typical date of 1453. Long before the Ottomans appeared, the Byzantines struggled to coexist with the Italian merchant empires they had come to rely on. Venetian and Genoese traders clashed in the Latin quarters of Constantinople like feuding street gangs in Shakespearean Verona. The Byzantines escalated the situation by arresting and murdering tens of thousands of Latin citizens in the city. This was a colossal mistake. The ineptitude of the ruling Angelus dynasty, marked by constant infighting, left the empire in disarray. Things worsened infinitely when European powers launched the Fourth Crusade with the optimistic promise of, this time, it might actually work. Unsurprisingly, the crusade began poorly, with the understaffed army being excommunicated by the Pope before leaving the Adriatic Sea. The light at the end of the Crusaders' tunnel was Prince Alexios Angelos, who promised Byzantine money and military support in exchange for reinstating his deposed father, money he did not possess. Here, Alexios ignored the key rules from Alexios Komnenos' declassified crusading survival guide. Rule #1. Under any circumstances, do not ask crusaders for help. We've seen this before. It is not worth it. Rule #2. If crusaders arrive, transport them across your empire as quickly as possible. Do not let them linger. Rule #3. While crusaders are in your empire, never provoke them. They are armed, dangerous, and prone to fits of holy rage. In 1204, the Angeloi failed spectacularly on every point. Seizing the opportunity, the Crusaders sacked Constantinople. Venice instigated the pillaging, but by this point the Byzantines really should have known better than to set themselves up for such disaster. The sack of Constantinople was a catastrophe of unimaginable scale for the Byzantines, Crusaders ravaged the city's art and architecture, while the Venetians, more strategic, seized priceless relics for the glory of their republic instead of wantonly destroying everything and everyone. Regardless of whether treasures were looted or destroyed, Constantinople lay in ruins, and the rest of the empire became the next target for plunder. The cunning Venetians claimed the islands of the Aegean, while the Franks installed a Latin emperor and divided the Greek mainland. This marked the apparent end of the Byzantine Empire, as its capital was decimated and the Aegean basin, a bastion of the Greco-Roman world, was lost. Yet the indomitable Hellenic spirit persisted. Byzantine nobles, now in survival mode, established new states in Trebizond, Nicaea, and Epirus, providing refuge for Greeks fleeing the new Frankish rulers in mainland Greece, whose Latin empire quickly devolved into a mere post-Crusade treasure trove. The Franks, however, soon lost interest in governing, becoming weaker than the Byzantines they had so recently subdued. Is it really surprising? Initially, the three Hellenic states were on the defensive, but strategic manoeuvring and a bit of luck gave Nicaea an edge. Under the leadership of Michael Palaiologos, a visionary, the Nicaean army shifted from a purely defensive stance to a more agile and aggressive approach, enabling campaigns on multiple fronts across the western Anatolian coast and gaining footholds in Thrace and Macedonia. By a stroke of luck, the Nicaeans managed to recapture Constantinople. A small Byzantine force scouting the city's defences discovered the Frankish army was away, allowing them to exploit a breach in the wall, open a gate, and take the city. Despite the numerous disasters that had befallen them, it was a rare moment of fortune for the Byzantines. However, Emperor Michael Palaiologos faced significant challenges, as the city had remained in disarray since the Crusade half a century earlier, and the empire, teetering on the brink of collapse, struggled to reclaim its former grandeur. Nonetheless, it was a far better fate than the alternative. Defending the Byzantine Empire was a formidable task, even in its prime. But now, with an emperor ruling over a kingdom, and a capital that were mere shadows of their former selves, the real achievement lay not in retaking Constantinople, but in holding it. This was challenging, but not impossible, as Romans had always adapted their military tactics to meet contemporary needs. A weakened empire had to win tougher battles with inconsistent resources, prompting them to get inventive. They updated an old taxation system called the pronoia, applying it to the military. This system essentially funded heavy cavalry by granting them local taxation rights instead of paying and equipping them directly. The emperor maintained control over these contracts, which could be revoked or reassigned at will, functioning like a militarized version of the ancient Publicani tax farming system from the Republic era. Contemporary sources suggest the infantry seemed to materialize whenever a battle loomed, allowing the late Byzantine army to retain its iconic heavy cavalry, funded by a medieval twist on a Republic-era system, supported by a throwback to the polis-era farmer soldiers. While patchy and desperate, this system worked and vividly illustrated the enduring influence of Greek and Roman ideas in the Byzantine world. Diplomacy remained one of the Byzantines' sharpest tools, but the ongoing rivalry between Venice and Genoa complicated matters as their conflicts frequently erupted in Constantinople. There were also strategic missteps, such as when the Byzantines hired Catalan mercenaries who promptly went rogue and claimed the Duchy of Athens for 70 years. This wasn't even the worst mercenary debacle. In 1343, the Byzantine treasury was too depleted to pay for Venetian aid, forcing the former Empress Anna to pawn the empire's crown jewels. Despite trading away Constantinople's royal honour for warships, Anna's efforts underscore the dire straits the Byzantines found themselves in during this tumultuous period. She lost her war, a civil strife within the empire, which vividly illustrates the chaotic nature of Byzantine politics. The death of Emperor Andronikos left 9-year-old John Palaiologos in charge, with his mother Anna vying for regency against Andronikos' deputy, John Cantacusenos, who sought to rule jointly until John reached maturity. This conflict divided Byzantine society along class lines and sparked its own religious controversies. When John Cantacusenos and his wife Irene were crowned in 1347, the original Byzantine treasures, including the crown jewels, were held in Venice. Their crowns were thus replicas made of coloured glass, an emblem of the empire's diminished state. However, when John Palaiologos came of age, he initiated another civil war to oust his co-emperor, marking a tragic cycle of strife and wasted potential. Despite these setbacks, the 1340s brought an even greater calamity: the plague. This relentless scourge devastated populations and crippled economies, providing an opportune moment for the Ottomans in Anatolia. As the Byzantines struggled to rebuild their empire, small principalities emerged in the east following the collapse of the Sultanate of Rum, named not after the drink, but after the Arabic and Turkish word for Rome. Each beylik eagerly carved out its own territory, with the state of Osman Bey proving the most dynamic. Starting near Nicaea, they leveraged military prowess and diplomatic cunning to exploit rivalries among Byzantine factions, aided by the turmoil of the plague, reshaping the Eastern Roman world within a century. While the Ottomans were culturally distinct from the Romans, being a Sunni Muslim state, they were among many societies orbiting the Roman legacy, gradually asserting themselves as a major regional power. This marked a familiar pattern in Roman history, where various cultures aspired to emulate Rome's grandeur. The Ottomans' ascendancy was not immediate, but they swiftly emerged as the foremost Muslim power, displacing the waning Byzantine Empire. A century after the reconquest of Constantinople, the Byzantine Empire faced 4 critical challenges to its survival: Ottoman expansion westward, Aegean power struggles dominated by Venice and Genoa, economic dependence on maritime trade, and persistent internal power struggles and succession crises, testament to the enduring complexities of Roman governance. Fully rebuilding the empire seemed improbable, prompting the Byzantines to prioritise their battles and navigate alliances, often seeking protection under the Ottomans as a defensive strategy. Despite the empire's contraction to Constantinople alone, the landscape across the Aegean presented a starkly different reality. During the Byzantine Empire's turbulent period, Michael Palaiologos not only reconquered Constantinople in 1261, but also seized the Latin prince of Achaia Romano-Hellenic resilience, a testament to perseverance against adversity. This enduring spirit endured, fostering a cultural renaissance that resonated far beyond its borders, symbolising hope amid geopolitical turmoil. Strategically, safeguarding this territory required astute diplomatic finesse, although its natural defences, bounded by water on 3 sides and mountains on the 4th, provided a significant advantage. As Constantinople faced mounting threats from the Ottomans, the Morea asserted its autonomy in 1349, expanding its influence across the Peloponnese and briefly asserting control over Attica by the early 1400s. Notably, future Byzantine emperors honed their political acumen as governors in the Peloponnese, underscoring Maestra's pivotal role in shaping imperial succession. However, the relentless advance of the Ottoman Empire posed an existential threat. Despite valiant efforts and sporadic European support, the Byzantine Empire found itself increasingly vulnerable. In 1453, Sultan Mehmet's formidable cannons breached Constantinople's formidable Theodosian walls, precipitating its fall. Emperor Constantine, rallying his troops with impassioned resolve, perished in the heat of battle. Following the city's capture, Mehmet marvelled at the grandeur of Hagia Sophia, opting to preserve and convert it into a mosque, an unprecedented act of cultural preservation amidst conquest. Even after these pivotal events, he remarked, adjusting the narrative for emphasis, the Byzantine legacy persisted. The Ottomans, known for their towering domed architecture, integrated ethnic Romaioi into their society as pivotal figures in art, administration, craftsmanship, maritime affairs, military, and everyday life. Constantinople, rebranded as Constantinia, retained its status as the Mediterranean's linchpin city, more prosperous and secure than it had been in centuries, while acknowledging the bloodshed and state demise following Mehmet's breach of the Theodosian Wars in 1453, declaring himself Caesar wa Rum in homage to Rome's legacy, signified his role as both conqueror and builder. He assumed responsibility for civilization, preserving rather than annihilating it. This theme echoed across former Greek territories, absorbed into other empires, where Hellenic culture endured and thrived for centuries. An ancient adage states, "Rome conquered Greece, but Greece conquered Rome," illustrating how Hellenic culture pervades any state it integrates into, whether Rome, the Ottomans, or others. Venetian-held territories in the Aegean and Ionian seas, predominantly Greek, significantly influenced the Renaissance by disseminating classical ideas to a Catholic European audience. Venetian Greece, notably Crete, became bastions of art and learning, blending traditional Hellenism with Renaissance innovations. Despite the historical irony of Venetian treachery during the Crusades, Venice paradoxically played a crucial role in preserving Byzantine cultural heritage, a fact that is uneasy to acknowledge. As we approach the 1500s and 1600s, the era of Greeks ruling their ancient empire from Constantinople has long passed. The fundamental query surrounding the Byzantine Empire boils down to why it endured despite perpetual crises. Over a millennium, the empire's territorial decline was a protracted saga of resilience. It persisted because, at its core, Byzantium never relinquished its belief in the sanctity of its state, its its faith, and its identity. Every moment in Byzantine history affirmed that it was never too late to care or strive. They held steadfast to a conviction that their civilization was worth defending and advancing. Even in the face of adversity, this unwavering determination spurred them to cultivate successive epochs of prosperity. When reflecting on the endurance of the Byzantines following Rome's collapse in 476 AD and Constantinople's fall in 1204, it underscores the resilience of the Greeks, the Romaioi. This marks the entirety of Rome's history, from its humble beginnings on the banks of the Tiber to the demise of the Basilia Romaion, the last true Roman state. While architecture and literature could easily expand this narrative, the focus remains on a concise, cohesive account spanning over 2 millennia, a unified yet not definitive history of Roman civilization. The narrative of Roman statehood concludes at the onset of the Italian Renaissance, when classical art and learning surged to prominence across Europe, shaping Western culture to the present day. Meanwhile, Germany assumed leadership of a Roman-inspired empire that endured for a millennium, leaving an indelible mark on European society long after Rome's original state had faded. By 1000 AD, Rome persisted as Europe's cultural epicenter in religion, language, art, architecture, literature, and politics. Similarly, Byzantine civilization persisted long after Constantinople fell under Ottoman rule, as their legacy transcended states and persisted in the ideals and people they represented. Rome's ability to adapt marked its enduring transformations. Beyond the Mediterranean, Roman Christianity spread widely during the medieval era, influencing societies far beyond its former boundaries. Across the seas, Muslim empires incorporated classical Greco-Roman scholarship into their cultural fabric. In a distant, once unknown continent, descendants of Roman Britannia looked to the ancient republic as a model for their nascent nation. Latin, the language of Rome, survives through Romance languages and their derivatives like English. If you understand this video in the language spoken, you likely inhabit a world profoundly shaped by Roman civilization. Even in decline, Rome's influence persists as an integral part of European and Christian cultures, subtly influencing our societal interactions, values, and understanding. Rome's legacy, though complex, earns its place in shaping our collective identity. As our whispered journey through the history of Rome comes to a gentle close, may the echoes of its grandeur linger softly in your thoughts. From the rise of emperors to the echoes of triumphs and the whispers of everyday life in ancient streets, we've explored a world that shaped civilizations. Thank you for joining me, Sophie, on the ASMR History Channel. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the serene whispers of Rome's enduring legacy. Good night and sleep well. Welcome to the ASMR History Channel. I'm Sophie, and today we're diving into the captivating life of one of Rome's wealthiest and most influential figures, Marcus Licinius Crassus. As you relax and unwind, let the soothing sounds and gentle whispers guide you back to ancient Rome, a world of immense power struggles, political intrigue, and extraordinary fortunes. Crassus, famed for his vast his meteoric rise to his dramatic and tragic end. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the whispers of history envelop you. Marcus Licinius Crassus, a prominent and influential figure in the later Roman Republic, is renowned for his vast wealth and significant role in the formation of the initial triumvirate alongside Pompey and Julius Caesar. Born into a family of privilege around 115 BC, Crassus accumulated his riches through astute real estate investments and taking advantage of the turmoil of the Sullan proscriptions, acquiring properties of executed rivals at discounted prices. His financial prowess played a crucial role in his political rise, enabling him to provide substantial support to Julius Caesar in his early political campaigns. In the realm of military exploits, Crassus is particularly remembered for his decisive role in suppressing the infamous slave revolt led by Spartacus in 71 BC, earning him admiration and influence in the Roman Senate. However, Crassus's ambition for military glory eventually led to his downfall during the ill-fated Parthian campaign in 53 BC. Seeking to match the military achievements of his allies, he led a Roman army into Parthia, only to suffer a devastating defeat and meet his end at the Battle of Carrhae. This disastrous expedition not only brought about his untimely demise, but also disrupted the fragile balance of power within the triumvirate, setting the stage for conflicts between Caesar and Pompey that would ultimately lead to the demise of the Roman Republic. Crassus's legacy represents a complex blend of immense wealth, political influence, and tragic military undertakings, encapsulating the tumultuous final years of the Roman Republic. Despite belonging to the prestigious Latinian clan, a respected plebeian lineage in Rome known for its history of public service, Crassus was not, as commonly believed, connected to the wealthy Crassides. Contrary to the popular perception of his rags to riches story, Crassus did not come from humble beginnings, but instead built his fortune through shrewd business ventures and strategic investments. Crassus, often overshadowed by his contemporaries Pompey and Julius Caesar, nevertheless played a crucial role in shaping Roman history during the tumultuous late Republic era. His immense wealth, commanding presence, and ambitious nature left a lasting impact on the political and military landscape of the time. Marcus Crassus, the second son of Licinius Crassus, a prominent senator, faced significant personal challenges from an early age. Tragedy struck his family with the untimely deaths of his elder brother before the Italic War, and his father and younger sibling during the upheaval following Gaius Marius's victory at the Battle of Octavium. Despite these hardships, Marcus found an unexpected turn of events when he married his deceased brother's widow, a practice considered unconventional in Roman society during that period. The Crassus family history in the 2nd and 1st centuries BC was complex, with 3 distinct branches of the Licinian lineage. Marcus' grandfather, Marcus Licinius Crassus, known for his stern and unsmiling This move disrupted the traditional Roman political order and plunged the city into chaos. In the midst of this turmoil, Marcus Licinius Crassus, facing a precarious situation due to his family's strong connections to solar deep roots, made the strategic decision to go into hiding to avoid Sulla's purges. He fled Rome and sought refuge in Hispania, modern-day Spain, from 87 to 84 BC. During his time in Hispania, Crassus leveraged his father's network of allies in the region to raise a small army of approximately 2,500 soldiers, although their lack of experience was notable. To finance this military venture, Crassus resorted to coercive methods, which somewhat tarnished his reputation among the Roman elite. When Sulla passed away in 84 BC, the political climate in Rome became slightly more stable, prompting Crassus to move to the Roman province of Africa. In Africa, Crassus briefly aligned himself with Metellus Pius, a supporter of Sulla. However, disagreements soon arose between them, prompting Crassus to sail his troops to Greece, where Sulla's forces were preparing to reclaim control of Rome during the civil war. Crassus demonstrated his military prowess alongside Pompey in battles against Papirius Carbo's forces at Spalatium and in the siege of the Marian commander Carinas. The turning point for Crassus came during the Battle of the Colline Gate, where he was entrusted with commanding the pivotal right flank of Sulla's army. His success in this crucial position significantly bolstered the morale of Sulla's troops and played a key role in shifting the momentum of the battle in favour of Sulla, ultimately contributing to Sulla's victory in the conflict. The decisive victory not only restored Sulla's authority as the preeminent figure in Rome, but also catapulted Crassus into a position of significant influence within the city's political and military spheres. The support of grateful allies and the fear of vengeful adversaries further solidified Crassus's advantageous standing, setting the stage for his future rise in Roman politics. By strategically positioning himself to benefit financially, Crassus ensured his economic security, contingent upon the absence of any competing authoritarian figures seeking to impose their own agendas. In the chaotic aftermath of the Marian and Sullan purges, Crassus focused on rebuilding and expanding his family's wealth, which had been adversely affected during the tumultuous events of the time. Crassus emerged as a shrewd operator in acquiring assets confiscated from his political rivals, leveraging his connections and influence to capitalize on the turmoil that followed the proscriptions. His approach involved targeting those associated with the factions of Marius and Sulla, while simultaneously engaging with the Roman elite to deflect any potential criticism. The harsh measures of the proscriptions, which included executions and property seizures, left the female relatives of the victims in vulnerable social positions. Crassus astutely exploited this vulnerability to amass a considerable personal fortune, even resorting to adding wealthy individuals to the list of condemned in order to seize their riches. Notably, the historian Plutarch remarked that Crassus initially possessed acquisitions of valuable real estate properties. His ability to navigate and exploit the tumultuous events of the era not only secured his financial prosperity, but also established him as a formidable player in Roman politics and society. Marcus Licinius Crassus, a prominent Roman figure, leveraged the frequent fires in Rome to his advantage by taking advantage of fire-damaged properties being sold at discounted rates. This opportunistic approach allowed him to capitalize on the distress of owners seeking to quickly offload their assets in the aftermath of such disasters. However, Crassus's business dealings were not limited to these exploitative practices. They extended to other unethical endeavours, such as profiting from warfare and societal turmoil. Historical accounts, including Plutarch's writings, portray Crassus as someone who thrived on the misfortunes of others, transforming public calamities into lucrative opportunities for personal gain. His various ventures ranged from the trafficking of slaves to the operation of lucrative silver mines and bold real estate speculations. In particular, his involvement in the Roman real estate market was marked by his shrewd tactics of purchasing fire-damaged properties at reduced prices, taking advantage of the desperation of distressed property owners looking to sell quickly. One notable aspect of Crassus's real estate strategy was his utilization of a workforce of over 500 skilled slaves specialized in architecture and construction. By employing these trained individuals, Crassus was able to renovate the acquired properties in Rome at a significantly lower cost, thereby increasing his overall wealth and expanding his real estate holdings throughout the city. This approach not only helped Crassus restore his fortunes, but also allowed him to diversify his property portfolio in Rome. Furthermore, Crassus took his opportunistic practices a step further by establishing an innovative firefighting unit consisting of around 500 individuals. This brigade not only served the noble purpose of extinguishing fires in the city, but also served as a means for Crassus to further his financial interests and property acquisitions. Whenever a fire broke out, Crassus's brigade would swiftly intervene, negotiating the purchase of damaged properties at bargain prices. In some cases, if property owners refused his offers, Crassus would even let the buildings burn down, only to acquire the land later at a reduced cost. Through these ruthless tactics, Crassus amassed a significant number of properties, which he would then proceed to renovate and either return to their original owners or lease out to new occupants. This cutthroat approach not only solidified Crassus's wealth and influence, but also cemented his reputation as a ruthless and cunning businessman in ancient Rome. Known for his cunning and manipulative ways, Marcus Licinius Crassus was not one to shy away from using social engagement Despite his immense wealth, Crassus led a surprisingly modest personal life. He preferred simple meals and gatherings where he displayed generosity without the need for extravagant displays of opulence. His choice of social companions was strategic, based on personal connections and political utility, reflecting his pragmatic approach to wealth and relationships. Unlike some of his peers who flaunted their divine lineage, Crassus and his family chose to honour their ancestors through portraits displayed in their home, eschewing the need for mythical connections to elevate their status. Despite his accomplishments and prestigious lineage, Crassus found himself overshadowed in the political arena by the military and political successes of Pompey the Great, leading to a deep-seated rivalry between the two figures. While Crassus diligently climbed the political ladder, eventually reaching the position of praetor in 73 BC by following the cursus honorum, he struggled to escape the shadow cast by Pompey's illustrious reputation. Despite his best efforts, Crassus remained in Pompey's formidable shadow, a constant reminder of his own limitations in the face of a more dominant political force. This pivotal phase in Crassus's career marked a turning point for him, as it coincided with the outbreak of the Third Servile War, led by the gladiator Spartacus. The rebellion posed a significant threat to Rome, prompting Crassus to not only provide financial support, but also personally take charge of training and leading fresh troops at his own expense. This demonstrated both his wealth and his unwavering commitment to maintaining stability in Rome. Recognizing his offer and military capabilities, the Senate appointed Crassus to directly confront Spartacus. Initially, Crassus faced difficulties in dealing with Spartacus's strategic prowess and in boosting the morale of his own soldiers. A challenging moment arose when a group of his troops deserted the battlefield, leaving behind their weapons. In response, Crassus decided to impose discipline through a severe measure known as decimation. This brutal tactic involved executing 1 out of every 10 randomly chosen soldiers, with the goal of restoring order and unity within his ranks. The severe nature of this punishment had long-lasting effects, as described in detail by Plutarch, who recounted the brutal consequences. Historians later noted that these extreme measures had a profound impact on the morale of Crassus's troops, who began to view him as a greater threat than their enemies. As the conflict progressed, Spartacus strategically led his forces to the Parthian peninsula, seeking refuge in this advantageous location. In an effort to contain Spartacus and his army, Crassus ordered the construction of a trench and barricade across the Isthmus of Rhegium, effectively isolating the peninsula from the mainland. This strategic move demonstrated Crassus's tactical acumen and determination to defeat Spartacus. By taking on the challenge of confronting Spartacus and implementing bold strategies to contain the rebellion, Crassus solidified his reputation as a capable military leader and a staunch defender of Rome's interests during this crucial phase of his career. stretching across the breadth of Spartacus's path, effectively enclosing him from one coast to the other. However, even in the face of such a formidable obstacle, the resourceful and relentless gladiator managed to outwit his pursuers. In a daring move during a blizzard, Spartacus and a faction of his loyal followers devised a clever strategy to outmaneuver Crassus's troops by constructing a makeshift bridge over the deep trench that had been meant to confine them. By utilising nothing but earth and tree branches, they successfully evaded capture and continued their quest for freedom unabated. As the conflict escalated to a critical point during the Third Servile War, Crassus found himself bolstered by the arrival of two battle-hardened Roman legions under the command of Pompey, returning from Hispania, and Varro Lucas, arriving from Tay. With the looming threat of being encircled by these formidable adversaries, Spartacus made a strategic decision to confront his enemies head-on, rather than risk being trapped and subdued. The climactic showdown near the Salaria River ultimately culminated in a resounding victory for Crassus, as his well-coordinated forces overpowered the valiant but outnumbered rebels. In the midst of the chaotic and brutal clash, Spartacus displayed unparalleled bravery by personally engaging in combat, managing to eliminate two of Crassus's centurions before presumably meeting his own tragic end, as his body was never recovered from the battlefield. The aftermath of the decisive confrontation was marked by a grim display of power and deterrence, as Crassus ordered the crucifixion of 6,000 captured slaves along the Via Appia, a stark and chilling reminder of the consequences of defying Roman authority. Despite the overwhelming success of the campaign and the elimination of the rebellious threat, Crassus found himself grappling with concerns over whether his significant achievements would be duly recognised and acknowledged in the annals of Roman history. Before going into battle, he had urgently requested reinforcements from both Pompey and Lucas, believing that their additional forces would secure his victory against Spartacus's rebellious army. However, his initial optimism soon turned to regret, as he realised that the arrival of these reinforcements could potentially diminish his own contributions to the war effort. His concerns were validated when Pompey, upon joining the campaign, swiftly took charge of pursuing the remnants of Spartacus's forces, and ultimately claimed a considerable share of the credit for the victory. Pompey wasted no time in informing the Senate that while Crassus had indeed led the defeat of the slave rebellion, it was he, Pompey, who emerged as the true hero of the conflict. This assertion not only undermined Crassus's achievements, but also highlighted the political manoeuvring and ambition prevalent in Roman society. Despite his pivotal role in suppressing the revolt, Crassus made the strategic decision not to pursue a grand triumph ceremony, opting instead for a more subdued form of celebration known as renovation. This choice not only reflected the societal norms surrounding victories over slaves, but also symbolised extended beyond the battlefield and into Roman politics, particularly in their joint pursuit of the consulship. Plutarch's accounts shed light on the intricate political dance leading up to their shared consulship in 70 BC. Crassus, eager to secure the prestigious position, turned to Pompey for support, who, recognizing the opportunity to forge a political alliance, wholeheartedly endorsed Crassus's candidacy. However, their time in office as joint consuls was marred by constant discord as their differing opinions and ambitions clashed on various matters, resulting in an ineffective and turbulent consulship characterized by ongoing disagreements and power struggles. Plutarch extensively analyzes how Crassus utilized his vast wealth to not only enhance his political standing, but also to fulfill his religious obligations during his tenure in office. By organizing grand public sacrifices, hosting extravagant banquets, and generously distributing grain to the populace, Crassus sought not only divine favour, but also popular support and admiration. These lavish displays were not merely acts of piety, but strategic manoeuvres aimed at solidifying his influence among the masses. Appian further delves into the complex dynamics between Crassus and Pompey following a rebellion, shedding light on the intense power struggle that unfolded as both leaders vied for supremacy. The tense standoff over the dismissal of their armies near Rome during their respective bids for consulship underscored the deep-seated rivalry and mutual suspicion between the two figures. Despite Crassus meeting Sulla's stringent legal requirements as a praetor and Pompey's pledge to restore powers to the plebeian tribunes curtailed by Sulla, the issue of army dismissal exacerbated their conflict, heightening political tensions in Rome. In a bid to diffuse the escalating feud, Crassus extended a conciliatory gesture towards Pompey, signalling a willingness to ease the strained relations between them. The year 65 BC marked a significant turning point when Crassus and Capitolinus, both scions of prestigious and conservative backgrounds, were elected as censors. During this period, Crassus emerged as a pivotal figure in supporting Julius Caesar financially, playing a crucial role as his patron. This backing proved instrumental in Caesar's political ascent, notably aiding his successful campaign to secure the prestigious position of Pontifex Maximus, the highest religious office in Rome. By leveraging his resources and influence, Crassus enabled Caesar to reclaim a prominent religious role previously stripped from him, thereby bolstering his standing and consolidating his authority within Roman society. Furthermore, it is important to highlight that Crassus's support for Caesar extended beyond just securing military commands. He also provided crucial financial backing and political influence, which helped pave the way for Caesar's rise to power. This further solidified the bond between the three men and laid the foundation for their joint pursuit of political supremacy in Rome. One key aspect of the first triumvirate was the division of territories among its members. This division was not only a means of consolidating power, but also a strategic maneuver to ensure Crassus to target Parthia for military conquest was a bold and ambitious move. Parthia was known for its wealth and strategic importance, making it an enticing target for a Roman general seeking glory and riches. However, Crassus's decision to reject the alliance offer from Artavasdes II, the Armenian king, and instead pursue a riskier route underscores his overconfidence and lack of strategic foresight. This decision would later prove to be disastrous for Crassus and his forces. In summary, Crassus's role in the First Triumvirate was not limited to military support, but extended to financial backing, political manoeuvring, and territorial ambitions. His ill-fated campaign in Parthia serves as a cautionary tale of the dangers of hubris and the consequences of ignoring strategic advice and opportunities for alliances. In a fateful decision, he eschewed caution for a more perilous route, opting to cross the formidable Euphrates River, swayed by ill-advised counsel from an Armenian chieftain. This choice proved to be the harbinger of doom for his military campaign. Unbeknownst to Crassus, the chieftain, Ariamnes, had clandestinely aligned himself with the Parthians, setting the stage for betrayal. Under false pretenses, Ariamnes duped Crassus into launching a premature assault, deceitfully claiming that the Parthian forces were disorganized and vulnerable. Leading Crassus's army deep into the arid desert, far removed from vital water supplies, Ariamnes orchestrated a catastrophic trap. The fateful clash occurred in 53 BC at the Battle of Kay, near present-day Haran in Turkey, where the Roman legions clashed with the formidable Parthian army. Despite possessing superior numbers, Crassus's heavily armoured infantry proved ill-equipped to counter the agile and swift Parthian cavalry, experts in hit-and-run tactics. Armed with lethal composite bows, the Parthians expertly employed mounted archers to devastating effect, utilising advanced shooting techniques such as firing both forwards and backwards, executing strategic feigned retreats, and launching relentless attacks that decimated the Roman ranks. As the Roman forces found themselves in a desperate situation, Crassus attempted to weather the storm by maintaining the defensive testudo formation, hoping to deplete the Parthians' ammunition. However, the Parthians had shrewdly stationed camels laden with extra arrows strategically, enabling a continuous barrage that inflicted heavy casualties on the Roman ranks. Despite the pressing need for tactical adaptation, Crassus stubbornly refused to alter his approach, leading to a tragic outcome. In a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos, Crassus's kinsman, Cassius Longinus, proposed a reorganization of the Roman battle lines to better counter the Parthian tactics. Regrettably, Crassus remained steadfast in his obstinacy, sealing the fate of his troops. As dusk settled, the surviving Roman soldiers managed a harrowing retreat to Kay, leaving behind many wounded comrades in the pandemonium, who later fell prey to the relentless pursuit and annihilation by the Parthians. The Battle of Kar was Crassus's relentless pursuit of military glory that ultimately led to his downfall, as his overconfidence and miscalculations sowed the seeds of his defeat. The repercussions of this defeat reverberated not only through Crassus's own fate, but also through the fate of his legions and the broader Roman Empire. Following the disastrous battle, Crassus and his troops found themselves in a precarious position, with the looming threat of further Parthian attacks casting a shadow over them. Meanwhile, dissent and discontent began to simmer within the ranks, as the soldiers grappled with the harsh realities of their defeat and the uncertain future that lay ahead. Faced with mounting pressure from his troops, Crassus reluctantly entertained the idea of negotiating peace with the Parthians. However, the peace talks quickly soured due to deep-rooted mutual distrust between Crassus and the Parthian general Serena. The situation took a tragic turn when Crassus, accompanied by his entourage, set out for the Parthian camp to engage in negotiations. Octavius, one of Crassus's subordinates, sensed treachery and intervened, inadvertently triggering a violent clash that resulted in the untimely demise of Crassus and many of his companions. This sudden and brutal turn of events not only shattered any hopes of diplomacy, but also threw Crassus's men into chaos, effectively bringing an end to their crusade. In a macabre and symbolic act of contempt towards Crassus's reputation for greed and avarice, legend has it that the Parthians poured molten gold into his mouth after his death, serving as a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition and the pursuit of wealth at any cost. This chilling gesture has since been passed down through generations as a cautionary tale, underscoring the pitfalls of greed and the hubris that led to Crassus's tragic demise. The humiliation of Crassus did not end with his death. It reverberated through Roman history as a sobering reminder of the consequences of overreaching and the high price of unchecked ambition. The legacy of the Battle of Car and its aftermath serves as a cautionary tale for future generations, highlighting the importance of prudence, humility, and sound judgment in the pursuit of power and glory. During the opulent wedding celebration held in the historical Armenian city of Artaxata, an event of grandeur graced by the esteemed presence of King Ares of Armenia and Parthian King Orodes. Historical accounts vividly recount a macabre incident that left a lasting impression on the attendees. It is reported that amidst the lavish festivities, the decapitated head of the Roman general Crassus, a stark symbol of Roman defeat, was shockingly introduced. This gruesome act, symbolic of the brutal realities of war, was made even more chilling by the incorporation of Crassus's head as a prop in a dramatic performance of Euripides' tragic masterpiece, the Bacchae. The actor behind this audacious portrayal, known as Jason of Torres, ingeniously utilised Crassus's head to represent the character of Pentheus, blurring the lines between Greek theatrical art and the grim aftermath of military conquest. This fusion of art and savagery served as a poignant reminder of the fragile boundary between civilization and barbarism during times of conflict. Adding insult to injury, historical records, as chronicled by Plutarch, reveal the Parthians' further mockery of Crassus in a posthumous display of contempt. They subjected a Roman captive who bore a resemblance to Crassus to a humiliating spectacle, dressing him in feminine attire and parading him under the mocking titles of Crassus and Imperator. This grotesque imitation of a Roman triumphal procession was a deliberate affront to Roman military traditions that glorified conquest and power, underscoring the Parthians' intent to degrade Crassus's memory and undermine the perceived invincibility of Rome. Such narratives not only illuminate the brutal nature of ancient warfare and the personal risks faced by prominent figures like Crassus, but also shed light on the strategic use of cultural and psychological warfare throughout history. By employing symbols, theatrics, and psychological manipulation, ancient civilizations sought to assert dominance, sow fear among their enemies, and solidify their own positions of power. The events at the Grand Wedding in Artaxata serve as a stark reminder of the multifaceted nature of conflict, where military conquest intertwines with cultural symbolism and psychological warfare. The ancient Roman adage, "They who are conquered may be victorious," takes on new meaning in the context of such calculated displays of dominance. While these tactics may have been effective in asserting supremacy and demoralizing foes in ancient times, they also highlight the enduring impact of psychological warfare on the course of history. As we reach the end of our ASMR history journey, we reflect on the multifaceted and fascinating life of Marcus Licinius Crassus. His legacy, defined by incredible wealth, relentless ambition, and a dramatic downfall, continues to resonate through the corridors of history. Crassus's story serves as a poignant reminder of the fleeting nature of power and fortune. Thank you for joining me on this tranquil exploration of Crassus's life. My name is Sophie, and I hope you found it as intriguing as I did, and that the whispers of ancient Rome have brought you relaxation and a deeper appreciation for one of history's most compelling figures. Until our next journey, may the calm and serenity of the past stay with you. Welcome to the ASMR History Channel. I'm Sophie, and today we'll be delving into the remarkable life and career of Pompey the Great. Pompey, known as Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, was a central figure during the final years of the Roman Republic. His military exploits and political maneuvers significantly shaped the course of Roman history, from his early conquests in Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean to his pivotal role in the triumvirate with Julius Caesar and Crassus. Pompey's story is one of ambition, conflict, and legacy. Join me as we explore the highs and lows of his extraordinary journey. Pompey, also known as Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, emerged as a prominent military leader and influential political figure during the twilight of the Roman Republic. His early exploits across Africa, Sicily, and the eastern Mediterranean not only expanded Rome's dominion, but also solidified his standing as a formidable commander, forming the inaugural triumvirate with Julius Caesar and Crassus. Pompey strategically navigated the corridors of power, though internal strains eventually fractured the once unified alliance. The subsequent clash of egos between Pompey and Julius Caesar would prove pivotal in reshaping the trajectory of Roman governance. Born on September the 29th, 106 BC, in Picenum, Pompey hailed from a lineage of regional nobility, with his father, Gnaeus Pompeius Strabo, attaining the consulship in 89 BC. Strabo's tenure was marred by a reputation for avarice, cunning maneuvers, and a ruthless command style. Pompey's initiation into military affairs occurred during the Social War of 91, 87 BC, where he fought alongside his father until Strabo's sudden demise in 87 amid the Bellum Octavian, a period of civil strife. The circumstances surrounding Strabo's demise remain shrouded in mystery, with conflicting reports suggesting either natural causes or a mutinous act orchestrated by his troops. Allegations of financial misconduct tainted Strabo's final days, leading to legal charges against Pompey. However, through a strategic marriage to Antistia, the daughter of the presiding judge, Pompey managed to secure his acquittal and safeguard his political standing. The year 87 BC witnessed a pivotal debate regarding the appointment of Lucius Cornelius Sulla as the supreme commander in the First Mithridatic War, a decision laden with implications for Rome's military future. In the absence of Sol, his political opponents, including Lucius Cornelius Cinna and Nas Papyrus Capo, took control of the Senate with assistance from Gaius Marius, amassing considerable wealth. Sol's return in 83 sparked a new phase of civil war. In the year before his return, Pompey organised a full legion from his late father's supporters and veterans. Upon landing in Brum in the spring of 83 BC, Su began marching northwest towards Campania, prompting Pompey to lead his legion south to intercept him. The Roman government sent 3 armies against them, but Pompey managed to defeat one of these forces, forcing the enemy commanders to retreat. Upon reaching Su's camp, Pompey was formally hailed as Imperator, a significant promotion for him. During 83 BC, Suet encouraged Pompey to head back to Bonum to recruit more troops for the upcoming battles. As conflicts escalated, Sulla advanced towards Rome, while Pompey, aiding Sua's lieutenant Metellus, confronted consul Gaius Papyrus Garbo in Cisalpine Gaul. Serving as the cavalry leader under Metellus, Pompey and Metellus achieved a crucial victory over Caro's lieutenant near the river Assus. The tides turned with news of Sol's triumph at the Battle of Sac-Porters, causing Carbo to retreat to his stronghold in Arenum, where Pompey's cavalry continuously harassed his forces during the retreat. Metellus secured another victory against Gaius Marcius Sauros, a lieutenant of Garbo. Pompey's cavalry played a pivotal role in intercepting Suas's retreating troops near Sena Gallico, ensuring a decisive win and subsequent looting of the town, while Metellus continued his campaign in the northwest. Pompey joined forces with Sol in the south, marking a significant turning point in the civil war that would have repercussions in Rome. Pompey proceeded southwest along the Via Flaminia towards Spoletium, teaming up with Crus to defeat Carrinas once more. After besieging Carrinas in Spoletium, Pompey resumed his march as Carrinas narrowly evaded capture and fled towards Sol's command. Soon after, Pompey successfully ambushed a substantial force led by Sauros, striving to reach Presta, a town where Marius the Younger, Carbo's consular ally and symbolic opposition leader against Sulla, was blockaded. The inability of these forces to break the southern blockades in Umbria resulted in the government's resistance weakened as Etruria, combined with Melissa's success in urging the north, ended the campaigning season of 82. In a final effort to relieve Presta, the government rallied 10,000 legionaries to join forces with old adversaries from the social war, the Samnites and the Lucanians, pursued by Pompey. These combined forces initially advanced towards Pesta, but changed course towards an undefended Rome, thwarted by Sol's strong blockade. Their interception and defeat by Sulla at the Battle of the Gene Gate marked the end of the events in 82 BC, where Sulla successfully expelled his opponents from Italy and secured his dictator appointment by the Senate. Despite respect for Pompey's abilities and his growing influence, Sulla sought to strengthen their alliance by convincing Pompey to divorce his wife and marry his stepdaughter Aemilia. Unfortunately, the marriage was brief, as Aemilia, already pregnant by her previous husband, passed away in childbirth shortly after the wedding. Following the Marian faction's defeat, the remnants sought refuge in Sicily, regrouping under Marcus Pereira, aided by Aligbo's fleet. Cneius Domitius Ahenobarbus, meanwhile, held dominion over the Roman province of Africa. Upon Pompey's arrival in Sicily with a formidable force, Pereira fled the island, and Gubbo was captured and executed, a decision deemed necessary by Pompey due to Carbo's alleged crimes against Roman citizens. This action, coupled with the general sentiment towards him, led to Pompey earning the disparaging moniker Adolcentus Carnifex, or the Young Butcher. Leaving Sicily under Gaius Mulci's governance, his brother-in-law, Pompey, turned his attention to Africa, where he faced and defeated Ahenobarbus at the Battle of Uae, swiftly subjugating Numidia and executing its king, Hippal, another Marian faction ally. During this military campaign, Pompey's troops began to hail him as Magnus, or the Great, drawing comparisons to the revered figure of Alexander the Great. Pompey eventually adopted this title into his name, becoming known as Pompey the Great. Upon his triumphant return to Rome, Pompey sought a triumph to commemorate his conquests, a bold move considering his escalating power. While complying with the request, youth Sulla aimed to lessen Pompey's prominence by simultaneously bestowing victories upon Lucius Linius Murena and Gaius Valerius Flus. It was a 3-for-1 deal, making the most of the situation. Concurrently, Pompey tied the knot with Mucia Tertia from the esteemed Meta family, and together they had 3 offspring. Pompey the Younger, also known as Naos, a daughter named Pompeia Magna, and a younger son, Zeus. The marriage endured until their separation in 61 BC, initially endorsing Marcus Aemilius Lepidus for the consulship in 78 BC, a decision made against Sol's counsel, according to Plutarch. of Saul's reforms. In January 77 BC, Lepidus assumed the proconsulship of Cisalpine and Transalpine Gaul, disregarding a Senate directive to return to Rome, requesting an additional consul term, which the Senate promptly denied. Lepidus gathered his forces and marched towards Rome. In response, the Senate took measures and selected Pompey the Great to counter him. As Lepidus approached the south, Pompey rallied veteran troops from Rome and advanced north to besiege Mutina, the capital city of Colline Gaul, controlled by Lepidus's ally Marcus Junius Brutus. After enduring a prolonged siege, Brutus surrendered the town only to be assassinated the next day, allegedly on Pompey's orders. Simultaneously, outside Rome, Julius defeated Lepidus, while Pompey launched an attack from the rear, trapping him near Cosa. With his forces depleted, Lepidus retreated to Sardinia, where he met his end. These events not only crushed Lepidus' rebellion, but also bolstered Pompey's image as a resolute and efficient military commander. When trouble brewed in Rome, Pompey was the man to call upon. The Sertorian War erupted swiftly in 80 BC, when Quintus Sertorius, a formidable leader with ties to the Marian faction, sparked a rebellion in Hispania. Joined by other Marian survivors, including Perenna, and supported by local tribes, Sertorius swiftly seized control of Hispania Citerior, ousting Quintus Caecilius Metellus Pius from neighbouring Hispania Ulterior and consolidating his dominance over significant territories. Recognising the escalating threat, the Senate turned to their go-to guy, the man of the moment. Despite the dubious legality of his appointment, Pompey was given full military command in Spain. Urgent circumstances led him to gather a substantial force comprising 30,000 foot soldiers and 1,000 horsemen to face the formidable Sertorius. Prior to his arrival in Hispania, Pompey suppressed a rebellion in Gallia Narbonensis and established winter quarters near Narba Martius. In early 76 BC, Pompey crossed the sea port into the Iberian Peninsula, where he would conduct campaigns for the ensuing 5 years. Upon reaching Hispania, Pompey's presence uplifted the morale of Metellus' troops and even convinced some local rebels to switch sides, despite facing setbacks, notably during the Battle of Laron, where Sertorius dealt Pompey a significant blow. He spent the rest of the year regrouping his forces and pondering strategic errors in anticipation of a prolonged conflict in the challenging terrain of Hispania. By 75 BC, the Sertorian War escalated, with Sertorius intensifying his attacks against Quintus Metellus Pius. Pompey clashed with and defeated Sertorius' lieutenants, Perenna and Cassius, near present-day Valencia. Metellus took advantage of this shift to vanquish Sertorius alongside deputy Lucius Hirtius at the Battle of Italica. The tide of the war ebbed and flowed frequently, culminating in a costly clash at Saguntum that exacted a toll on both sides. Adroitly, Sertorius retreated to Clunia, fortifying the town's defences to lure the Roman commanders into a prolonged siege. Simultaneously, he organised garrisons from other towns into a fresh field army. Sertorius broke the siege at Clunia, disrupting Roman supply routes both on land and sea. The logistical strain compelled Metellus to station his troops in Gaul for the winter, while Pompey settled among the Vaci in 73 BC. Reinforced by 2 additional legions, Metellus regrouped with Pompey, and together they advanced towards the Ebro River. Concurrently, Sidorus and Peraina made strides from Lusitania. Yet, internal rifts began to erode Sorus's authority, leading to a standstill in the conflict for the ensuing 2 years. By 71, the discord within his faction peaked with Pina's assassination of Sorus. Pino's subsequent downfall and execution by Pompey signalled the waning of major hostilities. Following his triumph, PMPI dedicated time to restructuring the local Roman administration in Hispania. His conciliatory stance towards former adversaries pacified remaining opposition and expanded his influence and patronage throughout Hispania and into southern Gaul, laying the groundwork for future political and military dominance in the region. As Pompey wrapped up his military endeavours in Hispania, Crus undertook the task of suppressing the Third Servile War. Pompey's arrival enabled him to confront and decimate 6,000 escapees from the battle, deeming it as the effective conclusion of the conflict. Upon his return, Pompey was granted a second triumph for his successes in Hispania and nominated for the consulship. His candidacy necessitated a special decree from the Senate due to his youth and technical breach of eligibility criteria. Pompey threw his weight behind Crassus as his co-consul, strategically placing Crassus in his debt. They were eventually elected as consuls for the year 70 BC, but their tenure was characterized by constant discord, deemed politically unproductive and devoid of accomplishments. Despite their clashes, the consulship oversaw significant political transformations, notably the reinstatement of powers to the plebeian tribune that had been stripped by Saul. Among these powers was the vital authority to veto senatorial legislation. The late Roman Republic witnessed a crucial turning point in politics when Pompey's authority was reinstated. While this move garnered widespread support from the public, it encountered strong opposition from the senatorial class, particularly the Optimates. The successful restoration of Pompey's powers depended on the collaboration of the consuls, a remarkable accomplishment considering the typically contentious nature of their partnership. Despite historical narratives often overlooking Crassus's contributions to these reforms, his backing alongside Pompey's proved vital for their implementation. Pirates posed a significant menace during Roman times, proliferating in the Mediterranean region. Over the past 5 decades, their influence had surged due to the waning power of traditional naval forces like Rhodes. Despite previous endeavours, Rome had struggled to quell their activities due to their vast numbers and widespread operations. Romans frequently categorized their adversaries as pirates or bandits, prompting some historians to argue that they were conventional foes rather than mere disorganized criminals. Primarily situated in Cilicia, the pirates escalated their raids to the extent of attacking Oster, a Roman harbour, in 68 BC, even seizing 2 senators. This event triggered widespread fear and indignation. In response, Aulus Gabinius, a tribune of the plebs in 67 BC, introduced the Lex Gabini, conferring Pompey with proconsular authority for 3 years over any province within 50 miles of the Mediterranean. Despite opposition the Senate, the legislation was eventually enacted, empowering Pompey to appoint legates and allocate substantial financial resources for a decisive campaign against the pirates. During Pompey's offensive against the pirates, he encountered internal hurdles primarily from Roman officials who resented his extensive powers, either due to envy or pragmatic concerns. For example, Gaius Piso impeded his recruitment endeavours, while Quintus Metellus disregarded his directives. To effectively counter the pirate threat, Pompey dispersed his troops across the Mediterranean to prevent the pirates from escaping the Roman fleet through relocation. He deployed 15 legions to monitor specific regions and safeguard crucial grain routes leading to Rome. This strategic move swiftly brought the Western Mediterranean under his command. In a span of only 40 days, his naval forces pushed eastward, forcing the pirates to retreat to their strongholds in Caliso. Leading the crucial attack on their main stronghold at Corium, he achieved a decisive victory in the Battle of Corium, effectively ending the conflict in just 3 months. Known for his leniency, most of the pirates surrendered without resistance. After their capitulation, Pompey resettled them in cities ravaged during the Mithridatic War, such as Solili, which he renamed Pompeiopolis in Greece, and other towns in Libya and Calabria. These communities developed a lasting bond with Rome and Pompey, integrating into the Roman state while maintaining ties to their benefactor. It was a mutually beneficial outcome. In 73 BC, Lucius Linus Lucullus, a seasoned lieutenant of Sulla, was appointed proconsul of Cilicia and entrusted with leading the campaign in the Third Mithridatic War. The conflict reignited in 74 BC after the demise of the last ruler of Bithynia, who left his kingdom to Rome, prompting invasions by Mithridates, the sick of Pontus, and Tigranes, the great of Armenia. Lucullus showcased his military prowess by securing multiple triumphs. However, accusations surfaced that he was intentionally prolonging the war for personal gain, prompting a Senate inquiry. By 69 BC, discontent and mutiny festered among his troops. In 68 BC, Quintus Marcius Rex assumed command in Cilicia, while Manius, Achilles, Gabrio took charge in Bithynia. Regrettably, Gabrio's indecisiveness allowed Mithridates to reclaim much of Pontus in 67 BC and invade Cappadocia, a Roman ally, in 66 BC. Capitalizing on the situation, Pompey used his political clout to pass the Lex Manilia through the tribunate, granting him extensive authority in Asia Minor to decisively defeat Mithridates, complementing the powers bestowed upon him by the Lex Gabinia. Although the Optimates, the conservative faction, privately expressed concerns about one individual amassing such power, they acquiesced, mindful of Pompey's substantial popular backing. Lucullus, embittered by his replacement, derisively dubbed Pompey a scavenger who exploited the achievements of others, a thinly veiled reference to Pompey's new command and his alleged role in concluding the campaign against Spartacus. Concurrently, Pompey forged an alliance with Phraates II, the Parthian king, persuading him to launch an incursion into Armenia. Phraates, as a figure of legend, put forth a proposal for a ceasefire, while Lucilius argued of 66 BC, Pompey had located and defeated him at Luz, decisively altering the course of the conflict. Following the battle, Mithridates, accompanied by a small group of loyal soldiers, managed to elude capture and escape to Colchis on the Black Sea. There, he successfully overthrew the Roman-backed ruler of the Jambosporus, his own son Maris, who subsequently took his own life. Amidst the turmoil, Pompey pressed forward with his military campaign, entering Armenia with the assistance of Tigranes the Younger. In an effort to prevent further hostilities, Tigranes the Elder swiftly engaged in negotiations with Pompey, agreeing to a substantial monetary payment and the relinquishment of the territory seized by Lucilius. Furthermore, Roman forces were granted permission to be stationed within his jurisdiction. In 65 BC, Pompey advanced towards Colchis with the objective of capturing Mithridates. This endeavour required him to first subdue various local tribes aligned with Mithridates. Following a series of triumphs, he united with Julius, the commander of his Pontine fleet at Phases. However, a renewed uprising in Caucasian Albania diverted Pompey's focus, prompting a strategic retreat to address these additional disturbances. After his triumph at the river Abbas, Pompey successfully negotiated with the Albanians and secured truces with the other tribes in the northern Caucasus region. Subsequently, Pompey spent the winter in Armenia settling minor territorial disputes between his allies, Frates of Parthia and Tigranes. In 64 BC, while upholding a naval blockade to weaken Mithridates, Pompey shifted his attention to Syria. He annexed several affluent independent cities, integrating them into the newly formed Roman province of Syria. This expansion not only augmented his wealth and reputation, but also drew criticism from his political adversaries in Rome, who argued that his actions exceeded the authority bestowed upon him. Meanwhile, Mithridates, now aged and increasingly isolated, found himself besieged in Pantium by another one of his sons, Pharnaces II. An attempt on his life through poison failed, purportedly due to his consistent consumption of antidotes as a precaution against such eventualities, a measure that appeared to have been effective. Ultimately, he was slain by his own rebels in an attempt to curry favour with Rome. Pharnaces, Mithridates' son, dispatched Mithridates' body to Pompey. In response, Pompey recognised Pharnaces as the ruler of the Bosporan kingdom and formally aligned him as a Roman ally, thereby signifying the end of Mithridates' rule. Challenging the authority of Rome for a considerable period, we now delve into the downfall of the Seleucid Empire. After this incident, in 64 BC, Pompey incorporated Syria into Roman territory, which not only expanded Roman influence, but also brought about instability in the entire area. The power vacuum that ensued allowed numerous cities to proclaim their independence. In the early months of 63 BC, Pompey left Antioch, progressing southwards and capturing coastal towns like Apamea. Progressing through the anti-Lebanon mountains, he took control of Pella, Jordan and Damascus. His entrance into Judea was prompted by local disputes that endangered regional peace. The situation in Judea, worsened by the ongoing Hasmonean conflict between Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II, compelled Pompey to intervene. The military operation reached its peak with the siege of Jerusalem. during which the defenders of Aristobulus retreated to the temple, which was subsequently ransacked by the Romans. Judea was established as a vassal kingdom under Hyrcanus, integrated into the Decapolis, and placed under the authority of the newly established province of Syria. Pompey's reorganization of the eastern territories involved the establishment of the province of Bithynia and Pontus, with the remaining lands of Mithridates being distributed among Roman allies. Ariobarzanes was reinstated to his throne in Lesser Armenia, which was previously under Tigranes, and annexed into Galatia, where Pompey's ally Deiotarus was appointed as ruler. Moreover, the coastal area of Pamphylia, notorious for piracy, was amalgamated with other inland regions into Cilicia, divided into 6 administrative units. These territorial and administrative adjustments proved advantageous for the Roman state, resulting in increased revenue and successful missions. Nevertheless, they also contributed to the augmentation of Pompey's personal wealth and network of supporters, cementing his influence over the newly restructured region. In 62 BC, Pompey returned to Italy, disbursing significant rewards to his soldiers, totaling approximately 16,000 talents to secure their loyalty. This act of generosity not only aimed to ensure the allegiance of his troops, but also served as a strategy to maintain their loyalty. Despite concerns that he might follow in Sulla's footsteps by leveraging his newfound authority for personal gain, Pompey's actions illustrated a delicate balance between advancing the interests of the Roman state and enhancing his personal wealth and influence. Upon reaching Brundisium, Pompey discharged his troops as he proceeded towards Rome. A significant number of people gathered to catch a glimpse of him, demonstrating his enduring popularity among the common folk. In the year 61 BC, Pompey marked his 45th birthday with a grand triumph to commemorate his triumphs in Asia Minor and the Near East. He proudly proclaimed that the newly established eastern provinces had notably increased the annual state revenue. Although Pompey kept his personal wealth details private, it was evident that he possessed considerable riches. Part of his wealth was utilised to fund the renowned theatre of Pompey in ancient Rome. Despite his achievements, Pompey encountered obstacles with the Senate. They rejected the treaties he had brokered in the East, with opposition spearheaded by the Optimates like Gaius Marcius Censorinus and Metellus Scipio. Additionally, the Senate thwarted a proposal to allocate land to Pompey's veterans and the landless urban populace. This act displayed the Senate's belief in their ability to handle and quell public discontent, despite the widespread support for Pompey's endeavours. Pompey found it challenging to combat the Optimate faction single-handedly. His political landscape underwent a transformation when Julius Caesar sought his backing for the consulship in 59 BC. Caesar realised the advantage of forming an alliance with Pompey, whose sway over the urban voters could enhance his own political ambitions. This alliance was further solidified with the support of Crassus. With the endorsement of Pompey and Crassus, Caesar secured one of the 2 consulships for 59 BC. Caesar's position of influence enabled him to push through legislation that not only served his own interests, but also those of his associates, Pompey and Crassus. The time had come to call in the favours owed to him. Despite his status at circumventing the authority of the conservative optimates. Pompey brought his unmatched military reputation and widespread popularity among the Roman populace to the alliance, valuable assets in the Republic's power structure. In contrast, Crassus contributed substantial financial resources, being exceedingly wealthy and capable of creating extensive networks of influence, even though he lacked the military accomplishments often deemed essential for political success in Rome at that time. This strategic partnership among the trio represented a significant shift in the distribution of power within the late Roman Republic, triggering numerous major political transformations. Upon his election, Caesar promptly pushed through a new agrarian law, leveraging the backing of Pompey's veteran supporters, who allegedly pressured the Senate into compliance. This show of strength effectively marginalised Bibulus, Caesar's fellow consul, who opposed the legislation and was reportedly attacked in the Forum, leading to his retreat into what amounted to house detention for the remainder of his term. Furthermore, Caesar successfully secured the endorsement of Pompey's reforms in the eastern territories and assumed the governorship of Gallia Cisalpina and later Gallia Transalpina following the demise of the previous governor. Nevertheless, the triumvirate encountered significant resistance from prominent senators such as Cicero, a long-standing ally of Pompey, who diverged regarding Publius Clodius Pulcher. Clodius, backed by Caesar and Pompey, targeted Cicero due to his involvement in extrajudicial executions during the Catilinarian conspiracy, resulting in Cicero's temporary exile. Despite this, Cicero returned to Rome 18 months later, largely due to Pompey's influence, and supported Pompey's appointment as Praefectus Annonae during a grain shortage crisis, displaying both gratitude and pragmatism. By 56 BC, Pompey and Crassus, despite their historical rivalry and Pompey's concerns regarding Caesar's increasing military renown, joined forces to secure their joint election as consuls for 55 BC. The campaign was marked by the customary Roman political machinations, betrayals, and violence. Yet, with Caesar's support, they emerged victorious. Upon assuming their positions, they coordinated the passing of legislation that designated Crassus to lead a military campaign in Syria against the Parthians, Pompey to govern the provinces of Hispania and Africa, and extended Caesar's authority in Gaul. These decrees bestowed upon all three individuals expansive military and diplomatic powers for a span of 5 years, granting them the authority to recruit soldiers and participate in warfare or diplomacy as they saw fit. Fast forward to 54 BC. Amidst the tumultuous activities in Gaul, Caesar found himself confronted with a swiftly changing political environment in Rome. Meanwhile, Crassus embarked on an ill-fated expedition against the Parthians. During this time, Caesar suffered a personal tragedy with the passing of his wife Julia during childbirth in September. The subsequent deaths of Crassus and his son at the Battle of Carrhae in May of 53 BC significantly shifted the delicate power dynamics, eliminating a crucial buffer between Caesar and Pompey and laying the groundwork for a direct confrontation. The situation escalated further in 52 BC when violence disrupted the consular elections, leading to their suspension. Amidst this chaos, the Optimate faction, spearheaded by figures like Bibulus and backed by Cato, advocated for radical measures. Their proposal for Pompey to be appointed as the sole consul, deviating from traditional Roman practices, was eventually approved. Following his appointment, Pompey solidified his political alliances by marrying Cornelia, the widow of Crassus, and appointing her father, Mettus Scipio Nasica, as his consular partner for the latter part of the year. During his consulship, Pompey promoted legislation that could have significant repercussions for the Republic's stability, aiming to retroactively prosecute political violence, potentially exposing Caesar to legal repercussions for alleged misconduct during his consulship in 59 BC, once his proconsular immunity expired. In anticipation of potential legal challenges upon his departure from Gaul, Caesar took preemptive actions by planning to run for the consulship in absentia in 48 BC. However, a legislation supported by Pompey mandated candidates to be physically present in Rome to run for office, complicating Caesar's strategies and contributing to the inevitable slide towards civil war in 49 BC. Despite outward appearances of cooperation, Pompey viewed Caesar as a substantial threat, leading to former allies becoming adversaries. This sentiment was echoed by many members of the Senate, including Gilles and Gasglorius Marcellus in 50 BC, who were known opponents of Caesar. Alongside them, CIO, a plebeian tribune, also opposed Caesar and advocated for measures aimed at stripping him of his command in Gaul. By resorting to bribery of both Pinus and Curio to bypass these measures, Curio proposed a resolution in a strategic manoeuvre. He recommended that both Caesar and Pompey should either simultaneously disarm or risk being branded as enemies of the state. This ultimatum appealed to those seeking to avoid conflict, but was deemed unfeasible by the Optimates, who perceived Caesar as a menace requiring elimination. The refusal of this proposal pushed the Republic closer to open conflict, gradually descending into disorder. The Senate's stance towards Caesar remained inflexible, influenced by a strong faction reluctant to make concessions. In December, Caesar strategically positioned himself in Ravenna, located just beyond the borders of the Roman Republic, with a seasoned legion. The Senate, deeply suspicious of Pompey's leadership, labelled Caesar a public enemy on January 7th. Defying this, Caesar famously crossed the Rubicon River into Italy on January 11th, commencing the Roman Civil War. Despite being significantly outnumbered in resources, Caesar lacked a naval fleet and only had 3 weakened legions at his disposal. Conversely, Pompey enjoyed the substantial backing of the Roman Senate and the state's formidable resources, along with the loyalty of his supporters in the east. Despite Pompey seeming to hold the upper hand, his position was more precarious than it appeared. Acting merely as a counsellor to a divided Senate, with some advocating for peace and others wary of Pompey's motives, he faced as much suspicion from the Senate as Caesar did, influencing Pompey's military strategies. Necessary approval from the consuls was required, thereby limiting his independence. Despite his recommendations, not all were followed. An instance being Cicero's refusal to provide recruitment aid and Cato's rejection of command over Sicily, a crucial location for overseeing Rome's grain provision. Caesar's army was composed of battle-hardened soldiers who were deeply devoted, in contrast to many of Pompey's troops who were either mercenaries or inexperienced. This contrast became apparent during the siege of Corinium, where Pompey's ally, Lucius Domitius, surrendered his 13,000 soldiers to Caesar. These forces under Ospolio were then dispatched to capture Sicily. In response, Pompey withdrew from Rome, urging senators and officials to accompany him to Brundisium. From there, he successfully transported his troops across the Adriatic to Dyrrhachium and Thessaly. Meanwhile, Caesar, unable to immediately pursue due to a lack of ships, focused on securing his rear by defeating Pompey's forces in Hispania before returning to Rome in December of 49 BC. This delay allowed Pompey to gather an army nearly double the size of Caesar's and maintain control of the sea routes through his naval dominance. By January 48 BC, however, Caesar managed to cross the Adriatic Sea with 7 legions, landing in southern Albania. After capturing Oricum and Apollonia, he advanced towards Dyrrhachium, Pompey's main supply stronghold. Pompey arrived in time to thwart Caesar's advancements and established a fortified camp across the river Apsus. The two armies found themselves in a stalemate, neither side willing to initiate hostilities. Caesar due to his military disadvantage, and Pompey preparing to weaken Caesar through attrition. Similar to his earlier tactics against Myodes, the deadlock was broken when Mark Antony successfully crossed the Adriatic with 4 legions, landing at Nymphium, approximately 57 kilometers north of Dyrrhachium. In an attempt to prevent Antony's forces from joining Caesar, Pompey moved northeast to set up an ambush. However, sympathizers loyal to Caesar in the area informed Antony of the trap, enabling him to hold his position until Caesar drew near. Faced with the threat of being caught between 2 Caesarian forces, Pompey strategically retreated. With their forces combined, Caesar redistributed his troops. He dispatched 1.5 legions to Aetolia and Thessaly to secure provisions and support, and sent 2 more legions under Demus Calvinus to block Metellus Scipio in Macedonia. Simultaneously, Pompey's eldest son, Cunius, dealt a significant blow to Caesar by destroying his fleet at Oricum and Lecce, effectively cutting off Caesar's supply lines from Italy. Caesar attempted to lure Pompey into battle. In the confrontation at the Sarum, Pompey opted to avoid direct combat, skillfully manoeuvring himself the next day. Caesar subsequently led his forces back towards Ducum, establishing a camp before Pompey's arrival. With insufficient siege equipment to capture Durham, and unwilling to leave his rear vulnerable to Pompey's attacks, Caesar made the strategic decision to besiege Pompey instead. Despite Pompey having ample food supplies, Caesar tactically blocked local rivers to induce a water scarcity and limit foraging opportunities for Pompey's cavalry. The worsening conditions compelled Pompey to take a decisive action in late July, breaking through a section of Caesar's defences and nullifying the siege, prompting Caesar to retreat to Apollonia. Upon Metellus Scipio's reinforcement of Pompey in Thessaly, Caesar advanced south to confront them, joining forces with Demus Calvinus en route. Caesar's troops looted the city of Gumi, while Pompey hesitated to engage in battle near Phalus, possibly due to his caution. Despite being outnumbered, commanding approximately 38,000 soldiers to Caesar's 22,000, held a notable cavalry advantage. Pompey organised his forces for battle on August 9th, aiming to flank Caesar from the left. However, Caesar foresaw Pompey's tactic and effectively countered the cavalry assault, leading to a decisive victory over Pompey's army. Following the defeat at Veles, Pompey fled the battlefield and sought sanctuary in Medan, where he reunited with his wife Cornelia. Most of his allies from the east were either killed or captured, with the exception of the young Ptolemy XIII of Egypt. Recognizing Egypt's riches and strategic significance, Pompey considered it a viable place of refuge. Meanwhile, Cato announced his determination to continue the resistance against Caesar from Africa, while many of Pompey's senatorial backers opted for reconciliation with Caesar and a return to Rome. Pompey set sail with a modest fleet towards Egypt and arrived at Pelium on September the 28th, 48 BC. However, Egypt was engulfed in internal strife, a civil conflict between Ptolemy III and his sister Cleopatra VII. Pompey met a tragic fate as he was betrayed and assassinated by Lucius Septimus, a Roman officer who had once served under him but now sided with the Egyptian army. In the grim aftermath, Pompey's body was hastily disposed of. Pompey's servants conducted his cremation on the shore, preserving his head as a macabre offering meant for Julius Caesar. This act of assassination stemmed from concerns within Ptolemy's court about Pompey's potential bid for control over Egypt, exploiting the allegiance of Roman mercenaries like Septimus in the Egyptian army. Furthermore, Ptolemy's counsellors likely viewed the murder as an opportunity to curry favour with Caesar amid his ongoing rivalry with Cleopatra. Nevertheless, this scheme ultimately proved to be counterproductive, as history reveals. The poignant destiny of Pompey's final remains is a tale unto itself. Eventually, his widow Cornelia received his preserved head, interring it at the family estate in the Alban Hills. Cicero, moved by the circumstances of Pompey's demise, mournfully remarked that Pompey's influence outlasted his actual authority, marking a tragic conclusion to the illustrious career of the once mighty Roman general. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of Pompey the Great's life here on the ASMR History Channel. Pompey's impact on the Roman Republic was profound, marked by his military genius and complex political strategies. Despite the turbulent end to his career, his legacy endures in the annals of history as one of Rome's greatest commanders. If you enjoyed this deep dive into ancient history, please like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Until next time, this is Sophie, wishing you peaceful and enlightening historical journeys. Hello and welcome to the ASMR History Channel. I'm Sophie, and today we'll be diving into the fascinating life of one of Rome's most renowned figures, Julius Caesar. Sit back, relax, and let the soothing sounds of history wash over you as we journey through the triumphs and trials of Caesar's life, from his ambitious rise to power to the dramatic events that forever changed the course of Roman history. Let's embark on this captivating exploration together. Julius Caesar, born in 100 BC, stands as one of Rome's most illustrious figures. As a shrewd politician and formidable general, he extended political skill earned him substantial power and widespread popularity, culminating in his designation as dictator for life. However, his meteoric rise incited fear among some Roman elites who were apprehensive about his growing influence and potential to establish a monarchy. This anxiety culminated in his assassination on the Ides of March in 44 BC by a faction of senators led by Brutus and Cassius. Caesar's death marked the end of the Roman Republic and ignited a series of civil wars, eventually leading to the creation of the Roman Empire under his adopted heir, Octavian, later known as Augustus. Caesar's enduring legacy has influenced political thought, military tactics, and governance structures throughout history. Julius Caesar was born on July 12, 100 BC, into the patrician Julian family, which traced its origins to Rome's legendary past. The Julii claimed descent from Julius, the son of the Trojan prince Aeneas, who was supposedly the son of the goddess Venus, adding a divine touch to their lineage, at least according to family lore. While these ancestral claims shaped public and personal identity, they did not always confer immediate political advantage. During the Middle Republic, the Julii were not particularly distinguished in Rome's highly competitive political scene. The cognomen Caesar first emerged with an ancestor who served as praetor in 208 BC during the crucial stages of the Second Punic War against Carthage. Spoiler: Carthage lost. It wasn't until 157 BC that a family member attained the consulship, reflecting a gradual rise in their political status. This resurgence continued into the early 1st century BC with 2 consuls from the family serving in consecutive years, 91 and 90 BC. Caesar's father, also named Gaius Julius Caesar, navigated the political landscape successfully. His marriage to Aurelia of the influential Aureli Cotta family further enhanced his prospects, benefiting from family ties, particularly through his sister's marriage to Gaius Marius, a key military and political figure. Caesar's father was active in politics, serving on the Saturninian Land Commission and being elected praetor between 92 and 85 BC, eventually governing Asia as proconsul. During Lucius Cornelius Sulla's dominance in Rome, he chose to retire rather than pursue a consulship, indicating a strategic retreat from the political forefront amid the prevailing regime. During this era, Caesar's path took a dramatic turn when he was appointed Flamen Dialis, a prestigious religious office dedicated to Jupiter. This role, which came with strict prohibitions, effectively barred him from political pursuits, suggesting his family viewed his future as more ceremonial than political. His marriage to Cornelia, the daughter of Sulla, further entwined his fate with Sulla's political legacy. In 84 BC, Caesar's father passed away unexpectedly, coinciding with a significant shift in Rome's political landscape after Sulla's victory in the Civil War 2 years prior. Sulla's reforms, which included annulling acts from Sulla's era, demanded Caesar divorce Cornelia. Caesar's refusal to comply was a bold defiance, putting him at risk of proscription and forcing him into hiding. Intervention from his influential relatives and the Vestal Virgins led to a compromise. He renounced his priesthood, but kept his wife and property. Anecdotes from this period, including Sulla's alleged warning about Caesar's potential, underscore the perceived threat he posed to the existing order. Amidst this turmoil, Caesar shifted towards a military career under the patronage of Marcus Licinius Crassus in Asia. Here, he faced controversy over a rumoured intimate relationship with Nicomedes IV of Bithynia, likely exaggerated by his political adversaries to tarnish his reputation. His military service included earning the civic crown at the siege of Mytilene, fueling his ambition for public recognition and honour. After Sulla's death in 78 BC, Caesar returned to Rome, lured by the potential upheaval following the dictator's demise. While claims of his involvement in the Lepidus revolt exist, these are generally seen as exaggerations by sources like Plutarch to highlight his early tyrannical aspirations. His legal actions against members of the Sullan regime were largely unsuccessful, including his failure to convict Gnaeus Cornelius Dolabella. However, he managed a victory against Gaius Antonius Hybrida. His journey to Rhodes for rhetorical training under Apollonius Molon was dramatically interrupted by his capture by pirates, a testament to the dangers of travel in that era. His response, upon release, was to immediately pursue and capture his captors, aligning with Rome's ethos of vengeance and justice. Though the details, including the ransom amount, might be embellished, the story goes that when Caesar was captured and they demanded a ransom, he told the pirates, "You may as well double that, because I'll take it back anyway when I follow you and capture you." One can only imagine what happened to the pirates when Caesar caught up with them, assuming the tale isn't entirely fictional. Caesar's experiences in Asia Minor and subsequent actions against piracy illustrate the complexity of his early career, shaped by cultural expectations, personal ambitions, and the harsh realities of political and military life. In 73 BC, Caesar's growing influence in Rome was recognised when he was co-opted into the prestigious pontifices, replacing his deceased uncle, Gaius Aurelius Cotta. This appointment was a significant marker of his acceptance into the upper echelons of Roman society, paving the way for his future political career. Back in Rome, he was elected as a military tribune for 71 BC. Although there is no record of his active participation in the ongoing war against Spartacus, Caesar's advocacy for the reinstatement of rights for the plebeian tribunate and for pardoning those involved in Lepidus's revolt demonstrates his tendency to support popular causes, boosting his political profile without engaging in overly controversial or radical reform. In 69 BC, Caesar served as quaestor in Hispania Ulteria under Gaius Antistius Vetus, gaining invaluable administrative experience and securing a lifelong seat in the Senate. His personal life, marked by the deaths of his Aunt Julia and wife Cornelia, saw him delivering public eulogies that subtly challenged Sulla's prescriptions by honouring his Marian connections. This act demonstrated his skill in balancing political prudence with personal and familial loyalty. His subsequent marriage to Pompeia, Sulla's granddaughter, symbolised a temporary political alliance with the Sullan faction. Throughout the late 70s BC, he aligned himself with Pompey, supporting laws that enhanced Pompey's military commands and political stature, reflecting his ability to forge advantageous alliances traditional aristocratic norms aimed at publicly restoring his family's honour. His election as Pontifex Maximus in 63 BC, triumphing over several prominent senators, highlighted his strong support base and effective campaign strategies. This victory, likely supported by Pompey's influence and resources, despite allegations of bribery, significantly elevated his standing and influence in Roman society. As praetor in 63 BC, Caesar's political prominence grew, particularly through his involvement in the Catiline conspiracy. Historical accounts differ on his proposed course of action. Earlier sources indicate he favoured immediate life imprisonment without trial, while later accounts suggest he recommended detention pending trial. However, all sources agree that he advocated for confiscating the conspirators' properties. Initially, his position aligned with the Lex Sempronia Decapitativium, which protected Roman citizens from capital punishment without trial. Although he initially garnered Senate support, Cato's decisive intervention shifted the final decision towards execution. In the same year, Caesar sought to challenge his political adversary, Julius, by accusing him of misusing funds designated for reconstructing the Temple of Jupiter, Optimus Maximus. He proposed reallocating the project to Pompey, facing significant opposition, and eventually retracting his suggestion. Additionally, he backed the plebeian tribune Metellus Nepos's bid to transfer military commands from Gaius Antonius Hybrida to Pompey. This led to chaotic confrontations in the Forum, further exacerbated by inter-tribunal violence involving Cato and others, culminating in a Senate decree against Metellus and Caesar. Despite this, they could not be legally deposed from their magistracies. During his praetorship, Caesar was indirectly involved in the Bona Dea scandal, where Publius Clodius Pulcher intruded into his home during a sacred women-only ceremony. To maintain his political integrity, Caesar divorced his wife Pompeia, insisting that his household must be beyond reproach. After his praetorship, Caesar served as proconsul in Hispania Ulteria. Burdened by substantial debts from his political campaigns, he sought military victories for financial stability. His successful campaigns against the Lusitani and Galaici yielded significant plunder, enabling him to return to Rome acclaimed as Imperator. However, his return presented a dilemma between celebrating his triumph and running for the consulship. When Cato blocked a procedural exception that would allow him to pursue both, Caesar chose to forsake the triumph for his consular ambitions. Upon winning the election, Caesar successfully united Pompey and Crassus, erstwhile political rivals, into a potent alliance known inaccurately as the First Triumvirate. This coalition, formalised at the start of Caesar's consulship in 59 BC, sought to accomplish various political and economic goals. Pompey desired the ratification of his actions in Asia, while Crassus sought financial relief for his tax farming associates. Both supported land grants, with Pompey particularly interested in securing land for his veterans. Caesar initiated his term by making Senate proceedings public, promoting transparency and accountability. He introduced a land reform bill to purchase land from willing sellers for Pompey's veterans and the urban poor. The bill, avoiding radical proposals, was managed by a committee committee of 20 excluding Caesar, and financed by Pompey's military spoils. Despite little resistance in the Senate, Caesar faced filibustering from Cato when presenting the bill to the public. His co-consul Bibulus declared he would block the legislation for a year, leading to a riot and the symbolic destruction of Bibulus's fasces. Despite Bibulus's attempts to annul the law, claiming it was passed through violence, the Senate upheld it. Caesar also succeeded in passing legislation that reduced the tax farmers' debts by a third to benefit Crassus, and ratified Pompey's territorial arrangements in the east with minimal opposition. He then extended his agrarian law to include the region of Campania, possibly prompting Bibulus to retreat to his home. The alliance between Caesar and Pompey was further solidified by Pompey's marriage to Caesar's daughter, Julia. Caesar also secured his military future by having the plebeian tribune Publius Vatinius pass the Lex Vatinia, granting him the governorship of Cisalpine Gaul and Illyricum for 5 years. The Senate's claims that this assignment was merely woods and tracts reveal their underestimation of Caesar's ambitions and abilities. Throughout the year, Bibulus attempted to undermine Caesar by issuing edicts that cancelled all potential legislative days for religious reasons, a strategy unprecedented in Roman politics. Cato also made symbolic efforts to discredit Caesar, contributing to the growing public sentiment against him. Despite these obstacles, Caesar managed to pass significant legislation, including the Lex Julia de Pecuniis Repetundis, aimed at reducing corruption in the provinces. Although his legislative efforts faced resistance from new praetors after his consulship, the discussions eventually stalled and were abandoned. During the Gallic Wars, Caesar meticulously documented his military campaigns in his commentaries, which are recognised as masterpieces of Latin literature. These writings, composed across 10 volumes, covered the period from 58 to 52 BC and were likely intended for a literate Roman audience, particularly the upper classes. Each volume was probably written shortly after the events it described, serving as both a historical record and a tool to bolster support for Caesar in Rome. While informative, his accounts are understandably biased, often downplaying his defeats and highlighting his victories. In 58 BC, Caesar faced a volatile situation in Gaul, a region composed of various tribes with frequent internal conflicts that occasionally spilled over into Roman territories. The Helvetii, seeking to migrate through Roman lands, were blocked by Caesar near Geneva. He constructed a wall to halt their progress, and, after mobilizing additional legions, defeated them at the Battle of Bibracte, forcing their return to their ancestral homelands. Caesar's involvement in Gaul deepened when he intervened on behalf of the Aedui, a tribe requesting aid against Ariovistus, the Germanic king of the Suebi. Despite Ariovistus's previous recognition as a friend of Rome, Caesar defeated him at the Battle of Vosges. This victory led to his wintering near the Belgae, which triggered a rebellion against the Roman presence. Caesar managed a narrow victory at the Battle of the Sabis, followed by a year of campaigning across Gaul to suppress further resistance, particularly from the Belgic tribes in modern-day Brittany. Demonstrating Roman military engineering, Caesar constructed a bridge over the Rhine to symbolize Rome's reach and power, and he conducted raids into Britain in 55, enhancing Caesar's image back in Rome. However, he withdrew from Britain due to uprisings in Gaul during the winter of 54 BC, which led to significant Roman losses. The most formidable resistance came from a unified uprising led by Vercingetorix of the Arverni in 52 BC. Caesar faced initial setbacks, including a defeat at Gergovia, but ultimately captured Vercingetorix in the siege of Alesia, a decisive encounter where Caesar skillfully overcame a simultaneous siege against his own forces. Following this victory, Caesar spent the subsequent years pacifying any lingering insurgencies in Gaul, ensuring complete Roman domination over the region. In the initial years following his consulship in 59 BC, Julius Caesar, alongside Pompey and Crassus, endeavoured to manage the ambitious plebeian tribune Publius Clodius Pulcher in 58 BC. Clodius initially collaborated with the triumvirate, exiling Cicero, but soon adopted an anti-Pompeian stance, disrupting Pompey's eastern arrangements and challenging Caesar's legislative initiatives from his consulship. This shift forced Pompey to temporarily withdraw from public life. To counteract Clodius's influence, Caesar and Pompey manoeuvred politically to recall Cicero from exile under the condition that he would not obstruct their political goals. Upon his return, Cicero aligned with Caesar and Pompey, supporting Caesar's military achievements in Gaul by advocating for a Senate vote, granting Caesar an unprecedented 15-day Thanksgiving. Despite this alliance, by 57 BC, political tensions emerged due to electoral failures and challenges to Caesar's land reforms, threatening his command in Gaul by 56 BC. This necessitated a renewal and strengthening of the triumvirate. In the lead up to the 55 BC elections, the triumvirs secured their political and military positions through aggressive and controversial tactics, including bribery and intimidation. Despite their political successes, the ambush and destruction of Roman forces in Gaul during the winter of 55 to 54 BC raised serious concerns in Rome about Caesar's military leadership, as reflected in the defensive tone of his commentaries. The death of Julia, Caesar's daughter and Pompey's wife, in 54 BC did not sever the alliance between Caesar and Pompey. However, by 53 BC, following Crassus's catastrophic defeat and death at the Battle of Carrhae, and Pompey's assumption of sole consulship in 52 BC to restore order in Rome, the political landscape had significantly shifted. Caesar, still engaged in military campaigns in Gaul, secured Pompey's support for his victories, leading to a Senate decree of 20 days of Thanksgiving in his honour. He also arranged to stand for the consulship in absentia. Between 52 and 49 BC, the relationship between Caesar and Pompey deteriorated markedly. In 51 BC, attempts were made by the consul Marcellus to recall Caesar from Gaul, arguing that his mission was complete after his victory over Vercingetorix. However, Caesar was still actively engaged in military campaigns, such as against the Bellovaci, and this motion was vetoed. Despite his military engagements, the Senate's conservative faction, led by Cato and Bibulus, sought to have Pompey constrain Caesar from seeking further honours or a second consulship. By 50 BC, political tensions escalated, with both Caesar and his Senate opponents amassing forces in Gaul Suetonius. This bold move directly challenged the Senate's ultimatum. Caught off guard by Caesar's rapid advance, Pompey and numerous senators retreated south. After securing communication routes to Rome, Caesar's attempts at negotiation failed due to mutual distrust. Consequently, he marched south to corner Pompey and enforce a resolution. Pompey, however, managed to retreat to Brundisium and eventually fled to Greece, leaving Italy to Caesar's increasing forces. Caesar stayed briefly near Rome, during which he controversially seized control of the treasury. He left Lepidus to govern Italy and proceeded to target Pompey's territories in Spain. There, Caesar defeated Pompey's legates at the Battle of Ilerda, compelling their surrender. Meanwhile, his own legates expanded control over Sicily and made an attempt on Africa, which ultimately failed. Returning to Rome in the fall, Caesar was named dictator to oversee elections, securing the consulship for himself and Publius Servilius Isauricus. For 48 BC, after just 11 days, Caesar resigned the dictatorship and prepared to confront Pompey directly in Greece. In early 48 BC, Caesar engaged Pompey at Dyrrhachium, initially suffering setbacks, but subsequently chasing Pompey into Greece. He achieved a pivotal victory at the Battle of Pharsalus on August 9th, 48 BC. Defeated, Pompey fled to Egypt, while others like Cato escaped to Africa. Some, including Cicero and Marcus Junius Brutus, sought Caesar's pardon. In Alexandria, Pompey met a grim end, assassinated upon his arrival. Just 3 days later, on October 2nd, 48 BC, Caesar reached Alexandria, only to be detained by adverse weather, specifically the Etesian winds. During this time, Caesar became entangled in the Egyptian civil war between the young pharaoh Ptolemy Tehenid and his sister wife Cleopatra VII. By late October, still involved in this conflict, Rome appointed Caesar to a year-long dictatorship in absentia, acknowledging his success at Pharsalus. In Alexandria, Caesar began a romantic affair with Cleopatra, a liaison that influenced subsequent events. The city faced a siege from forces loyal to Ptolemy and his sister Arsinoe until March 47 BC, when reinforcements led by Mithridates of Pergamum, an ally from the east, enabled Caesar to break the siege. He decisively defeated Ptolemy at the Battle of the Nile, ensuring Cleopatra's uncontested rule over Egypt. Following this victory, Caesar and Cleopatra celebrated with a triumphal cruise along the Nile, solidifying their power and alliance. Caesar stayed in Egypt until mid-47 BC, a period marked by his personal involvement with Cleopatra, which resulted in the birth of their son, Caesarion, in late June, although this episode is notably absent from Caesar's own writings. After leaving Egypt, Caesar travelled to Antioch, where he was informed of new regional troubles. During his Egyptian stay, Pharnaces II of Pontus had seized the opportunity to reclaim his ancestral lands in northern Anatolia, defying Roman control. Caesar's legates and local client kings failed to halt Pharnaces' advances. Quickly mobilizing, Caesar confronted Pharnaces at the Battle of Zela, securing a swift and decisive victory that he famously summarized as Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered, highlighting the ease of his success compared to Pompey's earlier, more challenging campaigns in Pontus. Magisterium Equitum. Antony's rule, however, became increasingly unpopular and heightened the unrest in Rome. This turmoil reached its zenith when Publius Cornelius Dolabella, serving as plebeian tribune in 47 BC, stirred up demands for debt relief, leading to severe public disorder. The Senate, alarmed by the crisis, called upon Antony to restore order immediately. Despite being delayed by a mutiny in southern Italy, Antony returned and forcefully quelled the riots, causing significant loss of life and further tarnishing his reputation among the Roman populace. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Republican opposition were reorganizing in Africa under Metellus Scipio, with the backing of King Juba of Numidia. Additionally, remnants of Pompey's fleet continued their hostilities, attacking islands in the central Mediterranean. Simultaneously, dissatisfaction with Caesar's governor in Spain sparked a revolt in the province, aligning it with the Republican cause. Upon returning to Rome, Caesar demoted Antony and managed to pacify the mutineers through diplomacy, restoring peace without bloodshed. He then conducted the overdue elections for the magistrates of 47 BC and the following year, securing the consulship for himself and Lepidus for 46 BC in preparation for his campaign against the Republicans in Africa. To finance his campaign, Caesar raised funds through loans and the sale of confiscated properties from his enemies, setting sail on December the 25th, 47 BC. His military operations in Africa began with logistical challenges and an initial defeat at Raspina on January 4th, 46 BC, at the hands of Titus Labienus. Adopting a more cautious strategy, Caesar eventually found himself encircled at Thapsus. Despite the encirclement, his forces launched a premature attack on April 6th, 46 BC, resulting in a decisive victory and the brutal annihilation of the Republican forces. Upon reaching Utica, Caesar discovered that Cato had committed suicide, choosing death over accepting Caesar's clemency. Subsequently, other key opposition figures, including Metellus Scipio and King Juba, also took their own lives, though Labienus and Pompey's sons fled to the rebellious Spanish provinces. Following these victories, Caesar began annexing parts of Numidia and returned to Italy via Sardinia in June 46 BC. His return was marked by grand celebrations, featuring 4 triumphs over conquered territories and enemies, including displays of defeated Roman adversaries, which stirred controversy. Generous rewards were distributed to his soldiers, and lavish games were organised for the public. However, the continuing conflict in Spain necessitated his prompt return to the battlefield. The culmination of Caesar's military campaigns occurred at the Battle of Munda on March 17th, 45 BC, where he narrowly defeated the remaining Republican forces. The aftermath was severe, with the execution of Labienus and the suppression of further resistance, although Sextus Pompey managed to escape. The war was effectively concluded. Caesar spent several months in the province before returning to Rome in October 45 BC, where he celebrated another triumph, controversially over fellow Romans. By the end of 45 BC, Caesar had begun preparations for an extensive campaign against the Parthian Empire, aimed at avenging Crassus's defeat at Carrhae and expanding Roman territories further east. This campaign, which included plans to venture into Dacia, was scheduled to start on March 18th, 44 BC. However, before he could embark on this campaign, Caesar was appointed Dictator Perpetuo, or Dictator for life, in February 44 BC. He had previously held the role of dictator 4 times since his first appointment in 49 BC, which he primarily took to manage elections and resigned from after only 11 days. His subsequent terms as dictator lasted up to a year, and by April 46 BC he was appointed dictator annually. This position, similar to the one revived by Sulla as Dictator Rei Publicae Constituendi, or dictator for the reconstitution of the Republic, was not a source of legal power in itself. Instead, it reflected Caesar's supreme status within the state, based not on extraordinary magistracy or legal authority, but on his personal standing as the victor over other Romans. Following his victory at Pharsalus, Caesar received numerous honours from the state. These included the title of Praefectus Morum, traditionally associated with censorial powers to revise Senate rolls, and powers over war and peace, previously belonging to the Comitia Centuriata. These powers were personally attached to Caesar, marking a significant usurpation of the traditional republican authority. Caesar was also granted numerous symbolic honours that emphasised his near-monarchical status. His likeness appeared on Roman coins, a first for a living Roman, and he was afforded the right to wear royal attire, sit on a golden chair in the Senate, and erect his statue in temples. Additionally, the month of Quintilis, his birth month, was renamed Julius in his honour, a name it still bears today. These honours, while symbolising a form of divine monarchy, became points of contention and led to resentment among the Roman political class. Caesar centralised the functions of the state: justice, legislation, administration, and public works within himself, bypassing traditional republican institutions. This concentration of power and his exclusion of others significantly alienated the political elite, ultimately leading to the conspiracy that culminated in his assassination. Caesar's governance and reform strategies represented a complex mix of continuity and innovation within the Roman system. Despite being lavished with extraordinary honours that nearly positioned him as a monarch within the Republic, his reforms did not fundamentally alter the structure of Roman society or its constitutional framework. Instead of reworking societal foundations, Caesar's measures focused more on enhancing administration and consolidating his control. One of his most notable reforms was the revision of the Roman calendar. He replaced the traditional lunar solar calendar with the more accurate Julian calendar, based primarily on solar movements. This reform allowed for consistent and predictable scheduling of festivals, political events, and agricultural activities, aligning Rome more closely with the solar year. Caesar also expanded the Senate from 600 to 900 members, aiming to improve governance capabilities across the growing empire and to reward his supporters with significant positions of power. Furthermore, he founded colonies in previously conquered territories, such as Carthage and Corinth, relocating populations to reduce social tensions and unrest within Italy. He also altered the composition of jury pools in permanent courts, consolidating them to include only equestrians and senators, thus removing the lower class tribuni aerarii. Administratively, Caesar introduced measures to stabilise Rome and his regime. He tightened qualifications for the grain dole, reducing the number of recipients to manage state resources more efficiently. He also promoted population growth by offering bonuses to families with many children. His initiatives extended to civic matters, with plans for a new census, the extension of citizenship to more provinces, and innovative economic policies like a novel debt repayment program initiated during the civil wars. His tenure saw extensive building projects, including the construction of the Forum of Caesar and the Temple of Venus Genetrix, with plans for enhancing infrastructure such as expanding the port of Ostia and building a canal through the Corinthian Isthmus. Despite these achievements, Caesar's methods often alienated the Roman elite. His disregard for the Senate and traditional republican magistracies, along with his autocratic handling of civil and political matters, eroded his support among this crucial ruling class. His policy of clemency toward enemies was intended to contrast with Sulla's prescriptions, promoting an image of a benevolent ruler. However, his failure to address corruption among his partisans and manipulation of political process for personal and allied benefit drew significant criticism. Tensions around Caesar's leadership peaked in January 44 BC, when attempts were made to bestow upon him the title of Rex, or king, a term deeply associated with tyranny in Roman political culture. This move sparked controversy, leading to the deposition and ejection of two tribunes who opposed the motion, actions that starkly contradicted Caesar's earlier stance as the protector of tribunician powers. This act not only undermined his justifications for the civil war, but also alienated the Roman public, which still revered the tribunes as guardians of their freedoms. On February 15th, 44 BC, Caesar's acceptance of a lifetime dictatorship confirmed the fears of many that he had no intention of relinquishing power or restoring the Republic. Days later, during the Lupercalia festival, Caesar publicly refused a diadem offered by Mark Antony, an act open to multiple interpretations. The rejection might have been a calculated move to distance himself from monarchical aspirations in response to an unenthusiastic crowd, or it could have been a genuine disavowal of kingship. Nonetheless, suspicions persisted about his intentions to transform the Roman Republic into a monarchy, especially since he had already adopted many traditional royal trappings. The plot to murder Caesar, which had been developing since the summer of 45 BC, was orchestrated not only by former allies of Pompey, but also by several individuals who had profited from Caesar's ascendancy. Key figures in the conspiracy included Caius Trebonius and Decimus Brutus, both of whom had particular magistracies into extensions of his authority, exemplified by his appointment of the Magister Equitum, which undermined the traditional roles of elected officials. Brutus, viewing himself as a protector of the Republic in the legacy of his renowned ancestors who had expelled tyrants, became a pivotal figure in the plot against Caesar. By the end of 45 BC, public sentiment in Rome had grown increasingly hostile towards Caesar, as evidenced by graffiti and vocal criticisms branding him a tyrant. This shift in public opinion was likely influenced by Caesar's policies, which was seen as favouring creditors, suppressing popular protests with violence, reducing the grain dole, and abolishing open elections, thereby eroding traditional democratic rights. The widespread discontent with Caesar was further demonstrated during pre-arranged consular elections, where voters wrote in the names of the two tribunes whom Caesar had deposed instead of backing Caesar's preferred candidates. This act of defiance underscored the growing desire among the populace for a return to traditional republican values and practices. Although Cicero privately acknowledged the necessity of opposing tyrants, there was no clear public consensus supporting preemptive tyrannicide as a legitimate political action. Nonetheless, the philosophical ideals of the old academy, emphasising the moral duty to overthrow tyrants regardless of the cost, reinforced Brutus's determination to act against Caesar. As the conspiracy advanced, despite some prior leaks, Caesar dismissively refused any personal security or precautionary measures. The conspirators selected the Ides of March 15th, for their action, strategically aligning it with a Senate meeting just before Caesar's planned departure for the Parthian campaign. The Senate setting was intended to frame the assassination as a political act, and the fact that only the conspirators would be armed provided a tactical edge. On the day of the assassination, despite various omens and warnings, including direct cautions, Caesar attended the Senate meeting. There, under the statue of his former ally turned rival Pompey, the conspirators surrounded him and fatally stabbed him. Accounts of his final moments vary, with some suggesting he died with silent dignity, while others, notably Suetonius, describe Caesar addressing Brutus with the words, "You too, child," in disbelief and betrayal. Following Caesar's assassination, his killers briefly occupied the Capitoline Hill and attempted to sway public opinion by convening a meeting in the Forum. However, the reception was tepid. Lepidus, one of Caesar's loyalists, swiftly mobilized troops within the city, undermining the assassins' control. Meanwhile, Mark Antony, who had avoided the assassination plot, proposed a seemingly paradoxical compromise in the Senate. Caesar would not be posthumously declared a tyrant, thereby legitimizing his rule and legacy, and the conspirators would face no immediate retribution. The funeral arrangements for Caesar, sanctioned by the Senate, provided Antony with a platform to shift public sentiment. During the funeral, Antony's eulogy, emphasizing Caesar's contributions and intentions for Rome, dramatically altered the populace's mood, inciting a violent backlash against the assassins. This unrest forced the conspirators to flee Rome, with Antony only later restoring order by force. The remarkable appearance of a comet for 7 days in 44 BC was interpreted by the Romans as an omen of Caesar's divinity, subsequently named On the site of Caesar's cremation, the Temple of Caesar was initiated in 42 BC in the Roman Forum, symbolising his enduring presence in the heart of the city. Caesar's will further solidified his legacy, bequeathing substantial sums to the Roman people and naming his great-nephew, Gaius Octavius, later known as Augustus, as his principal heir and adopted son. The notion of reinstating the Republic was quickly overshadowed by ensuing power struggles. Alignment with Caesar's policies and Octavian's strategic moves to rise politically led to the formation of the Second Triumvirate with Lepidus. The coalition launched a brutal campaign against their political adversaries, culminating in the formal deification of Caesar. The resulting civil wars pitted the triumvirate against Caesar's assassins and other republican forces, eventually leading to their defeat. By 31 BC, Octavian emerged as the sole ruler after dismantling the triumvirate and defeating his rivals, including Antony. His reign, though masked as a restoration of the Republic, effectively established a new autocracy accepted by a populace weary from decades of civil conflict. This transition marked the end of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire under what became known as the Principate of Augustus. Thank you for joining me on this immersive journey through the life of Julius Caesar. His legacy continues to shape our understanding of leadership, ambition, and the complexities of power. If you enjoyed this deep dive into history, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you won't miss any of my future ASMR historical explorations. Until next time, may you find peace and relaxation in the echoes of the past. The devastating defeat suffered by the Roman legions at Teutoburg Forest in 9 AD marked a turning point in Roman history, leaving a deep scar on the Roman psyche that reverberated through the generations. The Battle of Teutoburg Forest, also known as the Parthian disaster, was a catastrophic event that resulted in the loss of 3 Roman legions led by General Varus to an alliance of Germanic tribes led by Arminius. This defeat was a humiliating blow to the Roman Empire, shattering their sense of invincibility and military prestige. The Romans, known for their vengeance and pride, could not let such a defeat go unpunished. The Parthian disaster became ingrained in Roman memory as a symbol of barbarism and betrayal, fueling a desire for retribution that persisted for years to come. The Romans viewed the Germanic tribes responsible for the ambush with animosity and disdain, viewing them as savage enemies who had defied the might of Rome. The empire's very survival seemed to depend on restoring its honour through avenging the fallen soldiers at Teutoburg. Welcome to the ASMR History channel, where we delve into the most intriguing events of the past. In today's video, we will explore the devastating impact of the Parthian disaster on Rome and the subsequent Roman attempt to avenge their fallen legions. So sit back, relax, and let the whispers of history guide you through the story of the Germanic Wars and the fall of General Varus. After the catastrophic defeat suffered by the Roman legions in the Teutoburg Forest, the news spread rapidly to the remaining Roman forces stationed along the Rhine front. painting a vivid and grim picture of the unfolding tragedy. As the full extent of the defeat became apparent, urgent messengers were swiftly dispatched to Rome using the newly established cursus publicus, an advanced communication system that connected the distant provinces of the empire to its administrative centre through a sophisticated network of roads, relay stations, and dedicated couriers. If the news of the Teutoburg defeat had been carried by a single horse, the journey would have progressed at a pace of approximately 60 kilometres per day, taking around 3 to 4 weeks to reach Rome. However, if a relay of horses was utilised, the speed would have increased significantly to about 200 kilometres per day, reducing the delivery time to approximately 2 weeks. In both scenarios, the messenger entrusted with the vital information would have attached a feather to a spear, symbolising the urgency and importance of his mission. Adding to the sense of impending doom, following closely behind the messenger was the grisly and chilling sight of Varus's severed head, sent by the victorious Germanic tribes as a macabre warning to Rome. This gruesome delivery undoubtedly struck fear and panic in the hearts of Romans, raising concerns about the possibility of a large-scale barbarian invasion on the horizon. The echoes of past calamities and the spectre of ancient tales of invasion and turmoil loomed large, sparking apprehension and uncertainty among the populace. Were the shadows of history about to repeat themselves, plunging Italy into chaos once more? In this atmosphere of uncertainty and fear, the Roman authorities scrambled to assess the situation, fortify defences, and prepare for the potential fallout of the Teutoburg disaster. The events unfolding along the Rhine frontier served as a stark reminder of the ever-present threats faced by the mighty Roman Empire, highlighting the fragility of power and the relentless challenges posed by external foes. As the news of the devastating defeat reverberated through the empire, it underscored the need for vigilance, strategic planning, and unity in the face of adversity. The more rational individuals within the city dismissed the immediate threat, believing that Rome could handle any potential danger. However, the looming possibility of an attack on Rome was always present during times of unrest. This vulnerability made the city a target for enemies seeking to exploit it through various means, such as raids from neighbouring tribes, invasion plots by foreign rulers, or internal uprisings among the Roman populace. The memory of the recent massive Illyrian revolt, where reportedly 1 million rebels gathered at Rome's doorstep, served as a chilling reminder of the city's fragility. Rome narrowly escaped disaster only through a substantial show of military strength and a stroke of luck. As Rome was still reeling from the aftermath of the Illyrian revolt, news of the devastating response to the growing threats on multiple fronts, the empire shifted its focus towards fortifying its defences to prepare for potential future attacks. Augustus took decisive actions, including increasing surveillance within Rome, extending the terms of provincial governors to ensure stability in the regions, and mobilising military forces to strengthen the empire's borders. Along the Rhine frontier, General Lucius Nunes Esperance, the nephew of Varus, quickly redeployed his legions, the 1st Germanica and the 5th Aladae, to protect the strategic frontier fortresses leading into Gaul. Meanwhile, Arminius and the triumphant Germanic tribes wasted no time in exploiting their recent victory, swiftly eliminating Roman outposts and settlements east of the Rhine, with the exception of the resilient garrison at Fortaleza. This relentless aggression from the Germanic tribes posed a significant challenge to Rome's hold on the region, prompting further defensive measures and strategic planning by Roman military leaders. After the failed attempt to dislodge the defenders, the various tribes in Germania found themselves besieging the Roman fort as their last resort. The prolonged siege eventually paid off when the Romans, caught off guard during a stormy night, fled the stronghold, leaving it vulnerable to plunder by the triumphant tribes. Encouraged by this victory, the tribes then set their sights on advancing into Gaul, only to be met with unexpectedly strong resistance from the reinvigorated Roman defences. This resistance forced the tribes to reassess their approach and acknowledge that Rome was swiftly regaining its power, necessitating a strategic retreat to regroup and prepare for future conflicts. The abrupt shift in momentum proved to be a significant setback for the tribes, who had momentarily united in pursuit of their common goal leading up to the Teutoburg disaster. However, with victory achieved, internal divisions among the tribes resurfaced as disagreements arose regarding their next steps. Notably, long-standing adversaries of Arminius challenged his strategies, with factions like the True Shah tribe considering forming alliances with Rome, while others, like Marabotos of the Marcomanni, refused to support him. As Rome recovered from the initial shock of the defeat, the focus shifted to planning retaliation. The pressing question emerged as to who would be the instrument of Rome's vengeful justice. Emperor Augustus swiftly designated his trusted general and adopted son, Tiberius, as the ideal champion for this task. Tiberius, a seasoned leader with a proven track record of success in quelling the Great Illyrian Revolt and engaging with Germanic tribes, was selected for his strategic acumen and military prowess. Despite facing criticism for his deliberate approach, Tiberius was renowned for his dedication to strategic and organised warfare, prioritising the wearing down of the enemy forces with minimal casualties. His reputation for meticulous planning and methodical execution made him a formidable adversary, signalling a challenging road ahead for the tribes as they braced for the impending conflict with Rome under the leadership of Tiberius. Historian Vallius Peter Cullis, a trusted confidant insights into Tiberius's strategic approach to achieving military glory. Tiberius's unwavering commitment to the safety and well-being of his soldiers was a cornerstone of his leadership style, fostering a deep bond of respect and admiration between him and his troops. This dedication was particularly evident during his deployment to the tumultuous region of Germania in 1080, a challenging assignment handed to him by Emperor Augustus in the aftermath of the devastating Varian disaster. The loss of 3 legions in that calamity had left a vulnerable gap in the Roman defences, exploited by cunning foes led by Arminius. Recognising the urgent need to stabilise the frontier and restore Roman dominance, Tiberius executed a meticulous strategy that involved reinforcing key positions along the Rhine with a formidable force of 8 legions. By strategically deploying his troops to critical strongholds, Tiberius effectively bolstered the defensive capabilities of the Roman frontier. Transitioning from a defensive stance to an offensive one, Tiberius grasped the significance of projecting strength to deter further aggression from the enemy. His decisive incursions into hostile territory were marked by relentless pursuit and devastation, as he spared no effort to ensure the safety and security of his own forces. The conflict that unfolded in the wake of Tiberius's actions was characterized by its brutal intensity and the harsh realities of all-out warfare. While some critics of the time lamented the slow and methodical nature of Tiberius's military operations, citing the extended period it took to bring the perpetrators of the Legion's massacre to justice, it is essential to recognise the foundational importance of these early actions. Tiberius's calculated approach laid the groundwork for subsequent reprisals and set the stage for future victories against the enemies of Rome. Unfortunately, Tiberius's pivotal role in shaping the destiny of Roman military campaigns was cut short when he was recalled to Rome by the emperor in 12 AD. Though he did not live to see the full fruits of his labour, his legacy endured through the strategic foundations he established in Germania, which would continue to influence Roman military tactics in the years to come. The decision to recall to Tiberius from his post to assist the ailing Augustus was a strategic move driven by the emperor's deteriorating health. At 73 years old, Augustus recognised the need to ensure a smooth transition of power in the event of his passing, leading him to call upon his 55-year-old successor, Tiberius. This decision not only highlighted Augustus's foresight, but also underscored Tiberius's importance in the governance of the empire. Upon Tiberius's return, a grand celebration was held to mark his presence and reassure the Roman populace following the Teutoburg disaster. This event served to restore confidence in the leadership and military prowess of the Roman legions, signalling a turning point in the fortunes of the empire. Tiberius's successful handling of the situation not only solidified his reputation as a capable leader, but also paved the way for his eventual ascension in Germania to his protege, Germanicus, a talented and promising young leader at the age of 29. Germanicus quickly distinguished himself, living up to the legacy inherited from his father. His marriage to the granddaughter of Emperor Augustus and designation as the heir to the imperial throne further solidified his position of influence within the empire. Throughout significant events such as the Illyrian rebellion from 6 to 9 AD and the subsequent Germanic campaigns of 10 to 12 AD, Germanicus showcased his charisma and military acumen, garnering respect and admiration among his peers. However, his accomplishments always remained in the shadow of Tiberius, who provided guidance and oversight as the ultimate authority in the empire. Despite this dynamic, Germanicus's rise as a prominent figure of his time was undeniable, setting the stage for future developments and power dynamics within the Roman Empire. Germanicus's leadership during the retaliatory expeditions into Germania under Tiberius's command showcased his true abilities, despite his earlier prominence in triumphal processions. Eager to seize the opportunity to shine, Germanicus faced a challenging start as he took over command from Tiberius and directly engaged with the weary legions stationed near the lower Rhine. These soldiers, fatigued by the harsh conditions of frontier life and feeling mistreated by their superiors, erupted into mutiny upon hearing of the emperor's death, fearing their concerns would be ignored. The mutineers' demands, which included the fulfillment of bonuses, a pay raise, and a reduction in service duration, posed a significant challenge to Germanicus. Over several months of negotiations, Germanicus and his officers worked to address the soldiers' grievances. They agreed to repay bonuses, adjust salaries, and exempt troops with at least 16 years of service from non-combat duties, with Germanicus personally covering the costs. Despite offers to declare him emperor, Germanicus declined, opting instead to focus on rebuilding unity within the Roman forces. Germanicus's leadership took a decisive turn as he led the troops on a new campaign aimed at revitalizing Roman military strength. Initiating a punitive expedition against the Marsi tribe, Germanicus employed ruthless tactics, including burning villages and massacring inhabitants, to assert Roman dominance. Even during a religious celebration, he authorized an assault that led to the complete destruction of the target, showcasing his unwavering commitment to enforcing Roman authority. Through his strategic decision-making, adept negotiation skills, and willingness to take bold actions, Germanicus managed to quell the mutiny, address the soldiers' grievances, and restore order within the Roman legions. His leadership during this tumultuous period solidified his reputation as a capable commander and a force to be reckoned with in the Roman military hierarchy. The destruction wrought by the Roman forces under Germanicus was not limited to mere military victories, but extended to a campaign of devastation that reverberated throughout the region. The Roman tactics included Parthians maintained a disciplined defensive formation which allowed them to thwart ambushes and raids by the indigenous tribes. This strategic maneuverability ensured that the Roman legions could effectively protect themselves while simultaneously inflicting maximum damage on their adversaries. As they made their way back to their winter encampments, the Romans did not hesitate to pillage the territories of various tribes, including the Bructeri, Tuvantes, and Euseptes, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. The impact of these military campaigns was profound, as the Germanic peoples found themselves overwhelmed and defenceless against the might of the Roman war machine. Forced to abandon their homelands and flee from the advancing legions, they witnessed the once prosperous lands of Germania reduced to ruins. The swift and brutal transformation from relative peace and prosperity to widespread destruction left the inhabitants of the region fearful of what further calamities the future might hold. As the harsh winter of 14 AD gave way to the thaw of spring, a glimmer of hope briefly emerged in the northern lands of Germania. However, this hope was overshadowed by the looming shadow of Rome's retribution, which continued to hang over the heads of the tribes across the Rhine. The memory of the triumph at Teutoburg had faded into obscurity, replaced by the grim reality of the relentless Roman onslaught, which left behind a landscape of desolation and despair. It became increasingly clear to all observers that Rome's retaliation was only just beginning, with the ultimate goal being to seek retribution against Arminius and all those deemed responsible for the Varian disaster. The unfolding events in Germania served as a stark reminder of the brutal and unforgiving nature of Roman military might, as well as the high stakes involved in challenging the supremacy of the empire. During the winter months, Germanicus, the newly appointed commander, dedicated significant time to meticulously planning his next moves for the upcoming campaign season of 15 AD, immersed in a plethora of field reports from scouts, spies, and informants. He collaborated with his counselors to formulate a comprehensive strategy, recognizing the immense challenge posed by a united Germanic alliance. Germanicus and his counselors devised a plan that revolved around dismantling the Confederation piece by piece. This intricate approach involved launching swift and decisive strikes to weaken and eventually disband each tribal faction individually. To kick off the initial offensive, the Roman legions were split into two army groups. Alaska Kina Severus was tasked with leading the first group, which consisted of 4 legions, 5,000 auxiliaries, and hastily raised levies. Their mission was to execute a diversionary assault on Arminius and the Tarushi tribes, aiming to draw attention away from the primary target, the formidable Chatti tribe. Meanwhile, Germanicus himself led the second group, which comprised 4 legions and approximately 10,000 auxiliaries. This group focused on a concentrated effort to directly confront the Chatti head-on. Historical accounts vividly describe the Chatti as a robust represented a significant obstacle in the path of the Roman forces, necessitating a decisive blow to weaken their formidable strength. Although the prospect of facing the Chatti in battle initially appeared daunting, the strategic planning undertaken by Rome's commanders, coupled with their earlier skirmish against the Cherusci tribe, provided them with a distinct advantage. Notably, Germanicus swiftly led an incursion into enemy territory, demonstrating his ability to outpace even his own engineers, who were diligently working on constructing roads and bridges to facilitate the Roman advance. This proactive approach underscored the agility and tactical acumen of the Roman forces under Germanicus' leadership, setting the stage for further developments in the unfolding campaign against the united Germanic tribes. The swift and unexpected Roman attack on the Chatti was facilitated by a unique period of dry weather, which had reduced the water levels of streams and marshes in the region. This environmental factor played a crucial role in catching the Chatti off guard, as they were unprepared for a military incursion during such conditions. The Roman military, renowned for its strength and strategic prowess, took full advantage of this situation, launching a surprise assault that left the Chatti reeling. As the Roman forces advanced, they encountered minimal resistance from the Chatti, who were unable to mount an effective defence due to the element of surprise and their disarray. The invaders moved swiftly through the Chatti territory, showing little mercy as they captured, destroyed, or subjugated everything in their path. Diplomatic efforts by the Chatti to negotiate or resist the Romans proved futile in the face of the overwhelming military might they faced. The fortified city of Martiam, a symbol of Chatti strength, fell to the Roman onslaught, further demoralizing the tribe. Some Chatti warriors attempted a last stand against the Romans, only to witness the city's destruction and their own defeat. The survivors of the Chatti, facing the prospect of enslavement or death, fled into the forests to escape the Roman advance. Roman commander Germanicus, seizing the momentum of the initial victory, led his forces towards the Rhine, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. In response to the Roman threat, the neighbouring Cherusci tribe sought to intervene, but their efforts were skillfully thwarted by Caecina, a Roman officer who employed diversionary tactics to delay and distract the Cherusci forces. As the Roman forces withdrew towards the border, they encountered resistance from the Marsi tribe, prompting Caecina to engage them in a decisive battle. The Marsi, unable to withstand the might of the Roman legions, suffered a crushing defeat and were forced to surrender, solidifying Roman dominance in the region. Caecina, having successfully completed his mission, swiftly returned to the Rhine, marking the conclusion of the campaign's first phase. The once proud Chatti tribe lay defeated, while the Marsi and Cherusci tribes acknowledged Roman authority, underscoring the success of the initial phase of the Roman campaign. The rapid and efficient execution of the plan before the onset of summer highlighted the challenges and complexities that would characterize the remainder of the campaign signalling the arduous tasks that lay ahead for the Roman forces. After a brief period of strategic contemplation, the Roman legions resumed their calculated movements to advance into phase 2 of their military strategy. Their primary objective was to sow discord among the tribal factions who were now re-evaluating their positions following Rome's punitive measures. The schism that General Germanicus aimed to capitalize on stemmed from the division between the pro-Roman faction, led by the respected chief Segestes, and the anti-Roman groups in the region. Segestes, a key figure in the pro-Roman camp, had a history of conflict with Arminius and had even attempted to warn Varus about the impending betrayal at Teutoburg. Since the rebellion, the pro-Roman faction under Segestes had managed to maintain a fragile coexistence with the neighbouring anti-Roman factions. However, recent events had heightened tensions as Arminius intensified his suppression of dissent among his followers, exacerbating the rift between the factions. As Arminius besieged Segestes, the Romans saw an opportunity to showcase their military prowess to the surrounding tribes and demonstrate that those who sided with Rome would receive protection from the formidable legions. Beyond the strategic implications, there was a personal motivation driving the Roman rescue mission. Segestes harboured Thusnelda, his daughter, and the pregnant wife of Arminius, within his fort. Capturing Thusnelda would not only deal a significant blow to their enemy, but also provide leverage against the powerful adversary, Arminius. The legions swiftly mobilized to support their ally, engaging in a fierce battle before Segestes' stronghold, ultimately securing a decisive victory. With the siege lifted and their valuable captives in tow, Germanicus expedited the withdrawal of his forces to prevent any potential retaliation from the enemy. The successful operation not only showcased Rome's military dominance, but also underscored the intricate political dynamics at play within the tribal factions of the region. Segestes, a prominent figure among the pro-Roman supporters, found refuge, and on the contrary, Thusnelda was sent to Ravenna, Italy. The Roman writers eulogized Thusnelda, depicting her as a woman of extraordinary courage and unbreakable spirit, even in captivity. This portrayal of her resilience garnered admiration from the Roman populace. Germanicus, in his remarkable hostage rescue operation, not only saved Segestes and his followers, but also earned the esteemed title of Imperator for his military prowess. The Roman world erupted in jubilation at the success of this daring mission. However, the rescue operation had unintended consequences, as it ignited a fierce reaction among the Germanic tribes. The charismatic Arminius, spurred on by this event, emerged as a formidable leader, rallying more tribes to his cause with fervent zeal. Undeterred by this growing opposition, Germanicus orchestrated an aggressive campaign in the summer of 15 AD. He meticulously planned a vast military operation, dividing his forces into 3 vast losses hanging heavy in the air. The journey back to the scene of the Teutoburg disaster was not just a military expedition, but a poignant pilgrimage to honour the memory of those who had bravely fought and perished in that fateful battle. Tacitus masterfully captures the gravity of this historical event with a subtle yet powerful tone. The aftermath of the fierce battle painted a haunting picture, etched in the memories of those who survived to tell the tale. As the survivors guided visitors through the desolate remnants of the conflict that had transpired 6 years prior, the grim reality of war lingered in the air like a shadow. Germanicus, a respected leader, and his devoted troops undertook the solemn duty of burying their fallen comrades in communal graves. These burial sites, now discovered by modern archaeological expeditions, serve as poignant reminders of the sacrifices made in the name of honour and duty. While some voices in Rome criticised this act, fearing its potential impact on morale, Germanicus saw it as a crucial step in preserving the memory of the fallen and fueling a thirst for vengeance among the living. The decision to honour the deceased by seeking retribution against Arminius, the orchestrator of the carnage, galvanised the legions into action. The solemn oath to carry out justice spurred the Roman army to swiftly break camp and embark on a relentless pursuit of the elusive Germanic chieftain. Arminius, sensing the new-found resolve of his adversaries, led them deeper into the unforgiving depths of the forest, using the terrain to his advantage. After a grueling pursuit, the Romans found themselves facing the Germanic tribes in a clearing, poised for battle. However, Arminius' tactical manoeuvring led to a sudden disappearance of the Germanic forces, leaving the Romans momentarily confounded. Germanicus, undeterred, ordered his cavalry to engage the retreating tribesmen, hoping to create an opening for the infantry to join the fray. As the cavalry closed in, a fierce onslaught of warriors emerged from the shadows, launching a surprise attack that threw the Roman forces into disarray. The chaos and fear instilled by the ferocious counterattack tested the resolve of the Roman soldiers, highlighting the unpredictable nature of warfare and the relentless pursuit of vengeance in the face of adversity. Arminius, the determined Germanic warrior, found himself in a critical position as he pushed forward to engulf the Roman detachment, struggling to retreat across the challenging marshy terrain. The situation seemed dire until the timely arrival of Germanicus and the main Roman army, which averted what could have been a disastrous defeat for the Romans. In a moment of tense recognition, Arminius and Germanicus must have exchanged a significant glance across the battlefield, each understanding the gravity of the situation and the formidable opponent they faced. Ultimately, Arminius made the strategic decision to withdraw his forces, acknowledging the overwhelming threat posed by the Roman legions in a direct confrontation. However, the Roman forces were also aware of their limitations in pursuing Arminius further. With winter approaching and their fortifications along the Rhine River far away, they knew it was not feasible to continue the pursuit indefinitely. Julius led his united troops back to the Ems River, a familiar and secure territory where they had previously achieved victory over the Bructeri tribe. Assessing the situation, Germanicus took the bold decision to divide the army. He chose to sail with his soldiers on the same vessels they had used in their initial attack, opting for the northern route home, with cavalry providing additional support. Meanwhile, Stratogenus stayed briefly behind to handle the surrender of certain Germanic tribes, while Caecino swiftly moved southward with 4 legions and the majority of the remaining forces. Their route back home involved navigating the long bridges, a network of narrow causeways and bridges cutting through marshy terrain. While this route offered the fastest way back to safety, it also posed a strategic risk due to the potential for ambushes and attacks in such vulnerable terrain. The decision to divide the army showcased Germanicus' strategic acumen and his understanding of the complex dynamics at play in their campaign against Arminius and the Germanic tribes. To mitigate the looming threat, General Caecino made a strategic decision to mobilize his troops swiftly, matching the pace of their march with that of the baggage animals. This calculated move not only aimed to maintain cohesion within the army, but also to prevent any vulnerabilities that could be exploited by the enemy. On the opposing side, Arminius, observing the disarray within the Roman ranks, seized the opportunity to strike. He wasted no time in rallying various tribes to converge on Caecino's forces, effectively hindering their advance by closely shadowing and obstructing their movements. In a bid to gain a tactical advantage, Arminius deployed advanced units to outmaneuver both armies, securing advantageous positions on the wooded hills that flanked the entrance to the crucial long bridges. The significance of these bridges became apparent as the Roman soldiers finally caught sight of the causeways stretching into the distance. However, any relief they felt was short-lived as scouts relayed alarming news about the perilous state of the long bridges. Sections of the structures had either collapsed, been washed away by the elements, or deliberately sabotaged, posing a grave challenge to the advancing Roman forces. Confronted with a pivotal decision, Caecino found himself at a crossroads. He had to weigh the risks of taking a longer route around the obstacles, potentially exposing his troops to attacks from the Germanic forces lurking behind them, against the perilous option of attempting to cross the compromised bridges, betting on the expertise of his Roman engineers to effect critical repairs and ensure safe passage. Caecino opted to stay and proceed with the crossing. To fortify their position and brace for a potential standoff, he divided his forces, assigning tasks for construction work and establishing a defensive perimeter in anticipation of a confrontation. Meanwhile, Arminius likely relished the sight of the 4 Roman legions seemingly cornered against the marshes, envisioning their iconic eagle standards as trophies to be claimed. Despite the valiant efforts of the legions to mount a counter-offensive, they suffered a significant setback. The ensuing clashes were by trapping 4 Roman legions during their withdrawal. The indigenous tribes, tired of enduring foreign oppression, rallied behind Arminius in a united effort to seek revenge against the Romans and reclaim their freedom. Arminius quickly organised his forces, establishing repair and defence units to fortify their position at the long bridges. The tribes, seizing the high ground and utilising their knowledge of the terrain, engaged in tactics such as launching raids, redirecting streams to flood Roman positions, and launching constant attacks on Roman fortifications. Meanwhile, the Romans, with their superior technical skills and military experience, faced the challenge of contending with the unfavourable conditions of the soggy landscape and the overwhelming numerical advantage of the Germanic tribes. General Caecina's leadership was pivotal as the Roman troops worked tirelessly to fortify their position amidst the relentless assaults. Despite facing constant attacks and hindrances caused by the difficult terrain, the Roman soldiers persevered through the day under General Caecina's guidance, making slow progress against the determined enemy forces. The intense back and forth struggle between the two sides showcased the contrast in their strengths and weaknesses, with each side utilising their unique advantages to gain an upper hand in the conflict. As the Roman forces faced dwindling supplies, increasing casualties, and a decline in morale, the barbarian tribes on the elevated dry grounds revelled in their strength and unity, celebrating around warm fires with loud laughter that echoed through the night. In this challenging situation, Caecina, a Roman commander, found himself confronted with a formidable adversary exuding confidence, painting a grim picture for the upcoming days. Realising that remaining passive and complacent would only lead to further despair, Caecina knew he had to find a glimmer of hope to inspire his troops to continue fighting. In a strategic move, Caecina gathered his senior leadership and consulted with the engineers to explore potential courses of action. After careful deliberation, they decided that initiating a march across the partially constructed bridge structures could serve as a significant step forward. While this risky endeavour wouldn't immediately lead them to safety, it symbolised progress and promised to disrupt the enemy's ability to launch further attacks. Instructions were swiftly communicated down the chain of command, though doubts about the effectiveness of the plan still lingered among the troops. According to Tacitus, that fateful night, Caecina was haunted by a vivid and unsettling vision. In his dream, General Varus emerged from the marshes, covered in blood, and extended a beckoning hand towards Caecina. formation with the baggage train carefully positioned at the centre, flanked by a legion on each side. Progress across the extended bridges proved to be slow and laborious. The heavier baggage carriages and cavalry units cautiously made their way across the creaking causeway, while the lighter infantry and auxiliaries navigated the treacherous marshes on the outskirts of the route. Each step forward was a test of resilience and determination as they pushed through the challenging terrain towards an uncertain future. Arminius, a skilled strategist, and the tribes under his command adopted a patient and calculated approach reminiscent of a legendary bird of prey, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They cleverly sent out small harassing units to disrupt the Roman rearguard, while keeping their main forces well prepared for the decisive engagement to come. Meanwhile, the Romans maintained a strict defensive perimeter, demonstrating discipline and organisation. However, the challenging terrain of the marshlands presented a significant obstacle. The Roman supply train, known as the impedimenta, became bogged down in the muck, forcing the marching legions to slow their pace and eventually come to a halt. As the day wore on, and the soldiers watched their comrades struggling to free the impedimenta from the mud, fatigue and frustration began to set in. Seeing the predicament of the supply train, many soldiers abandoned their guard duties to assist in moving the wagons forward, causing the structured defensive formation to break down. It was at this critical moment of vulnerability that Arminius seized the opportunity and launched his attack. With a deafening war cry, Arminius and his tribal warriors descended upon the disorganized Roman rear, catching them off guard and throwing them into chaos. Arminius himself led a fierce assault, targeting the heart of the Roman baggage train, where provisions, wounded soldiers, officers, and the precious standards were located. In the midst of the chaos, Arminius boldly declared that the Romans were once again ensnared in their ancient fate, known as Varus. The Roman forces found themselves on the brink of disaster as the onslaught threatened to overwhelm them. Units started to break ranks, with some soldiers abandoning their posts and retreating to safer ground, leaving the bridges unguarded. The situation became dire as the Roman troops struggled to hold their ground against the relentless tribal assault. It was a pivotal moment that would test the resilience and leadership of the Roman commanders as they faced the imminent collapse of their forces. The defensive formation, originally thought impenetrable, had crumbled under the relentless assault of the Germanic forces, plunging Caecina's troops into a precarious situation. As the enemy closed in with alarming speed, the Roman commander found himself dangerously close to being overrun until reinforcements, led by the vanguard, raced to their aid. The arrival of these reinforcements, however, came at a heavy price, with casualties mounting and isolated units left behind in the chaos. The Germanic warriors, emboldened by their initial success, wasted no time seizing the opportunity to exploit the battlefield. They began looting the fallen soldiers tensions escalated within the ranks, culminating in a harrowing incident involving a spooked horse that threatened to shatter what little remained of their cohesion. It was then that General Caecina stepped in, his unwavering resolve and decisive leadership quelling the rising panic among the men. Emphasizing the necessity of unity and determination in the face of looming danger, General Caecina rallied the troops, guiding them towards a collective sense of purpose. He made it clear that their survival depended on maintaining discipline as a unified force. Any hint of mutiny would only result in isolation and elimination of individuals, weakening the army as a whole. Thus, with the general's guidance and the soldiers' renewed resolve, the Roman army braced themselves to confront the enemy with unwavering determination, fully aware that their only path forward lay in standing united against the looming threat. Through adept persuasion and appeals to their integrity, the soldiers retreated from the brink of rebellion, preserving the army's unity for another night. Caecina, a seasoned commander with a keen strategic mind, recognized the dwindling time and devised a crucial plan that would determine the legion's destiny. At the break of dawn, the camp appeared eerily deserted, with only a handful of anxious sentinels stationed to keep watch over the tired and weary troops. The German scouts, skilled in reading the signs of war, discerned the legion's exhaustion and imminent collapse, evidenced by their lax security measures and the weariness in their eyes. A war council, comprised of both seasoned veterans and impulsive young warriors, convened to address this critical intelligence. Despite Arminius' prudent counsel against unnecessary bloodshed and advocating for a more diplomatic approach, the chiefs advocating vengeance for their fallen comrades prevailed in a heated debate. Under the leadership of tribal chieftains, the Germanic tribes launched a fierce and coordinated attack on the camp. They swiftly overcame obstacles, breached defences, and stormed the ramparts with a ferocity that caught the Romans off guard. Arminius, a respected leader among his people, led his warriors into the fray, hoping to strike a decisive blow against the Roman oppressors. However, their cohesion dissolved as they dispersed to pillage and slaughter, underestimating the Roman forces' tactical prowess. Exploiting this chaos, Caecina, with her sharp eye for opportunity, signalled the trumpets, initiating a well-coordinated counter-offensive from concealed positions. Centurions, seasoned in the art of war, guided the troops to fend off the tribesmen and trap those inside the camp. Surviving Roman cavalry, who had been strategically positioned for such a moment, launched a surprise attack on the flanks of the Germanic horde, causing confusion and disarray among their ranks. Meanwhile, additional cohorts surged from beyond the fortifications to confront the enemy in a well-coordinated battle formation. The Germanic tribes, initially confident in their numerical superiority and the element of surprise, quickly found themselves facing a resilient and methodical opposition. The Romans, disciplined and well-drilled, legions found themselves in a favourable position, catching their adversaries by surprise and finally getting the chance to engage in the long-awaited battle. Roman soldiers, emboldened by the absence of natural barriers like trees and swamps that had previously shielded their enemies, openly taunted their foes with declarations such as "No more trees or swamps to shield you, only an open field with fair gods." This taunting not only conveyed their frustration, but also highlighted their fear of failing in this critical moment. The legions wasted no time and launched a relentless and merciless counterattack that persisted until the sun began to set. During the fierce battle, many Germanic leaders were either wounded or met their demise, with Arminius narrowly escaping under the cover of darkness. Despite facing daunting odds, the Romans ultimately emerged victorious from the confrontation. However, their leader, Caecina, recognized that this triumph was only a temporary respite. Lingering on the battlefield would provide the tribal forces the opportunity to regroup and unleash a devastating strike on the exhausted legions. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Caecina promptly issued the order to retreat towards the safety of the Rhine. After enduring several grueling days of marching and fighting, the Roman army finally reached the Rhine in a sorry state, battered, bloodied, and almost unrecognizable. In their absence, a sense of panic had gripped the frontier, with the haunting memory of the Teutoburg disaster casting a dark shadow over their minds. Some suggested drastic measures, like destroying the Rhine bridge to prevent a potential Germanic incursion. But Agrippina, the wife of Germanicus, vehemently opposed such extreme actions. She steadfastly believed in Rome's strength and eagerly awaited the return of the legions. As Caecina's exhausted troops wearily made their way back into view, their Dominus was there to greet them with much needed provisions and care. The soldiers had survived the harrowing ordeal, bolstered by the support and relief of their leader's presence. Meanwhile, on a separate front, Germanicus embarked on his own arduous journey back along the northern coast, navigating challenges and obstacles as he made his way towards the safety of his camp. Upon encountering treacherous waters during their journey, the Roman army faced a daunting challenge that put their strength and courage to the test. To navigate through the hazardous conditions, 2 legions were dispatched to march alongside the fleet and provide support during the crossing. Initially, the troops made steady progress along the peaceful shoreline, but their situation quickly deteriorated as they were met with howling winds and powerful currents that threatened to overwhelm them. The historian Tacitus vividly described the chaotic and perilous scene that unfolded before the soldiers. The landscape became a maelstrom of water, making it nearly impossible to distinguish safe ground from the treacherous waters that surrounded them. Men and animals were swept away by the violent waves, while debris and lifeless bodies littered their path. The soldiers endured a grueling ordeal, lacking sustenance, warmth, and comfort, akin to besieged warriors facing a dishonourable defeat. However, as day broke, they caught sight of land once more and continued their march toward the Circus River, where Caesar and the fleet awaited them. Amid rumours of their tragic demise, the legions finally reunited with Caesar and the rest of the army, dispelling doubts and confirming their survival. With their safe return, the soldiers embarked on the journey back to their own encampments, retracing their arduous steps with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. The campaign season had been marked by victory and hardship, leaving the soldiers physically and emotionally scarred from the brutal trials they had endured, rendering them in need of rest and recovery before engaging in further combat. Fortunately, despite the challenges faced, the Empire managed to remain oblivious to the dark chapter of defeat and setbacks that had unfolded. Through skillful diplomacy and leadership, the Empire was able to rally support from its territories in Gaul, Spain, and Italy, rejuvenating the legion's strength and morale through a combination of rewards and encouragement. Seasoned veterans and eager new recruits alike were inspired by promises of impending triumph, eagerly preparing themselves for the next campaign. In the year 15 AD, the Roman forces launched a daring incursion deep into Germanic territories, achieving initial success and almost completely crushing the enemy. However, as the harsh winter approached, the Romans found themselves forced to retreat, leaving their victory incomplete. This retreat marked the beginning of a series of unfortunate events for the Romans, as they encountered treacherous weather conditions and relentless enemy attacks that threatened to undo all their hard-earned progress. Despite facing overwhelming odds and near annihilation, a small group of survivors managed to endure the onslaught and make their way back home. The idea of continuing the war seemed daunting to these battered survivors, but stories of their bravery and resilience inspired the Empire to mobilize resources from all corners of its provinces. This revitalization effort breathed new life into the legions, strengthening their resolve and preparing them for one final, monumental campaign under the leadership of Germanicus. As preparations for the decisive campaign in Germania unfolded, Germanicus and his officers took stock of the situation. Their appeals for aid from neighbouring provinces met with resounding success, resulting in an influx of provisions and reinforcements to bolster the Roman forces along the Rhine. The quartermasters found themselves inundated with a multitude of supplies, a testament to the Empire's commitment to supporting its legions in their distribution of spoils, and ceremonies honouring their achievements overseen by Germanicus helped boost morale among the troops and alleviate any lingering fears from past battles. As the soldiers regained their strength and sense of valour, a renewed eagerness for combat began to spread among many ranks, fueled by both the age-old imperial propaganda and the soldiers' inherent competitive spirit. This desire for glory and conquest further motivated the troops to prepare for the upcoming campaign season with determination and zeal. On the other side, the Germanic tribes to the east were also preparing for the impending conflict, albeit at a slower pace. The aftermath of previous campaigns had taken a toll on their forces, with many allies left severely injured and struggling to survive in a land ravaged by war. Leaders like Arminius worked tirelessly to maintain unity among their people and seek out potential allies to bolster their ranks in the face of the Roman threat. The near victories achieved in the previous year's campaigns served as a rallying cry for the Germanic tribes, igniting a fierce resistance movement against the Roman forces. As the 16 AD campaign season approached, both sides braced themselves for a climactic showdown, knowing that the stakes were higher than ever. Germanicus, commanding a formidable force of Roman legions, faced the challenge of effectively deploying his troops in the upcoming conflict, opting for a dual-pronged offensive strategy. He planned a maritime assault along the North Sea as the primary segment of the campaign. This innovative approach aimed to surprise the enemy and gain a strategic advantage by dividing the Roman forces to strike from multiple directions simultaneously. This shift in tactics reflected the evolving nature of warfare and the need for adaptability in the face of a determined enemy. During the harsh winter months, the industrious shipbuilders and labourers devoted themselves tirelessly to the monumental task of constructing a powerful fleet consisting of warships and transport vessels. The historian Tacitus noted that the fleet numbered over 1,000, a remarkable feat that has been corroborated by archaeological findings. Evidence from the period indicates that a significant portion of the dense forest along the Rhine was cleared to facilitate the construction of this impressive armada. The strategic importance of this fleet cannot be overstated, as it played a pivotal role not only in securing an initial beachhead, but also in maintaining the intricate logistical network that was essential for supporting the vast Roman military machine. Germanicus, in command of an estimated 50,000 troops, along with various support units, animals for transport, and camp followers, faced the daunting challenge downplayed the significance of this manoeuvre, but the capture of the chatty war chief's wife dealt a heavy blow to his morale and that of his people. Subsequently, Germanicus led a formidable army to rescue a Roman fort that was under siege on the German side of the Rhine. The Roman intervention caused the besieging forces to scatter into the surrounding forests, showcasing the military prowess and strategic agility of Germanicus and his forces in navigating the challenging terrain of Germania. Leading the way, Germanicus took the initiative to kickstart the construction of essential infrastructure to support the overland expeditionary force, ensuring a smooth and efficient operation. He also strategically established a defensive network extending back to the Rhine, fortifying Roman positions and securing supply lines. As part of the comprehensive strategy, the Northern Fleet made significant progress by navigating upstream through Germania to rendezvous with Germanicus. This naval support was crucial in delivering much needed fresh supplies and reinforcements to the Roman legions operating in the region. To maintain a proactive stance and gather intelligence, Germanicus deployed watchtowers, patrols, and reconnaissance missions throughout the area. These efforts confirmed that there were no immediate threats in the vicinity, as neighbouring communities either fled in fear or chose to surrender to the advancing Roman forces. However, when faced with the tribe's resistance to Roman rule, Germanicus swiftly mobilized troops to quell the rebellion, sending a clear message that defiance would be met with severe consequences. Despite the Roman army's progress according to plan, the Germanic tribes proved to be formidable adversaries, unwilling to yield easily. Recognizing the challenges posed by defending the western banks of the Weser River, the tribes began consolidating their forces on the opposite side, preparing for a decisive confrontation. Meanwhile, the Romans extended their fortifications towards the Weser River in preparation for a strategic crossing, anticipating a fierce battle ahead. As tensions escalated, the Carusi and their allies, led by the charismatic Arminius, positioned themselves to intercept the advancing Roman forces. This set the stage for a dramatic confrontation, with both sides gearing up for a potentially bloody clash. However, the looming battle was momentarily interrupted when leaders from both camps decided to engage in a preliminary diplomatic exchange at the river's edge. The encounter at the river served as a poignant reminder of the complex dynamics at play, not just between enemy forces, but also within families torn apart by loyalties. Arminius, once hailed as a hero of the Germanic tribes, now branded a traitor by some, faced his brother Flaus, who remained loyal to the Roman cause. The visible scars borne by Flaus stood as a silent testimony to the rift that had divided them. In a scene fraught with tension and emotional weight, the two brothers stood face to face, representing a microcosm of the larger conflict unfolding between Rome and the Germanic tribes. In his vivid narrative, Tacitus vividly illustrates Flaus as a significant and respected figure within escalating tensions between Flaus and Arminius nearly escalated to a physical duel before they were physically restrained. The intensity of the moment is palpable as Flaus, visibly angered, called for his weapons and horse, while Arminius on the opposite bank issued challenges and threats, daring his brother to a one-on-one confrontation. Arminius, with a touch of irony, hurled insults in Latin, highlighting his previous role as a captain of indigenous auxiliaries in the Roman camp. This clash between the siblings serves as a microcosm of the larger rifts created by the conflict, not only between nations, but also within families torn apart by conflicting loyalties. It is important to note that the exact dialogue exchanged in this verbal confrontation was likely embellished by later writers and should be approached with a critical eye. Nevertheless, Flaus's arguments provide valuable insights into the Roman perspective, exposing the mechanisms of imperial propaganda at play. It is intriguing to observe that the conflict was not framed by the Romans as a war against the entire Germanic tribes, but rather as a struggle against disloyal factions within their midst. The Romans portrayed themselves as benevolent rulers, offering friendship and alliance to those who would surrender their arms. This nuanced portrayal underscores the complexity of the historical narrative and the intricate interplay of power dynamics and propaganda during times of conflict. Despite the undeniable brutality of the historical context, the narrative that emerged was one of strategic maneuvering and calculated military tactics. It is important to highlight that amidst the conflict, there existed a complex interplay of factors that influenced the actions of both Roman and Germanic fighters. Notably, within the Roman army, there were Germanic auxiliaries who had chosen to align themselves with the Romans. This suggests that persuasion and diplomacy played a role in shaping loyalties, rather than just brute force alone. The presence of these Germanic auxiliaries served as a testament to the persuasive abilities of Roman commanders, who strategically leveraged these alliances to sow seeds of doubt and dissent among their adversaries. One intriguing aspect of this narrative is the character of Flaus, a loyal Germanic warrior who symbolized the potential for defection among the Germanic tribes. By showcasing Flaus as an example of loyalty to the Roman cause, the Romans sought to further exploit divisions within the enemy ranks and weaken their resolve before the impending battle. This psychological warfare aimed to destabilize the cohesion of the Germanic forces and create opportunities for strategic advantage on the battlefield. As the Roman general Germanicus surveyed the formidable battle formation of the Germanic tribes along the plains bordering the Weser River, he recognized the need for swift and decisive action. Rather than relying solely on propaganda spearheaded this risky frontal charge, aiming to create a diversion and draw the attention of the Germanic forces. The success of Germanicus's tactical gambit hinged on the coordination of these multiple manoeuvres. The frontal assault to engage and distract the enemy, while the flanking attacks sought to encircle and divide their forces. By creating chaos and uncertainty on the battlefield, Germanicus aimed to exploit weaknesses in the enemy formation and achieve a decisive victory. This intricate interplay of strategy, risk-taking, and calculated aggression underscored the complexity of ancient warfare and the importance of adaptability and innovation in the face of formidable adversaries. Arminius, known for his exceptional strategic prowess, demonstrated his military acumen by skillfully maneuvering his troops during the battle. He cleverly directed his forces to engage the flanking cavalry units, while simultaneously orchestrating a deceptive retreat in the centre of the battlefield. This tactical move lured the Batavian forces into a trap within the dense woods that surrounded the area, effectively encircling the elite auxiliaries and subjecting them to attacks from all sides. Despite the Batavians' elite training and superior equipment, they found themselves gradually overwhelmed by the relentless assault, whether in close combat or from a barrage of projectiles raining down upon them. The situation became increasingly dire as the battle unfolded. In a final desperate act of defiance, the Batavian commander, Valda, and his loyal followers chose to make a valiant but ultimately futile last stand, opting for a suicidal charge against the advancing Germanic forces. As the Batavians faced imminent defeat, a daring escape was made possible by the timely intervention of Roman cavalry arriving from the flanks. This unexpected rescue allowed a group of survivors to retreat towards the Weser River, where they regrouped after Arminius claimed the initial victory. However, amidst the chaos of battle, Germanicus, the Roman commander, successfully led his legions across the river without facing opposition. Upon reaching the other side, the Roman soldiers quickly set about constructing a fortified camp to secure their tactical advantage. Meanwhile, other troops formed a protective perimeter, preparing for any potential counterattacks. Recognizing the shifting dynamics of the conflict, Germanicus wisely refrained from committing additional forces into the ongoing battle, wary of potential traps set by his cunning adversary. Instead, he ordered a strategic retreat to establish a base for caring for the incoming survivors and devising future plans for engaging the enemy. In the midst of a tense atmosphere inside a makeshift tent, Germanicus, the Roman commander, meticulously pored over a plethora of intelligence reports sourced from reconnaissance units. The information at his disposal was nothing short of vital, especially given the looming threat of an attack by Arminius, a formidable leader of the Germanic tribes. The tides of fortune, however, seemed to favour the Romans when a defector clandestinely made his way from the enemy camp to divulge crucial details regarding Arminius's impending offensive strategies. To corroborate the defector's claims, Roman a show of exceptional leadership, he seamlessly blended in with his soldiers, keenly observing their morale and dedication to the impending battle. The atmosphere was charged with resolute determination and unwavering loyalty as the troops braced themselves for the imminent confrontation. As Germanicus eavesdropped on his men's conversations, their unwavering resolve resonated deeply with him, instilling a sense of confidence in the eventual outcome of the impending battle. The soldiers' vehement rejection of a Germanic messenger's attempt to sow discord by offering rewards for treachery only served to fortify Germanicus' certainty in their loyalty. Their readiness to face the enemy head-on and mete out justice to those who threatened their peace spoke volumes about their allegiance to their commander. At the break of dawn on the following day, the Roman forces stood poised in a meticulously crafted formation outside their encampment, ready for any eventuality. The first skirmish initiated by the enemy was swiftly and decisively repelled, leading to a retreat without any exchange of projectiles. Both sides were now on the brink of a significant battle, with impassioned speeches reverberating across the battlefield to rally the troops. Germanicus, in a display of inspirational leadership, extolled the virtues of Roman discipline, the superiority of their equipment, and the unwavering valour that coursed through the veins of his soldiers, painting a vivid picture of imminent triumph in their minds. He emphasised the critical nature of enduring the initial wave of attacks, instilling confidence in his troops that victory would ultimately be theirs. On the other hand, Arminius motivated his warriors by disparaging the Romans as cowardly deserters and rebels, painting a grim picture of their inferiority and bleak future. The two armies marched towards each other on the vast expanse of the Iristaviso plain, setting the stage for a monumental clash. The Romans, renowned for their meticulous training, meticulously arranged themselves in precise formations as they prepared to face the Germanic tribesmen who descended from the hills to confront them. Arminius led a formidable force of approximately 50,000 or more fighters, each organised into their respective tribal factions that spanned the expansive front, extending from the plain to the nearby forest. Positioned strategically on the slopes, the Cherushi warriors stood ready to charge down upon the enemy as soon as the battle began. A thin line of skirmishers was deployed ahead of them, with historical records indicating limited mentions of cavalry, suggesting their scarcity in the Germanic forces. On the other side, the Roman army, boasting a staggering 74,000 troops, was structured into three distinct lines that included auxiliary units, archers, legions, praetorian cohorts, light infantry, and allied contingents. The cavalry was strategically positioned on the left flank of the Roman forces near the wooded area, showcasing the intricate organisation and tactical prowess of the Roman military. By midday, an imposing force exceeding 100,000 soldiers stood ready for combat, their anticipation and tension palpable as they sweat under the blazing sun. Seizing the initiative, the Germanic tribes launched a relentless assault on the Roman front lines, crashing into their formations with fierce determination and vigour, setting the stage for a fierce and decisive battle. Arminius, a formidable leader of the Cherushi, launched a daring attack that threatened to overwhelm the Roman auxiliary and archer formations. However, Germanicus, the Roman commander, had foreseen this aggressive move and had prepared a strategic response. To counter the Germanic advance, Germanicus deployed expendable soldiers as a vanguard to engage the enemy head-on. Simultaneously, he ordered his cavalry, under the command of the skilled Startinius, to charge the flanks and rear of the Germanic forces once the initial clash began. As the battle unfolded near the edge of a dense forest, the clash was intense and chaotic. Projectiles flew through the air, and the clash of weapons echoed throughout the battlefield. Even Arminius, despite sustaining injuries, showed unwavering resolve in the midst of the melee. A moment of awe occurred when 8 eagles, representing each Roman legion, soared above the battlefield, a symbol of divine favour and protection. Inspired by this auspicious sign, Germanicus rallied his troops to follow the lead of the eagles and the ancient deities associated with their legions. The Roman forces, bolstered by their superior numbers and tactical acumen, pressed forward with coordinated flanking manoeuvres that disrupted the cohesion of the Germanic army. As the battle unfolded, the Germanic formations crumbled under the relentless Roman assault. Some frontline soldiers attempted to flee, while others charged recklessly into the heart of the Roman forces. Amid the chaos, the Germanic leader, Iguamaris, narrowly escaped, and Arminius resorted to disguising himself on horseback, his body smeared with blood to evade capture. The Roman forces, seizing the momentum, pressed their advantage, causing devastation among the retreating enemy ranks. The clash raged from dawn until dusk, covering a vast expanse of 10 miles with the debris of war, weapons strewn across the landscape, and the fallen warriors of both sides littering the ground. This decisive victory not only avenged the shame of the Teutoburg defeat, but also marked a significant turning point in the conflict. To commemorate their triumph, the Romans erected a monumental trophy from the spoils of war, serving as a testament to their military prowess and resilience in the face of adversity. The trophy, a colossal tree violently uprooted from the earth and adorned with the spoils of war belonging to the vanquished, loomed ominously as a stark reminder of the conquering force's might. Plaques, meticulously inscribed with the names of the subjugated tribes, were reverently affixed to the tree, serving as a macabre catalogue of the defeated. However, far from resigning themselves to their fate, Arminius and his compatriots seethed with a righteous fury at the brazen spectacle before them, interpreting it as a deep affront to their honour and dignity. Their collective indignation fueled a simmering resolve to avenge the perceived insult, setting the stage for a tense and foreboding aftermath. amidst the dense foliage of the Teutoburg forest, the Romans, emboldened by their newfound determination, sought to engage their adversaries in a direct, open battlefield conflict in a bid for unequivocal triumph. The ensuing clash, characterized by a relentless exchange of brutal offensives from both sides, unfolded as a harrowing testament to the unyielding resolve of warriors locked in a deadly struggle for supremacy. Despite their valiant resistance and refusal to concede defeat, the Germanic tribes ultimately found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the Roman legions, marking a poignant conclusion to the grueling conflict. As the dust settled on the blood-soaked battlefield of Edistaviso, the eerie silence was punctuated only by the haunting cries of scavenging forest creatures feasting on the fallen, their grim feast sustaining them for months to come. The once proud warriors, now reduced to mere carrion, lay scattered across the ravaged landscape, a poignant testament to the brutal toll exacted by the ravages of war. In a solemn tribute to their hard-won victory, the triumphant Romans erected a grand monument at the heart of the battlefield, adorned with the captured arms and armour of the defeated foes, and inscribed with the names of the vanquished tribes as a stark reminder of their conquest. This imposing structure stood as a lasting testament to the ferocity of the conflict and the unyielding spirit of those who fought and fell in the epic struggle known as the Germanic Wars. Following the apparent conclusion of the conflict between the Germanic people and the Romans, the Germanic tribes displayed remarkable resilience in the face of Roman arrogance. Their defiance was fueled by a grotesque monument that stood deep within their lands, serving as a constant reminder of Roman oppression. This monument symbolized the struggle and suffering endured by the Germanic people under Roman rule, igniting a renewed sense of unity and determination among the allied tribes. In response to the Roman threat, the allied tribes, led by the strategic Arminius, gathered for a war council. Despite their dwindling numbers, their resolve remained unwavering as they sought a way to outmaneuver the superior Roman forces. Arminius proposed a bold strategy that involved abandoning direct confrontations in favour of utilising the marshy, hilly forests that had historically provided them with a tactical advantage. The Germanic tribes, under Arminius's leadership, executed a tactical retreat northwards along the Weser River. As they advanced, they regrouped and scouted for a strategic location that would give them an edge over the Romans. Eventually, they settled near a crucial river ford, strategically positioning themselves to intercept the Roman forces attempting to cross the river for further campaigns in the region. The chosen site for their defensive stand was carefully selected, nestled between a stream and dense forests, after suffering previous attacks on their lands. This collaborative effort among the Germanic tribes not only fortified their position, but also symbolized their unity and determination to resist Roman incursions. In conclusion, the Germanic tribes' strategic relocation and fortification of the crucial river crossing point exemplified their resourcefulness and determination to defend their lands against Roman aggression. The unity forged among the tribes under Arminius's leadership showcased their resilience and unwavering commitment to preserving their autonomy and cultural identity in the face of formidable opposition. As the construction of the walls progressed, the intricate battle plan began to take form. The strategy aimed to force the Romans to maneuver through the treacherous marshland and navigate past the formidable palisade defences. By utilising the natural terrain to secure their flanks, the tribal warriors planned to launch a surprise ambush on the committed Roman troops at a strategically advantageous moment. Unfortunately, the element of surprise was lost as Roman scouts closely monitored the construction activities and observed the increasing numbers of enemy forces gathering. Germanicus, possessing a considerable cavalry advantage, had the option to bypass the narrow passage and strike the rear positions of the enemy. However, he saw the concentration of enemy troops as an opportunity to decisively end the conflict. Despite the obstacles presented by the marshy terrain and enemy fortifications, Germanicus remained determined to lead the Roman forces to victory. Upon receiving word of the approaching Roman army, Arminius and his warriors completed their preparations for the impending battle. Positioned strategically along the length of the wall, with cavalry, light infantry, and reserves stationed on the eastern flank, they anticipated the imminent clash. Meanwhile, the Roman forces, comprising diverse units led by different commanders, advanced toward the battlefield with meticulous planning and combat readiness. The confined space of the battleground necessitated a careful allocation of resources by the Roman commanders. The troops charged in segmented groups, each assigned specific roles ranging from frontal assaults to close-range support and reserve positions. The tension in the air was palpable as both the Roman legions and Germanic tribes braced themselves for the crucial engagement that would determine the outcome of the conflict. At a considerable distance from the fortifications, the artillery units initiated their assault, with the initial shots falling short of their intended targets. This initial inaccuracy provided the German defenders with a false sense of security within their fortified positions. However, the subsequent barrages were swiftly adjusted, finding their mark and causing widespread destruction to the wooden structures, instigating chaos among the defenders as they struggled to maintain their positions. Historical accounts by Josephus vividly described the gruesome impact of the projectiles on the human body, emphasizing the brutal nature of the warfare that ensued. As the assault team advanced, complications arose as legions on the left side faltered and struggled to maintain formation in the challenging, swampy terrain surrounding relentless counterattack from the defenders stationed on the battlements. The defenders unleashed a barrage of projectiles, hindering the Roman infantry's progress and causing disarray within their ranks. In response to this unexpected resistance, Germanicus, displaying exemplary leadership, ordered a brief retreat to regroup and demonstrate the disciplined nature of the Roman army. During this brief respite, Roman ranged units unleashed a volley of fire upon the defenders, effectively suppressing their counter-offensive and allowing the infantry to resume their advance towards the fortifications. Germanicus took charge of the Praetorian Guard, leading them in a successful assault on a section of the fortifications before venturing into the dense forested terrain to eliminate pockets of resistance. As the conflict escalated, the tribal forces committed all their available resources to maintaining their defensive position, showcasing their unwavering resolve against the Roman onslaught. The defenders' staunch determination surprised the Roman forces, who had initially anticipated a swift victory. In a bid to boost morale among his troops, Germanicus personally joined the frontline combat, demonstrating his commitment to the ongoing struggle. Meanwhile, the wounded Arminius, though incapacitated, continued to inspire and motivate the defenders from a distance, adding to their resilience. The battle evolved into a protracted and grueling struggle for both sides, contrasting starkly with the Romans' previous experiences of swift conquests. Amidst the chaos and carnage, acts of courage and valour fueled hope within both warring factions, each striving for victory as a means of securing their salvation in the midst of the brutal conflict. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the Germanic tribe continued to show remarkable resilience, a sense of unease gripped the Roman commander. The dwindling light made the prospect of engaging in nighttime combat seem increasingly impossible, especially considering the formidable defences of the enemy's stronghold. Urgent messages were quickly sent out to rally the legions to establish a secure camp, but within the Roman ranks, a sense of foreboding began to take hold as they contemplated the potential defeat of their esteemed leader, Germanicus. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a crucial turning point emerged when cracks started to appear in the Germanic defences. Seizing this opportunity, the Roman legions launched a determined assault, breaking through the weary defenders and ultimately overpowering the retreating enemy tribes. The following day, the battlefield bore witness to Roman supremacy, with fallen soldiers mourned and spoils of war gathered. In a moment of pride and glory, Germanicus raised a new trophy adorned with an inscription honouring Caesar and the gods, symbolising their victory and dominance on the battlefield. Eager to maintain their momentum, Germanicus wasted no time and swiftly dispatched a contingent to subdue the neighbouring Angravari tribe. Surprisingly, the Angravari tribe chose to submit without resistance, securing a full pardon in the process. This display of Roman power quickly resonated with other Western tribes who followed suit, while discussions of surrender began to surface among the eastern factions. Meanwhile, Arminius and other key resistance leaders managed to evade capture, seeking refuge beyond the reach of Rome. As the logistical challenges facing Rome became increasingly apparent, a significant portion of the army embarked on the journey back to regroup with the fleet at the Ems. Troops and supplies were loaded onto ships, while the remainder of the army marched along the riverbanks, facing the physical and mental strains of the homeward trek. Sadly, any sense of joy and optimism among the crew was short-lived, as misfortune struck once more, following a treacherous crossing of the turbulent North Sea, testing the resilience and resolve of the Roman forces. A ferocious and relentless storm suddenly descended upon the Roman fleet, unleashing chaos and devastation in its wake. The violent tempest wreaked havoc upon the ships, mercilessly tossing some vessels onto the unforgiving shores, while others were violently scattered in disparate directions across the tumultuous sea. The catastrophic impact of the storm was so severe that a few ships were even driven to the distant coasts of Britain, or left stranded on remote and desolate islands, where the unfortunate crews met tragic and grim fates, cut off from any hope of rescue. In the midst of this dire situation, the great Roman general Germanicus found himself engulfed in profound despair and self-blame as he witnessed the destruction of his fleet. Tormented by feelings of responsibility for the calamity that had befallen his forces, Germanicus teetered on the precipice of despair, contemplating taking his own life amidst the unforgiving waves of the sea. It was only through the timely intervention and support of his loyal comrades that Germanicus was prevented from succumbing to the depths of despair and tragedy. With the news of the devastating loss of the fleet and army spreading like wildfire throughout the lands of Germania, the local tribes saw a glimmer of hope, reigniting within their hearts for a victorious stand against the formidable Roman invaders. Aware of the gravity of the situation and the urgent need to quell any uprising, Germanicus swiftly sprang into action, rallying his forces and devising a strategic plan to reclaim the momentum. As narrated by Tacitus, Germanicus took decisive action by strategically dividing his troops, dispatching the capable Julius with a formidable contingent of infantry and cavalry to confront the formidable Icati forces. Meanwhile, Germanicus himself led a larger army in a bold offensive against the Marsi tribe, whose leader Malavendus had recently surrendered. Through skillful interrogation, Malavendus disclosed crucial intelligence regarding the concealed location of an eagle standard from one of Varus's legions, buried deep within a nearby forest and guarded by a small but vigilant enemy contingent. Employing tactical brilliance and swift maneuvers, Germanicus orchestrated a daring operation to draw out and decisively defeat the enemy forces, inflicting a severe blow upon the Marsi tribe and securing a resounding victory for the Roman forces. The triumphant Roman soldiers, now regrouped in their winter quarters, found solace and renewed vigour in the successful land campaign a lack of caution and calculated strategy. He questioned whether Germanicus's eagerness for personal glory was clouding his judgment and leading to unnecessary sacrifices of Roman legions. Consequently, Tiberius made the difficult decision to recall Germanicus from the front lines, much to the disappointment of the general, who believed that just one more year of relentless aggression could bring Germania to its knees. In contrast to Germanicus's militaristic approach, Tiberius emphasized the importance of diplomacy over sheer strength. Drawing upon his own experiences in Germany during Augustus's reign, Tiberius pointed to successful diplomatic efforts that had brought peace and submission from formidable Germanic tribes like the Sugambri and the Swabi under King Mauro-Borus. By showcasing the power of negotiation and alliances, Tiberius highlighted the potential for long-lasting peace and stability in the region, rather than perpetual conflict and bloodshed. As part of his new strategy, Tiberius advocated for a more nuanced approach towards rebellious factions within Germania, suggesting that allowing internal conflicts to weaken and divide these groups could be more effective in the long run than direct military confrontation. This shift marked a significant turning point in Roman-German relations, shaping the fate of Germania, Germanicus, and the legendary Germanic chieftain Arminius. The devastating defeat at Teutoburg Forest, a dark chapter in Rome's military history, continued to cast a long shadow over future military campaigns, serving as a stark reminder of the catastrophic consequences of overconfidence and underestimating the enemy. The legacy of this event would influence Roman military strategies and diplomatic approaches for generations to come, underscoring the delicate balance between military might and diplomatic finesse in securing lasting peace and stability. The empire's motives extended beyond mere vengeance, as they also sought a form of justice that could only be satisfied through a substantial loss retreated northeastward, seeking refuge among the Carusi tribe along the banks of the Alba River. Leveraging his diplomatic prowess, Arminius likely engaged in negotiations with neighbouring eastern tribes to gauge the political landscape of Germania and form new alliances, exploiting opportunities such as the devastation of a Roman fleet in a storm. Arminius actively worked to stoke anti-Roman sentiments across the region. However, despite initial successes in sowing dissent, the Romans swiftly retaliated and managed to quell all forms of resistance by the conclusion of the 16 AD campaign season. This marked the end of Arminius's overt opposition to Roman rule, as subsequent events saw a consolidation of Roman authority in the region and the gradual fading of Arminius from the forefront of historical narratives. The subsequent year marked a significant diplomatic transformation in the region, as a notable shift from military campaigns to diplomatic negotiations took place along the Rhine River. Instead of relying solely on military might, the Romans began engaging with local clans as vassal kingdoms, employing a mix of incentives and deterrents to maintain control over the frontier. This strategic approach aimed to foster loyalty among the Germanic tribes, while also deterring any potential rebellions or incursions. Amidst this complex geopolitical landscape, prominent Germanic leaders such as Arminius found themselves at a crossroads in their relationship with Rome. Arminius positioned himself as a staunch defender of Germanic autonomy, vehemently opposing any form of Roman interference. However, as time passed and conflicts persisted, some tribes started to question Arminius's leadership, leading to a shift in power dynamics within the region. One notable figure that emerged as a rival to Arminius was Maroborus, the formidable ruler of the Marcomanni tribe. Maroborus was known for his tribe's military prowess and their past confrontations with Roman forces. In a bold move in 9 AD, Arminius attempted to forge an alliance with Maroborus by sending him the head of Varus, a Roman general. Despite this gesture, Maroborus chose to maintain neutrality in subsequent conflicts, positioning himself as a mediator between the warring factions and highlighting his tribe's undefeated status against the Roman legions. As tensions escalated and alliances shifted, Arminius found himself facing challenges from other Germanic chiefs who were more aligned with Rome. This shift in loyalties among the Germanic tribes signalled a broader realignment of power dynamics in the region. The rivalry between Arminius and Maroborus reached a boiling point, leading to a physical confrontation between the two leaders. historical records provide limited details about the specific events of the battle, Tacitus portrayed the confrontation as a clash of ideologies rather than just a military conflict. Arminius, a charismatic leader, championed the cause of a united Germanic people free from Roman influence, while Marcus, a formidable adversary, sought to expand his own kingdom while maintaining a harmonious relationship with Rome. Despite the lack of detailed information on the battle tactics and strategies employed by both sides, Arminius emerged victorious, possibly leveraging tactics learned from his interactions with the Romans. Following his defeat, Marcus retreated into the dense Bohemian forests, emulating Arminius's elusive nature that had confounded the Romans in previous encounters, managing to evade capture for some time. However, a year later, Marcus faced a challenge from a younger nobleman within his kingdom, leading to his eventual exile and capture in Ravenna after seeking refuge in Rome. Meanwhile, Arminius returned to his tribe with the ambitious goal of uniting the disparate factions, but his efforts were thwarted after 4 years of fruitless negotiations, leaving him at a standstill. Emperor Tiberius, foreseeing the tribal conflicts that would ensue, maintained a policy of meddling in the internal affairs of the Germanic tribes to prevent any single chieftain from amassing too much power. This interference ultimately created an environment ripe for Rome to eliminate Arminius without resorting to direct conflict. A chieftain from the Decanti tribe proposed the assassination of Arminius to Tiberius as a solution, but the Roman Senate rejected this treacherous offer, opting instead for a direct and honourable confrontation with their enemies. This decision reflected Rome's commitment to upholding certain principles of warfare and diplomacy, even in the face of challenging circumstances. Tiberius, the Roman emperor, strategically positioned himself as an advocate against the heinous act of poisoning, a move calculated to align himself with revered ancient generals who also condemned such treacherous methods. This public stance, however, was shrouded in mystery, as the true intentions behind Tiberius's show of solidarity remained enigmatic, especially considering the intricate web of Rome's intelligence operations. It is conceivable that clandestine forces within Roman circles might have been involved in a covert scheme that led to the ultimate demise of Arminius, a prominent military leader, at the hands of members of the Carusi tribe in 21 AD. Despite the cloud of suspicion surrounding the circumstances of Arminius's assassination, his death reverberated deeply, evoking widespread sorrow and lamentation among his followers, and even among the Roman populace. Tacitus, in his literary works, immortalized Arminius as a heroic figure, lauding him as the saviour of Germany, who valiantly resisted Roman dominance during its peak. Despite Arminius's relatively short lifespan of only 37 years, his legacy endured through oral traditions and ballads, especially within less civilized societies. orchestrated by Tiberius, signifying the acknowledgement of his potential as a future successor to the imperial throne. The grandeur of the triumph, held on May 26, 1780, was orchestrated to not only honour Germanicus, but also to solidify public support and promote imperial propaganda. The elaborate procession featured Germanicus seated in a magnificent chariot drawn by 4 majestic horses, adorned in opulent purple and gold garments, with a slave ceremoniously holding a laurel wreath above his head. Accompanied by his family in another chariot, the spectacle captivated the masses, who cheered and celebrated the triumphant general. The ostentatious display of Germanicus's triumph was not merely a spectacle, but a carefully crafted event designed to evoke a sense of national pride and unity among the Roman citizens. The extravagant affair allowed the public to participate in the symbolic avenging of perceived wrongs, further solidifying Germanicus's esteemed position within Roman society and reinforcing his image as a worthy and respected leader. Hailed as the ultimate embodiment of motherhood, not only by her own family, but also by the masses in Germania, the revered figure stood as a symbol of maternal strength and grace, leading the way with the legions of battle-hardened warriors, numbering 50,000, who had fearlessly journeyed through the dense forests and treacherous swamps of Germania. These seasoned fighters were decked out in shining armour, the sun glinting off their impressive gear as they marched to the rhythmic beat of drums, their voices raised in spirited songs aimed playfully at their commander. Following closely behind the warriors were the spoils of war taken from the Germanic people, including prisoners and elaborate floats depicting their victories on the battlefield. Noteworthy among the captives was the Snelda, the wife of the renowned chieftain Arminius, who was accompanied by their young child, symbolizing the elusive Germanic leader. The grand procession wound its way through the bustling streets of Rome, drawing awe and admiration from the crowds, until it reached the majestic temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. There, Germanicus, the esteemed hero of Rome, offered a ceremonial sacrifice of a white cow to the deity, marking the beginning of a lavish festival that would captivate the city for days on end. Once the festivities had come to a close, Germanicus turned his attention to his next crucial mission, restoring order in the tumultuous eastern territories. These lands were vital due to their abundant resources, and the emperor had entrusted Germanicus with the monumental task of pacifying the provinces and kingdoms that had been thrown into chaos by civil unrest. Armed with imperious mails that granted him supreme authority, Germanicus was clearly the emperor's most trusted advisor and heir apparent, poised to bring stability and prosperity to the troubled regions under his command. During his extensive journey to assume his new responsibilities, Germanicus embarked on a captivating voyage that allowed him to explore and experience the rich cultural tapestry of Greece. Known for its philosophical wisdom and mythical legends, Greece offered Germanicus a of historical and cultural sites to visit. One notable stop was Nicopolis, a city that commemorated Augustus's triumph at Actium. This vibrant city not only boasted lush parks and impressive museums, but also featured monuments and statues dedicated to the historic battle. Of particular interest were the well-preserved vessels used in the conflict, providing a tangible link to the past. From Nicopolis, Germanicus travelled to Olympia, where he had the unique opportunity to participate in the prestigious Olympic Games of 17 AD. While Tacitus did not document this event, surviving inscriptions confirmed Germanicus's victory, which was immortalised on a statue base bearing the inscription Germanicus Caesar, son of Imperator Tiberius Caesar Augustus, triumphant in the Olympic Games. This achievement adds another layer of prestige to Germanicus's journey and highlighted his prowess in both diplomacy and athleticism. Continuing his travels, Germanicus made his way to Athens, a city renowned for its exceptional architecture, artistic heritage, and prestigious institutions dedicated to oratory and philosophy. The intellectual atmosphere of Athens provided Germanicus with a deeper understanding of classical thought and culture. He then followed the Ionian coastline, stopping at renowned urban centres like Halicarnassus and Troy, each offering unique insights into the region's history and mythology. The voyage further extended to the Black Sea before circling back to Greece, with Germanicus seeking guidance at Claros from the oracle of Apollo. The prophecy of an imminent catastrophe underscored the mystical elements of his journey and highlighted the interconnectedness of ancient beliefs with pragmatic decision-making. Subsequently, Germanicus ventured southward across the Aegean to Rhodes, a popular destination known for the remnants of the Colossus and its strategic significance for military leaders due to its history of enduring sieges and possessing a formidable naval fleet. As Germanicus progressed to Armenia, he delved into dynastic intrigues and navigated the complexities of provincial governance. His diplomatic endeavours in orchestrating the province of Cappadocia showcased his strategic acumen and commitment to fostering stability through dialogue and cooperation rather than coercion. This approach exemplified Germanicus's leadership style, characterized by a blend of political astuteness and cultural appreciation that endeared him to both local populations and imperial authorities. Despite facing opposition from some influential Roman political figures, Germanicus was widely adored by the general public during his travels, drawing comparisons to a revered musician embarking on a triumphant tour. Despite concerns raised by his security detail regarding his safety, Germanicus remained undeterred, continuing his journey and even spending the winter in Syria. Before reaching Egypt, Germanicus ensured stability in Roman Asia and engaged in diplomatic discussions with the Parthian monarch, showcasing his strategic acumen and commitment to fostering peaceful relations. Once in Egypt, Germanicus immersed himself in the rich history and culture of the region, visiting iconic landmarks such as the tomb of Alexander the Great, the bustling city of Alexandria with its remarkable structures, and the grand pyramids that stood as enduring symbols of ancient engineering and power. A fragmentary papyrus document sheds light on Germanicus's Egyptian expedition, revealing his awe at the sight of ancient temples, edifices, and the majestic Nile River that sustained life in the region for centuries. During his travels, Germanicus was known for delivering captivating speeches to enthusiastic crowds, with the audience's reactions meticulously recorded to reflect the palpable excitement and adoration he inspired. This meticulous documentation highlights the sophisticated propaganda techniques employed to enhance Germanicus's image and influence during his extensive tour of the East. In stark contrast to the reserved demeanour of Emperor Tiberius, Germanicus, with his youth, charisma, and heroic reputation, possessed a remarkable ability to charm and engage diverse audiences. The deep-seated tradition in the East of revering rulers as god-kings further elevated Germanicus's status, turning his visits into almost divine encounters that resonated deeply with the local populace. Serving as a microcosm of Roman governance, Germanicus and his entourage actively addressed the needs of the communities they visited, granting petitions, fulfilling prayers, and generously distributing resources to foster goodwill and loyalty among the local population. However, tensions marred the success of Germanicus's mission upon his return to Syria, as the Roman official Piso openly defied or undermined the directives of the imperial successor, further straining the already tumultuous relationship between the two figures. The breach in trust that occurred prompted Germanicus, a prominent figure in Roman politics and military circles, to take decisive action by demanding the recall of Piso to Rome. This directive was met with apparent compliance, as Piso began making arrangements to depart for Seleucia port, indicating a willingness to face the consequences of his actions. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when Germanicus himself fell gravely ill not long after Piso's departure preparations. Tacitus, a renowned historian of the time, vividly described the severity of Germanicus's ailment, hinting at suspicions of foul play, particularly poisoning at the hands of Piso. The atmosphere of suspicion and intrigue heightened as allegations surfaced of sinister practices allegedly involving Piso. Reports emerged of concealed human remains and malevolent incantations, adding fuel to the growing belief that Germanicus's illness was not a mere accident, but a deliberate act of harm orchestrated by his political rival. The situation reached a tragic climax when Germanicus, a young and promising leader at just 34 years old, succumbed to his illness on the 10th of October 1980, a mere 2 years before Arminius also met his demise. The sudden and enigmatic circumstances surrounding Germanicus's death fueled a flurry of speculation and conspiracy theories among the Roman populace. Some Some whispered of dark magic and malevolent forces at play, while others openly accused Piso of orchestrating the poisoning of Germanicus to eliminate a political rival. However, with the benefit of hindsight and a more contemporary understanding of historical diseases, it is plausible that Germanicus simply fell victim to the prevalent illnesses that ravaged populations during that time, perpetuating the mystery surrounding his untimely passing. News of Germanicus's death reverberated throughout Rome, casting a shadow of mourning over the empire. The days that followed were sombre, with elaborate funeral processions, heartfelt eulogies honouring Germanicus's bravery and leadership, and the posthumous bestowal of various honours to commemorate his legacy. His premature death was deeply felt as a significant loss for the empire, leaving behind a legacy of valour and dedication that continues to echo through the annals of Roman history, immortalising Germanicus as a revered figure despite the uncertainties surrounding his demise. As the echoes of the Varian disaster faded into the annals of history, the lessons learned from this devastating defeat would shape Roman military strategy for generations to come. The empire's ambitions to expand beyond the Rhine were forever curtailed, and the Germanic tribes remained a formidable and unconquered force on the fringes of Roman civilization. The memory of the fallen legions and the betrayal by Arminius became a poignant reminder of the limits of Rome's power. Thank you for joining me on the ASMR History channel as we unravelled the tragic tale of the Germanic Wars and the fateful battle of Teutoburg Forest. If you enjoyed this journey through history, please consider subscribing to the channel and turning on notifications so you never miss a new video. Your support allows me to continue whispering the stories of the past, bringing the distant echoes of history to life. Until next time, I hope that wherever you are in the world, you have a great day and or night, and, as always, sleep